amidst a gloomy, stifling atmosphere as if swallowed by darkness. The light gradually faded, leaving only the sound of heavy, ragged breathing echoing in the air. A twisted smile appeared on the warriors' faces. The battlefield was stained with fresh blood, and the bloody aura rained down incessantly, leaving no path for escape. One by one they fell, but amidst the line between life and death, faint rays of hope tenaciously lingered. Finally, we have reached this point, facing unimaginable rage, yet our will remains burning. If we manage to defeat it, Gray muttered, everything will end too quickly. But at that very moment, a cold, sharp light pierced straight through his chest. The pain struck suddenly, causing him to freeze, his body trembling as blood poured from the fatal wound. Gray's eyes turned empty, his dreams seemingly closing shut. His body lost its gravity, his legs buckled, and he collapsed in total helplessness. Blood pooled on the ground, surrounded by bodies that had fallen in despair. He slowly accepted this as his end. Looking at the rubble and the comrades who had sacrificed themselves, Gray's heart was weighed down by shame. In the end, will I die without having accomplished anything? His eyes flared with hatred, directed toward the creature hovering in midair. One day, an unknown threat appeared, endangering the entire continent. The enemy of humanity, the Purger, continued to spread destruction. Gray looked at the warrior, bravely using their shield to block the blow, his heart entrusting his last bit of hope to them. The group of warriors protecting humanity included Brian Miller, the boy who survived the horrific meteor impact, known as the Shield of the World. The blue-haired girl, Bella Albright, a great sage with the power equal to a legion, summoned shimmering magical circles, ready to face any danger. Beside her was Jacob Bloomfield, an archer wearing green armor. Each arrow he fired sharp and shockingly accurate. Having taken down a high-level dragon beast with a single shot, his title as the god of archery was no empty name. And Amy White, the yellow-eyed swordswoman, never flinching before danger, with a speed that surpassed every obstacle. She was the strongest sword saint in history. Looking at them, Gray felt a surge of inferiority. And us, he thought bitterly, just a support unit, used then discarded. The truth was crueler than he had imagined. They were merely sacrificial pawns. Watching the skilled combat techniques of the warrior group, Gray couldn't help but admire them. They are on a different level, he thought to himself, witnessing the graduates from the World Union Academy easily closing in on the enemy. The gap between him and them became increasingly clear, like an impassable abyss. The Purger was suppressed by Bella's magic orbs. Gray lay trembling on the ground, his heart heavy. Does it matter if the support team is here or not? Meanwhile, Amy continued to attack, her powerful sword strikes making the enemy stagger. The humiliation in Gray's heart surged to its peak. We also trained hard, he screamed internally. Amy, with terrifying speed, forced the Purger to defend constantly. A final powerful attack wounded it, but instead of fear, it seemed thrilled. Oh, you wounded me? Its body radiated a blazing red spiritual energy, stronger than ever. Not bad. Suddenly, the Purger created a vortex of sword energy, long blades shooting forward. In just one move, all the others perished, their bodies severed. The Purger stood tall above. The brutal scene left Gray stunned. Only one villain remained alive, his pupils constricted in shock. Getting serious, are we? Gray couldn't believe it. It had wiped out the whole team in a single sword swing, yet had been just playing around until now. He slowly closed his eyes, accepting the bitter truth. There was no way to win. His body lay motionless in a large pool of blood. But then, Gray snapped awake. Wait, how long has it been since my heart was pierced? Looking at his reflection in the blood pool, he wondered, why am I still alive? The sound of dripping blood mixed with a mysterious voice. Found you. Gray felt as if he were being pulled into another dimension. Before him was a magical light, opening into a black hole. Come here, possessor of immense power, the voice echoed. Gray was stunned, stepping into a new world, like a desolate city. The wounds on his body had healed. Where am I? The afterlife. He turned around, feeling as if someone was watching him. A figure in a black cloak, full of mystery, appeared. Who are you? Gray asked. That person was Kronos, his face obscured but exuding an imposing aura. "You're not dead yet," Kronos explained. "Your wounds have been healed." The ancient magical space, covered in brilliant gold, left Gray shocked. On the magic screen, his body from earlier appeared, full of injuries. "Did you heal me?" he asked. Kronos calmly replied, "No, that is your own power." Gray touched his chest, still doubtful. "My power," Kronos admitted. "Even I cannot accurately analyze your power, but I believe it is even stronger than the Purger, if you know how to control it." Gray was still skeptical. "You mean I can win this fight?" Kronos was cold but firm. "I make no promises, but I believe we must destroy him." Without finishing his sentence, Kronos lunged forward, piercing Gray's chest just as before. But this time, a magic circle protected him. "Go," Kronos whispered. "I will lend you my power." Everything felt like a dream. Gray returned to the battlefield, his body still lying on the ground. He gripped his sword tightly, trying to stand. The sword suddenly changed, its tip turning a mysterious black, becoming a dark sword. Kronos' voice echoed. "This is your power. My power is not something ordinary people can see." Gray prepared to fight. "So that's it." The noise alerted the Purger. Just as it turned around, Gray closed the distance, delivering a powerful slash. Killing intent flared within him. The Purger sensed the terrifying magical energy. "Impossible!" It recoiled, shocked. "Does someone this strong still exist?" Gray did not hesitate, advancing with absolute focus, searching for the enemy's weak point. Gray's eyes burned with murderous intent, channeling all his strength into a fatal blow. "Don't get cocky," the Purger countered. In a flash, Gray's body was severed. He was horrified, watching his body shatter, blood spraying everywhere. The Purger was triumphant. "Commendable. You forced me to use all my strength." But from behind, Gray's fiery red eyes blazed as if to burn everything down. The Purger's body felt like it was being crushed by an invisible force. Gray, shrouded in dark magic, stood tall in midair, holding the dark sword. Black smoke from the sword blended with his body. The Purger panicked. What the hell? It hastily activated its shield, but it was too late. Half of Gray's face was distorted. The dark sword, now massive, slashing straight down. The shield shattered, unable to withstand it. The sword stroke tore through the Purger's body, leaving a giant gash on the ground. "Are you really human?" The Purger screamed in despair. Gray, voice full of rage, replied, "That should be my question." In front of the murderer, he stood tall, like a symbol of survival and vengeance. Suddenly, a manic laugh rang out. Gray hurriedly retreated, keeping his footing firm. Even though it had been slashed deeply, the Purger tenaciously clung to life. It spoke, its voice deep and hoarse but full of surprise. "You're still alive?" "Indeed. Your power cannot be underestimated." Its breathing was labored, in disjointed rhythms, blood flowing profusely. It leaned its face close to Gray, eyes flashing with cold, threatening light. "Well, I'll crush you over and over until you die. I don't want to argue with a madman." Gray didn't respond, only exerting all his strength to swing the sword. A sharp, wind-tearing slash aimed straight at the Purger. The blade roared, powerful enough to make its body tremble, wounds spreading. A strange yellow liquid poured from its body, accompanied by agonizing screams mixed with poisonous curses. But suddenly, the Purger froze. It clasped its hands together, movements slow as if summoning something from the depths. Its body suddenly radiated magical rays, brilliant as a waking moon. The wings behind its back turned into 5 colors, shimmering like a galaxy. Both its hands pointed toward each other, a magic circle gradually forming, hovering in mid-air, emitting energy that made the air tremble. Time suddenly distorted. Night fell unexpectedly, covering everything in a terrifying silence. The Purger muttered, its voice deep as if signaling destiny. "Time's up." A bright moon appeared, shining cold silver light down. Gray furrowed his brow, suspicious. "What is it? Did it suddenly become nighttime?" He smiled coldly, unwavering. Nobody noticed that Gray had quietly appeared behind the Purger, fast as a ghost. His voice rang out softly, full of challenge. "So what?" Not letting the enemy react in time, Gray delivered a fatal blow straight to its neck. But suddenly, the blade struck an invisible film, hard as steel. Gray froze, his eyes flashing with surprise. The purger laughed, voice full of arrogance. It's useless. In this dream realm, nothing can harm me. Stop resisting in vain, Gray. Look at the stars for the last time. Gray stood still, not because of fear, but because the brilliant light from the sky was heading straight for him. That light, like a shooting star, grew larger with terrifying speed, burning as if to incinerate everything. The purger's voice seeped into Gray's mind, like a cruel whisper. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, that star has arrived very close. The giant fireball plummeted, exploding right where Gray stood, creating an earth-shattering blast. Everything around turned to ash, rock shattered. The purger flew up, triumphantly looking down at the rubble. A deep hole appeared, but Gray's figure was nowhere to be seen. It laughed loudly. You cannot revive if you have turned to dust. But from above, a shimmering magic portal suddenly appeared, leaving the purger confused. What? The portal gradually became clear, looking like a giant clock engraved with the word time. A deep voice echoed. It was Kronos. You've gathered amazing power indeed, but this must be enough to bring you back. The purger panicked, its whole body trembling. Impossible. Kronos, leisurely sitting high above, continued to speak. Can you hear me? Holder of great power, use all my power. I will send you back to the past. The purger's rage erupted. It screamed, Kronos, you bastard. Ignoring its fury, Kronos calmly continued. This is all I can do for you. The clock began to turn backward, the hour hand roaring like destiny. When it touched one, Kronos's voice grew fainter. I entrust the fate of this world to you. Perhaps this is not the end, but new beginning for Gray. Gray woke up, his body lying on a lush green lawn. The sky was clear, gentle sunlight spreading down. This world, strangely peaceful, as if it had never been destroyed. He slowly sat up, his mind hazy. Where is this? Looking around, the vibrant scenery made his heart feel as if it were being healed. In the distance, mountains, forests, houses, and villages appeared, hauntingly familiar. Geno Village? Why? He was stunned. Everything was like a dream, nostalgia for a place he used to call home. Geno Village, the place destroyed 15 years ago. Why was it still here, as vibrant as if it had never vanished? Kronos's final words echoed in his mind. Gray was startled. What he said, did it really happen? The emotion made his wrist wound throb. Looking down, he realized the old wound from the days of being bullied, being looked down upon. His body trembled, painful memories flooding back. No, he told himself, voice firm, I cannot let them beat me up again. In the past, Gray was weak, unable to fight back. They were too strong, and he was just helpless. But now, he did not want to repeat that fate. Destroying the purger was no longer a pipe dream. Gray stood up, walking toward the forest, reassuring himself, when I'm stronger, I'll deal with them. Now I don't want to get hurt more. Suddenly, he stopped. Ahead was Belder's group. They blocked the path, every one of them looking fierce. Belder, in a condescending tone, spoke up, I've been looking for you all this time. Gray sighed, frustrated. Such a nuisance. They threw a sword at him, ordering, take it. Gray didn't move, his gaze cold. Seeing that, the others approached, speaking sarcastically, playing dumb. Let's have a fight. Gray tried to evade, worried about his unhealed wounds. Oh, a fight? Sorry, my wounds haven't healed. Thanks for the invitation, but I can't join. Belder and his lackeys had no intention of letting him go. They sneered, showing contempt. Belder pretended to reassure. Don't worry, the blade is dull. It's safe. Gray looked straight into his eyes, exposing his intent. No matter how dull the blade is, it's still a block of iron. What if it hits a vital spot? Before he finished, Belder interrupted, voice harsh. Shut up. He slammed the sword into the ground, eyes blazing. Do you have the right to refuse? Don't like swords? Then fight barehanded. Belder lunged forward, full of confidence. Gray was stunned. He wants to fight me when I have no weapon? What kind of fighting is this? In Gray's head, memories flooded back. Before the regression, a former military doctor once said that his swordsmanship never progressed because of injuries from his childhood. Perhaps, he thought, my pathetic life started here. Not wanting to repeat the regrets, not wanting to live a meaningless life, Gray was determined. Suddenly, unconsciously, he dodged Belder's blow. He was also surprised, but didn't stop continuing to strike. Gray dodged again, gently as an instinct. That's slow. Belder was irritated, trying his best to attack. But Gray dodged everything. He suddenly realized his body was faster, more flexible than ever before. Belder's group was stunned. One murmured, "The way he moves, like a completely different person." Gray picked up the sword on the ground, hand gripping tightly, eyes burning. "I may not have the body I used to have, but the memories of the battles are still there." Belder attacked from above, intending to finish him. "Take this." But Gray countered, the force strong enough to make Belder stumble backward. Gray was worried, but this time it was for his opponent. Falling from just that? Is it okay to fight a newbie like him? He focused, determined not to back down. No, he doesn't deserve pity. They tormented me just because I couldn't fight. Gray's eyes turned cold, determined to change his humiliating past. He swung his sword, knocking Belder's sword away. He panicked. Damn it, why is it so easy? Gray stepped forward, voice deep but authoritative. Perhaps you've never been trained on how to block a sword. He stomped his foot hard, making Belder startle. But don't worry, you guys taught me that. Gray raised his sword, a cold smile, but his eyes burned with hostility. As long as the sword is dull, hitting people is just fine. A sword stroke slashed across Belder's shoulder. Fresh blood sprayed, making him panic. Hot blood drops splashed onto his face as a reminder of the stinging pain. Belder shriveled, clutching his shoulder, screaming in pain. The situation far exceeded Gray's expectations, as this incident wasn't in his plan. He was surprised, hesitating. Isn't the blade dull? Suspicious, Gray raised the sword to check. Indeed, the blade was chipped, riddled with cracks. Gray froze, heart confused. It was clearly dull. If this sword were sharp, he might have lost his life. But that didn't make him soften in the slightest. Gray's eyes turned cold, without a hint of compromise. He swung his sword, slamming it across Belder's face. The force of the blow made his nose bleed profusely, teeth broken in half, and his whole body flew backward, rolling on the ground. Gray was unmoved, only coldly thinking to himself, I'll just keep this dull sword. He walked closer, completely overwhelming Belder as he crawled on the ground. Gray mocked, voice deep but sharp. What's wrong? Screaming so loud, Belder trembled, tears on the verge of falling. But Gray still didn't stop criticizing. Where's the guy who said a dull sword would be safe? His face relaxed, a faint smile, but his eyes burned with unhidden rage. It's you, isn't it? Gray gritted out. Belder was terrified and couldn't utter a word. Just when he seemed to have repented, Belder suddenly turned to his lackeys and shouted, What are you standing there for? Get him. The fat one, having witnessed the previous fight, hesitated visibly, muttering, He's too strong. But the mushroom-headed one, still aggressive and thinking little of anyone, yelled, Charge! Get him from behind. The whole group lunged forward simultaneously, each from a different direction, surrounding Gray. He stood tall, his gaze cold and devoid of fear. What's this? Want another round? The group attacked frantically, but Gray stood still, not wavering in the slightest. He muttered, his voice as deep as fate. I was planning to let it slide, but now nothing remained but the sound of pained groaning. One by one, their faces bruised, they rolled on the ground. Looking at Belder and his minions kneeling, Gray suddenly remembered the dark days of his past. Back then, he had trembled before them. He spoke, sharp-tongued. You're from a Saria fencing dojo, right? Belder didn't dare look him in the eye, but still nodded in admission. The fat one squeaked. We thought we were strong enough, so we haven't been going there lately. Gray sighed, helpless at their childish thinking. Strong enough, really? He shook his head, telling himself not to expect too much from the dojo, though it still had its value. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Gray commanded, Refer me to the dojo. That place only accepts people by referral, right? Belder felt a pang of guilt, his eyes full of humiliation. Can you ask someone else? If I tell the master that I lost, I can't imagine what she'll say. Gray slashed the air, the sword tearing through the wind, startling Belder. So, shall we continue what we started? Belder's face darkened, scared as if chased by a ghost. He abandoned his accomplices and ran for his life, shouting back, I'll refer you. The dojo is this way. The group left behind was stunned. What? Belder, don't leave us. A while later, Belder and his lackeys led Gray to a bustling town. Gray was curious. Why do you want to go to the dojo? He replied indifferently. This dojo has a referral path to the academy, doesn't it? Belder, having skipped school for many days, only knew vaguely. I have heard of that. Gray nodded. That's why I want to go. The long-haired one interjected. I think you're strong enough without the academy. Gray was strict with himself, not letting the compliment sway him. If I were truly strong enough, how great would that be? Memories of the battle with the Purger flooded back, leaving him deep in thought. Even the world's strongest team couldn't touch him. Although he used all his strength, Gray couldn't inflict any damage. The image of the Purger enhancing its power urged him. How much stronger do I need to be to defeat him? Belder signaled, we've arrived. The only reason Gray came to the dojo was to become stronger. For a moment, he felt the dark power, even if just for a second. He recalled the days of training with the Sword Saint, those moments of absolute focus on swordsmanship. If I had spent more time training under the same conditions as the Sword Saint, the outcome of the battle might have been different. Gray suddenly realized his mission when returning to the past. That must be why Kronos brought me here. A female voice rang out, pulling Gray back to reality. So, in summary, what is it you want to tell me? Belder's group was kneeling on the floor, repentant. The woman in front of them, surely their master, questioned, you used the tactics I taught you to bully a civilian and ended up getting beaten to a pulp? It was Saria, the trainer of the Saria fencing dojo, a young woman with platinum hair covering one eye, her sharp gaze full of authority. Belder tried to justify, that's not it. We just wanted to spar. Saria was furious, swinging her hand and sending Belder flying. The remaining group trembled. She taught them strictly. Who gave you the right to make excuses? If you consider beating someone unarmed as sparring, then just now was also just a spar, wasn't it? Her wooden sword pointed straight at Belder's eyes, her gaze of disappointment unyielding. Leave and never come back. From now on, no one is to call themselves a student of this dojo. Belder's group slunk away, supporting each other in humiliation. Saria turned to Gray, kneeling on one knee, and said earnestly, sorry about that. It seems my former students have caused you trouble. Gray waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Saria thanked him for his kindness, then got straight to the point. I heard earlier that you want a referral to the academy? Gray nodded. She pulled a wooden sword from the rack. To apologize for the trouble caused by Belder in that lot. I need to verify your capabilities before writing the referral letter. She handed the wooden sword to Gray. He accepted it and nodded. Understood. The two stepped into a spar. Saria yielded. You go first. Start whenever you're ready. Gray didn't hesitate. Here I come. He lunged forward, using terrifying speed. Saria defended skillfully, her eyes not leaving a single sword stroke. She thought to herself, his swordsmanship is very combat-oriented, as if he's gone through countless battles. At this age, it's truly astonishing. Gray lowered his body, attacking from the side. Saria acknowledged, Belder and that lot aren't qualified to compare with him. Gray's movements were sharp, without a single wasted motion, seemingly self-taught but bearing the hallmarks of high-level swordsmanship. Saria was curious. Has someone taught him? But the sword strokes are still rough. He is an unpolished diamond. Saria began to fight seriously. It's a pity to end it early, but it's time to draw the curtain. She accelerated, but Gray was no less capable. With keen senses, he dodged the blow, even keeping up with her movements. Saria was secretly amazed. Strange. Why isn't he wavering? How can he keep up with me? Her body gradually became fatigued, but Gray remained steady. She faltered. I only intended to test his abilities. Why am I going all out now? Gray swung his sword hard, aiming straight at her, forcing Saria to retreat, quickly entering a defensive stance. She was startled. It's just a slash, but why do I have a bad premonition? The floor cracked under the force of the sword. Saria, both amazed and amused, declared, it ends here. But that confidence quickly vanished when she was shocked to realize her wooden sword had been slashed in two by Gray. Surprised by the unexpected situation, Saria couldn't react in time, only stuttering. Her wooden sword rolled on the cold floor, shattered as proof of her opponent's terrifying strength. Looking at the scene before him, Gray thought this feeling is just like that time. So, I really do possess that strength. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck, powerful enough to make him collapse, letting out a loud cry. Seeing Gray acting strangely, Saria asked worriedly, "What is it? Are you okay?" Gray gritted his teeth, his face distorted in pain, secretly guessing his body couldn't withstand that terrible power. Immediately, Gray tried to calm down, trembling as he stood up. He hesitated, voice weak, "I'm okay." Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he lamented in his mind, "I can't even stand still. I shouldn't abuse this power." Looking at Saria in front of him, he hesitated. Should I tell her about this? Sensing Gray's strange look, Saria furrowed her brow, confused. After adjusting his state, Gray quickly dismissed his initial thought. "No, it's better not to. Even if I say it, she'd find it hard to believe. Moreover, this is something I can't even control." Seeing the tense situation, Gray scratched his head, confusedly explaining to Saria, "I was just a bit distracted." Hearing Gray, Saria stayed silent, her eyes as if not believing what she had just witnessed. She was shocked looking at the shattered wooden sword, thinking breaking my sword with a blunt wooden one is impossible. She concluded, surely he realized that too. Seeing Saria standing motionless for too long, Gray began to panic. He hesitatingly asked, "Is something the matter?" The more she observed the small student in front of her, the more Saria pondered. Is he not planning to say anything about that? She closed her eyes, her expression serious for a long time. After thinking, she turned around, walked to the wooden bin, threw the broken sword in, then spoke. "All right, you said you wanted a referral to the academy, right?" Hearing the question, Gray showed signs of tension and nodded in response. "Yes, I heard you could do that." As soon as the words were finished, Saria affirmed firmly, "Yes, of course I can refer you to the kingdom's most prestigious academy, the Royal Fencing Academy." She paused, hesitated, then added, "But I advise you not to go there." Saria's expression darkened, her voice lowering, emphasizing, "You don't fit in there." The words felt like pulling Gray's mood down into a dark abyss. He gripped the wooden sword tightly, his mind filled with bitter thoughts. "I know, I'm not strong enough yet. After all, I can't do anything." As if understanding his thoughts, Saria spoke up, shattering his disappointment. "The place you should go is the World Union Academy." The firm words left Gray stunned, his pupils contracting in surprise. She continued, voice full of conviction, "The place you need to go isn't the kingdom's most prestigious academy, but the most prestigious academy in the world." The statement startled Gray, his heart pounding. The World Union Academy? Isn't that the origin of the Sword Saint and the others? Excited, he asked loudly, "Can someone like me be accepted there?" Saria shook her head, looking helpless. "No, it's impossible," she explained. "You must have realized it yourself. Your current body doesn't meet the requirements to become a fencer." Saria was serious, her gaze as if evaluating. "If it were the Royal Academy, you could get by with skill. But at the World Union Academy, it's impossible. How can you achieve that level with such a weak body?" Unable to refute the harsh words, Gray stammered, "I suppose so." His eyes gleamed with disappointment, heavy thoughts rising. "Everyone at that academy is a monster. With this body, I don't have a chance to compete." In the dim light of the room, Saria coldly spoke. "Giving up already? There are still 9 months until the examination." Knowing the remaining time, Gray was confused. Only 9 months. Saria agreed. Yes, perhaps not enough time, but she immediately gritted her voice firm, "But believe in me." Her voice held a threatening nuance. "In these 9 months, are you ready to endure torture?" Gray looked at his palms, vaguely replying, "I don't want to endure torture, but I will do it." He clenched his fist, placing it before his chest. Voice heroic, "For the next 9 months, I look forward to your guidance." Receiving the answer, Saria smiled triumphantly. "Well answered." The atmosphere suddenly went quiet. Gray tremblingly listened to Saria speak. Saria's expression became terrifying, voice threatening. "Let the hellish days begin." Immediately after, images of Gray's hardship appeared, blending with Saria's firm attitude. She always yelled, pushing him in every practice session. Time flew by. 8 months later, Gray's body was toned and stronger. Looking at him, Saria pensively praised, "You are stronger now." Pride showed on her face, a gentle smile with her arms crossed. I have nothing left to teach you. From now on, walk with confidence. Gray froze, eyes surprised, asking, but there's still a month until the exam. Seeing his surprise, Seria explained, in a strange place, you'll encounter difficulties. It's best to go there early. She raised her hand, giving him a brown bag. This is money for the trip and enough food for a month. Feeling her thoughtfulness, Gray clumsily waved to refuse. But going a month early, isn't that too soon? Golden sunlight shone through the window, stretching the shadows of the two master and student. Gray expressed, "It's as if you want to kick me out of the village." Seria smiled lightly, eyes half closed, comforting. "You're thinking too much." Suddenly, Gray mentioned something that startled Seria. "I heard there's a goblin lair nearby, and the village doesn't have many guards." Seria didn't deny, gently replying, "Ah, yes, there's indeed a lair." She was awkward, turning away, calmly explaining, "But it has nothing to do with us." She smiled, acting as if things were fine. "The capital will provide aid, so we don't need to worry." She reassured Gray, "Go take your exam, don't worry." But Gray thought to himself, "She's lying. There will be no aid for the village. And before the village is destroyed, the master will lose her life." The image of Seria covered in blood, lying motionless on the ground, appeared in Gray's head. They said she rushed into the goblin lair alone and was killed. Even so, Gray pretended not to know, nonchalantly replying, "I understand." The easy agreement made Seria briefly suspicious. Gray raised his hand to his chest, expressing gratitude. "Thank you." Gray's gaze was determined, full of confidence. "I'm going." Seria curled her lips, a smile from the bottom of her heart. "Sending well wishes. I hope you pass the exam." After Gray left, Seria quietly stepped into the deep forest. Under the night sky, the faint moonlight appeared clearly. A dried skeleton with a sword stuck in its mouth appeared. She walked alone in the deserted forest. Seria touched the bloodstain on the ground. Her eyes darkened as if calculating something, muttering, "According to the scout report, they are over there." Suddenly, a voice rang out in the quiet night, startling her. "Where are you going?" Seria looked up at the high tree branch. A familiar figure appeared, pitch black. It was Gray. Gray put on a fake concerned face, asking, "Master, where are you going?" While moving, suddenly a loud call rang out behind him. "Gray?" He turned back, encountering Seria. She spoke, her eyes full of suspicion. "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the academy by now?" Gray jumped down from the branch, replying, voice deep but sharp, "I should be the one asking that. I thought you said the goblin lair would be handled by the capital's army." Seria waved her hand, replying, "They said they couldn't come due to an emergency, so I intended to handle it alone." She added, voice full of confidence, "Anyway, I'm enough alone. Thanks to the scout's report, I know how strong that lair is." She sighed, her eyes briefly thoughtful. "The goblin boss is a high-level goblin, and in that lair, there are about 40 to 50 monsters. Must admit, with those numbers, it's a bit troublesome." Gray listened, pondering. A high-level goblin? He remembered the battle in the past, realizing the goblin's power didn't lie in physical strength, but in intelligence and leadership. He spoke up, "If surrounded, fighting alone is no different from suicide." One certainty appeared in his mind. Looking straight at Seria, Gray affirmed, voice determined, "If I let you go alone, you won't return unscathed, and the village will be destroyed by them." He emphasized, "I've seen that future with my own eyes." Ending his train of thought, he spoke up, "Let me go with you." But Seria stopped him, voice firm, "I already said I am enough alone." Gray didn't waver, gaze steadfast. "I don't want to miss the opportunity to accumulate actual combat experience." "Or do you think I'm getting in the way?" Seria explained, "You know, well, you aren't getting in my way." She secretly thought, he was even stronger than me in the practice spar. She turned, voice light but serious. "But who knows how it will be in actual combat? Especially when a monster lair appears so suddenly." She affirmed firmly, "Doing something so dangerous, it's best you wait until you have more combat experience." But Gray was still determined, voice cold. "So you really want to go alone?" "If so, I have an idea." Seria furrowed her brow. "What idea?" Gray stepped closer, declaring, "I will fight you and quickly defeat you." Then he let out a powerful statement, "Then handle the goblins myself." The space sank into silence. Gray was silent, his sword pointing straight at her. Saria didn't reply either. She stood still, only smiling lightly. Okay, I give up, she instructed, eyes serious. But you must promise me one thing. No matter what happens, you must return safe. Gray lowered his sword, nodded. Okay, I was planning on that anyway. Saying that, both went deep into the forest. Same to you, Master, don't die. Gray added, his voice half joking, half serious. The scene shifted to the goblin lair. The two talked while walking. The terrain was rugged, leaving no escape. Gray assessed. They're quite confident, daring to set up a lair in a place like this. He observed, we can't escape either. This time of monsters are very smart. We must be careful, Gray reminded. Saria nodded. I know. Her eyes became cold. The two scouted the situation, seeing no goblin boss. Probably in the tent, Gray whispered. Saria nodded. Hope to take down a few before the boss appears. She whispered, Gray, take down each one in that direction. Looking at the dense goblin camp, they discussed tactics. Saria said, I'll take this direction. The goblins looked hideous, growling, threatening. Gray replied, Understood. Saria signaled, Good. Let's go. A goblin sniffed something, turned back. Saria lunged forward, swinging her sword decisively. The monster's head rolled. The goblins behind roared in anger. They exchanged in their screeching language. Right after, the whole bunch of goblins scurried, gathering together. On this side, Gray was no less heroic. He swung his sword gently, slashing a sharp line, making the goblins unable to react. Blood splattered, the scene chaotic. Saria didn't give in, fighting the dense goblin swarm. Gray lunged forward, one sword cleanly slicing a few goblins. The two stopped, surrounded by dead monsters. Saria praised, Not bad. Is this really your first time? Gray instructed, Master, be careful. We've only just begun. He was confused. Strange, they're too weak. If so, the master could handle it entirely. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He cast his eyes toward the distant hut. A pair of glowing red eyes was watching, hideously terrifying. Gréchaudourde, sans signe danger, and shouted, Saria, we need to go. Run. She asked in surprise, What's wrong? Gray, losing his composure, said, Just run. Saria was stunned, but followed his lead. All right, she replied, and both of them ran for their lives. Behind them, a goblin was in pursuit. Gray widened his eyes, realizing the goblin looked unusually powerful. Every one of its steps made the ground shake. He wore a grim smile under the moonlight. But suddenly, Gray yelled, No, that's not a goblin boss. A grotesque mouth opened wide. Behind, a horde of goblins swarmed in, showing off their strength and growling chaotically. Saria panicked. What is that? An individual stronger than a high-level goblin. Gray confirmed, a goblin warlord. That's the real goblin boss. A giant monster, wielding an axe, led the pack of goblins. Saria came to her senses. Goblin warlord? We can't handle this kind of monster. Saria, in a panic, shouted at the high-level goblin in front. Kill this one, and then run. She swung her sword, slashing at its arm. It raised its weapon to block. Her gaze became more determined than ever. Saria launched a series of attacks. Fortunately, she managed to strike its shoulder. Blood gushed out, but she was stunned as the wound began to heal. Saria was confused. It's healing itself? Gray rushed over. It's useless. He explained. The goblin warlord's roar increases the strength and recovery speed of its allies. That's why they're unusually strong. He emphasized, we can't kill any of them. He swung his sword, drawing blood from the monster, which screamed in pain. Gray suddenly had an idea. Master, leave the goblin behind to me. You don't need to kill it, just stall for time. Saria turned. What are you planning to do? Gray said coldly. There's only one choice left. He declared icily. Eliminate that bastard. A sinister, arrogant smile spread across Gray's face. He swung his sword toward the goblin in front, the blade cutting through the wind to create a bright arc. As he fought, he thought to himself, it's so annoying how they keep trying to ambush me. He delivered another strike, the sharp blade flying straight toward the goblin. It didn't give in, immediately raising its axe and swinging it hard toward Gray. As he parried, he calculated his next move in his head. I just need to focus on wiping out all the enemies in front of me right now. But the very next second, an unexpected accident happened. Gray's sword shattered into many small pieces the moment he swung down. He looked at the remaining hilt in his hand with disbelief. Could his sword really not withstand a hit from a buffed-up goblin? The goblin didn't have the patience to wait for Gray to recover. It slammed its axe into the ground, the force of the blow pushing Gray back. He quickly drew his spare sword and kept fighting. It's a good thing I brought a backup. But this one won't last long either. From afar, Saria, who was fighting the goblins, shouted, "Gray, use my spare sword." Gray took the sword, feeling a surge of strength. "Thank you." He gripped both swords, ready to fight to the death with the goblin in this fierce battle. Now he had two, but it still wasn't enough to wipe out the monsters. Facing the goblin warlord and the goblins in between, Gray sheathed one and decided to focus. He charged toward the goblin, unleashing a brilliant, powerful slash as if to tear the space apart. The goblin didn't yield, swinging its axe straight at Gray's face, leaving a cut on his cheek. Gray gritted his teeth, using his sword to hold off the axe blade. He roared, making no secret of his frustration. Right after that, he drew the second sword from his waist, fighting with all his might against the swarming goblins. A stream of light erupted from the horrific skull. A goblin let out a loud roar, its eyes emitting a bright yellow glow. Gray was stunned by the sight. What? It was buffing its allies even more? After being empowered, the goblin continued to swing its axe at Gray. He could only try to resist that terrifying power. "You saw through my plan, huh?" The lead goblin roared. Immediately, dozens of goblins charged at Gray. He muttered, "Your intelligence really isn't anything to sneeze at." Gray's sword collided with the sharp axe blade, sending sparks flying everywhere. After a period of intense defense, Gray broke free from the axe. He stepped back, built up momentum, and shouted, "Bring it on!" He lunged forward, cutting through the goblin horde like a whirlwind, catching them off guard. Gray swung his sword, trying to take down as many as he could. "I don't have time to deal with them one by one." Suddenly, a goblin grabbed Gray tight, while another one rushed over, swinging its axe to finish him off. But it lunged straight into Gray's sword, dying on the spot. Gray suddenly realized their intent. They were intentionally trying to break his sword by throwing themselves at him. Gray looked up, a shadow blocking the dim light on his face. The ferocious goblin swung its powerful fist. Gray managed to block it with his sword, but the force of the blow sent him flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face covered in injuries. Gray struggled to sit up amidst the broken rubble, groaning in pain. He looked at the last sword in his hand. Now only this one remains. He stood up, facing the goblins and the warlord. "A whole swarm, and I only have one sword?" Gray lowered his head, recalling his experiences from before the regression. "I know I can't win," he helplessly admitted. Even so, Gray still gripped the last sword tight. He turned towards Saria and shouted, "Master, run." "While they're focused on me, run." Saria just smirked, clutching her sword, and replied, "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." Gray dodged the goblin's attacks, still trying to persuade her. "Are you planning on dying for nothing?" "Master, I'll run after you. Don't worry about me." Saria answered, "That's not it." Her eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. She looked at the wound on her thigh. "I can't run anymore." Hearing this, Gray couldn't believe his ears, turning back to look at her in shock. He looked at the last sword in his hand. "I'm out of options." Gray decided to fight to the death. "I regressed to destroy the purgation." He swung the chipped sword, hoping to put up some resistance. But before his eyes, the sword shattered into pieces. So this is how it ends, in a place like this? Gray stood there, weaponless. Even surrounded by goblins, he refused to give up. Clenching the hilt, he told himself, "No, it's not over yet." He recalled the moment he was cornered in the past. If I can unlock that power, even against a whole swarm, I might still be able to. The sword shattered into many large pieces. Gray whispered to himself, Remember that feeling." He held up the remaining piece of the blade, closed his eyes, and focused on his power. Suddenly, a surge of blood-red power erupted. Gray gently slashed through the necks of all the goblins. The sword in his hand turned into a stream of dense black mist. Saria watched, absolutely astonished. Gray stood there, his face covered in blood, but he smiled to reassure her. "It's all right now." He swung his sword repeatedly, sending goblins falling in droves. Even the strongest goblin was sliced in two. The goblin chieftain couldn't believe his eyes. Saria felt the same, never expecting her apprentice to awaken such terrifying power. On her side, she blocked the goblin's axe blade with just one hand. She calmly provoked it, too light. Saria's eyes flashed. "You've given me a hard time." With a light wave of her hand, the goblin tumbled backward. Saria thought to herself, "Without the warlord to buff your strength, you're nothing." It was well past midnight, and the two finally took down the entire goblin horde. Gray spoke up, his voice low but emotional. "Somehow we did it." He held the broken sword in front of him, apologetic. "I'm sorry, I broke your sword." Saria replied calmly, "Don't worry, you saved my life." She reached out to take back the broken sword. Gray, still trembling from the previous attack, couldn't finish his sentence before suddenly collapsing. Lying motionless on the ground, Saria panicked, running over and shouting, "Gray!" Gray slowly woke up, his mind hazy. "Where am I?" He looked around, seeing only a thick, black expanse of water. In front of him, a door hovered, emitting a mysterious black smoke. Gray realized this was that power. The door continuously exhaled streams of black mist. "If I open it, will I receive that power?" He pondered, taking a few steps closer. But as soon as he touched it, an invisible force held him tight, making his body rigid. Gray immediately stepped back, away from the door. He clutched his chest, trying to breathe, his heart pounding. "I don't know why, but if I open this door now, I'll die." A tear rolled down his cheek. A notification appeared in his mind. Wise decision. Gray seemed to wake up, his eyes widening as his mind returned to reality. He gasped for air, realizing he was lying on a small bed. Saria stood by, calling out softly, "Gray, you're awake." He asked in a weak voice, "Where am I?" Saria replied, "The village infirmary. You've been unconscious for 5 days. I was afraid you wouldn't wake up again," she said, her voice full of worry. Gray brought his hand to his forehead, slowly accepting reality. "So I've slept for 5 days. I pushed myself too hard. I guess it took a toll on my body." Saria shook her head. "I don't think push myself too hard is enough to describe what you did." Gray sat up. Saria asked caringly, "Ignoring that, is your body okay? Can you get up?" Gray checked himself and noticed something unusual. "I can't put any strength into my right arm. I can move it if I try hard, but will I still be able to hold a sword?" He looked at his bandaged arm, noticing strange black marks. "And this birthmark," Gray muttered. Saria noticed he had trouble moving his arm. "It doesn't move well, does it?" Gray thought to himself, "Can she not see the birthmark?" He replied, "My dominant arm is hard to put any force into." Saria nodded, as if she had expected it. "Just as I thought. It won't heal anytime soon. I mean, all the bones in your right arm are shattered," she added. Gray felt around his body, amazed. "My bones are shattered?" But strangely, he felt no pain. Saria pointed to the medicine bottle on the table. "We used magic medicine to heal you." Gray looked at the bottle, stunned. "Magic medicine? Isn't that very expensive?" Saria sat on the opposite bed, reassuring him, "Don't worry. The village chief gave it to us." Gray was surprised. "The village chief? Why would he give it to someone like me?" Saria replied indifferently. "What are you talking about?" "Gray, you're the hero of this village." Gray still didn't quite understand, looking dazed. Suddenly, a silver-haired man pushed the door open and stepped in, shouting, "Gray!" He was confused, gripping the medicine bottle. "Thank you for the magic medicine, Chief." He cut in. "We're the ones who should thank you. We're talking about a goblin warlord. That's a monster that couldn't be harmed, even if forces from all the surrounding towns joined together." The chief continued, rushing to the bed and gripping Gray's hand tightly. "If you hadn't killed it, the village would have been destroyed." He squeezed Gray's hand with both hands, eyes welling up. "If not for you and Saria, this medicine, this infirmary, and even the villagers' lives, nothing would exist," he said. Gray was embarrassed. "You're too kind, sir." Gray was embarrassed. "You're too kind, sir." Gray looked at the medicine bottle, thinking, perhaps he's right. In the world before the regression, this village was destroyed by goblins. The village chief stood up and bowed respectfully. "If you still don't realize the significance of what you've done, I'm ready to explain in detail," he said, pausing. "I heard you'll be participating in the World Union Academy entrance exam, right?" Gray nodded, confirming, "Yes." He suddenly held his chin, deep in thought. I want to kill goblins a week before the exam. If I slept for 5 days, there are only 2 days left. Gray's expression was grave. It takes 3 days on foot to get there from here. It's possible to get there in 1 day by horse, but I don't have the money. He quickly asked the chief, "Sir, I'm sorry, but could you lend me a horse?" The village chief turned around, saying as he walked, "I knew you'd ask, so I've prepared the best horse in the village. At that speed, you'll make it in time." Saria stood by and added, "If you hadn't woken up today, we were planning to carry you there ourselves." Gray left the bed, opening the door to the natural light, and was surprised by the scene outside. Hundreds of villagers stood cheering, congratulating him on waking up. Everyone held up a banner, shouting, "Thank you. You have to pass the exam." Someone else said, "Thank you for saving the village." A man stepped forward and handed Gray a small cloth bag. "Gray, take this." Gray took the bag and asked, "What is this?" The man replied, "It's something the whole village contributed for you. We heard the registration fee for the academy is very expensive." Gray was touched, not knowing how to respond. "Thank you all so much." He prepared to depart, joking, "If I fail the exam now, it'll be hard to come back here." Saria reassured him, "Don't worry." She looked at him, her voice confident. No candidate at the academy could defeat a goblin warlord. Gray was still insecure, touching his immobile right arm. "But with this right arm," Saria cut him off, "your left arm still works fine, right?" Gray checked his left arm. "Yes." Saria continued, "That's enough. You don't need to use that power." Gray turned to get on his horse, but muttered, "The exam isn't easy enough to pass with just one arm." Saria stepped closer. "It's fine. The examiners aren't blind to ignore your potential. I guarantee it." She looked him straight in the eye, her voice firm. "You will definitely pass." Gray felt empowered. "Thank you so much. After you said that, I can't fail now." He thought to himself, this village was destroyed in the previous world, but now it still exists. This world is different. The future can be changed with this power. Gray looked at the villagers one last time, saying goodbye. "I'm off." Not long after, he arrived at the exam site. He stroked the horse. "Thank you. Thanks to you, I made it in time." Gray looked up at the towering castle in front of him. So this is the World Union Academy. The massive building appeared amidst the blue sky, as magnificent as a challenge. Under the clear blue sky, birds flew in flocks. The examiner's voice rang out, solemn and commanding. "We will now begin distributing the test papers. Until this process is complete, all candidates must remain in the central arena." As soon as the examiner finished speaking, a flurry of whispers broke out among the crowd below. "Are we all candidates?" one whispered. "But only about 20 people will pass." A few candidates discussed previous exams. "I heard the passing number changes every year. Some years they accept 50 people, but other years only one passes." The examiner's voice boomed again, drowning out the noise. "Now, please welcome Professor Ariel." Without keeping everyone waiting, a figure with long, fiery red hair appeared, drawing every admiring gaze. She smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's start right away. We will now distribute the test papers. Candidates, please take the paper that appears before you." She snapped her fingers to create a signal. A strange golden light flashed overhead. In front of Gray, a piece of paper gradually formed from that light. He quickly raised his hand to take it. The information appeared on the paper. Candidate number 513, Swordsmanship Zone. Seeing that everyone had received theirs, Professor Ariel reminded them from above, "It seems everyone has their paper. Some of you might be surprised to see that the paper only lists your number and testing zone." She continued, her voice serious. "Rest assured, it's the same every year. The World Union Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, status, or anything else." She reached out to grasp the edge of the table and said decisively, "Not even your name." She wore a grim smile. "It's not important to us either." The entrance to the academy appeared grandly in the middle of the road, blending with Ariel's voice. "Only those who pass the exam and earn the right to cross the bridge will be asked their names." She added, "You can even use a fake name if you want." Gray looked at his test paper and thought disgruntledly, "I left my sword at the inn, yet it assigned me to the swordsmanship zone. What kind of system is this?" As if reading everyone's thoughts, Ariel arrogantly spoke up. "I assigned the testing zones based on my assessment of you." Her voice was cold, carrying a hint of a threat. If I am mistaken, please raise your hand. Hearing the declaration, the crowd was bewildered and countered. She chose the zone just by looking? She must be joking, right? There's no way she can do that with so many people. Some concluded. They must have vetted us beforehand. Or perhaps she's using mind-reading magic, another whispered. Seeing no one raise their hand, Ariel looked satisfied. It seems no one is in the wrong zone. She continued. The waiting time is over. Next, I will announce the exam schedule. Please check your tickets. Gray immediately checked the paper. A line of black text appeared. Candidate number 513, Swordsmanship Zone, Day 1, 11 a.m. He panicked and lamented internally. Damn it, I'm testing on the very first day? I was hoping for more time for my arm to heal. After a moment of silence, Ariel wore a terrifying expression and gave a serious warning. This is a one-time practical exam. If you are late, you will be automatically disqualified. Be sure to arrive on time. We do not accept requests for schedule changes. Gray clutched his right arm, worried. I still can't channel strength into my dominant arm. Please heal by tomorrow, even just a little bit. In the blink of an eye, the exam day arrived. At the test site, Gray looked at his injured arm, terrified. It hasn't healed at all. I guess I have to take the exam with my arm like this. Suddenly, the examiner's voice rang out, pulling Gray from his thoughts. Next candidate, please wait at the arena entrance. Gray took a deep breath, comforting himself. All right, I shouldn't be pessimistic right now. He clenched his right fist, thinking my left hand still works normally and my right hand can move a little. Regaining his composure, Gray thought about how to pass the exam. I need to use the time to observe the examiner's movements and find an opening. Before his eyes, a swordsmanship match between an examiner and a candidate took place. The examiner said, "You may strike first." The candidate replied immediately. All right. Without hesitation, the candidate grabbed his sword, shouted loudly, and lunged at the examiner. He swung his sword down hard onto the wooden floor, creating a loud noise and a thick cloud of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, the examiner stood motionless, completely unharmed. The candidate yelled, "Damn, I'm not done yet." He gathered all his strength and swung his sword at the examiner. But the examiner easily blocked it, causing the candidate to panic. Impossible. In a flash, his sword was knocked away. Both he and his sword flew back, slamming hard against the wooden floor with a loud boom. The candidate clutched his arm, deathly pale, unable to stand up. The examiner's cold voice rang out. Your exam is over. Retrieve your weapon and leave the site. The candidate muttered, understood, his face clearly showing disappointment. Witnessing that, Gray gave a faint smirk, but inside he was panicking. I'm doomed. The examiner's voice urged. Next, number 513. Gray put on a serious face. Yes. He reminisced. You're telling me to fight someone who just beat a guy bigger than me. As if set up, the examiner repeated. You may strike first. Gray replied, all right. Standing on the arena floor, Gray trembled, comforting himself. Honestly, I don't see any chance, but I'll do whatever it takes. He lunged straight at the examiner's position, shouting, Here I come. As he ran, he recalled Serial's words, a sword isn't just swung by the arm. You channel strength from your entire body through your arm, carrying your determination and belief. Gray decided to cling to the hope from Serial. That's what she taught me, right, teacher? Even though his right arm was powerless, he funneled strength through his other muscles. In the blink of an eye, the sword swung up, but the slash missed the examiner. Conflict arose within him. But I can't fight normally. If swinging a sword without arm strength were that easy, no one would bother training their body. The examiner's image appeared, and he suddenly swung his sword at Gray. Observing the movement, Gray discovered his sword was a bit slow. Realizing the weakness, Gray blocked the sword strike. As he fought, he mused, he has terrifying strength, but his speed and technique are not equal to my teacher's. If I rely on her swordsmanship, I might be able to compensate for the difference. Gray continuously unleashed agile sword strikes, confirming his deduction. That's right, he's slower. The examiner became grimacing, panicked, always in a state of tension. Gray judged he's not as strong as I thought. Serial's smiling image appeared, along with her words full of belief, you will definitely pass. The encouragement from Serial added more strength. With a burning heart, Gray gathered all his force and knocked the examiner's sword away. He thought to himself, I really can do it. The match between the two became fierce, like a spectacular test of speed. The examiner's attacks remained steady and relentless. Gray increased his defense, but was still at a disadvantage even after grasping his opponent's weakness. Even though he had seen through his swordsmanship, Gray tightened his grip on the sword, preparing to counterattack. He didn't hesitate and attacked the examiner's shoulder, but with seasoned experience, he easily dodged. Gray pondered, with no intention of giving up. He thought to himself, the difference in strength is still too great. I can't break his sword stance. It's not easy to win with just one hand. Gray attacked continuously, using his fastest speed. The examiner gradually exposed openings. Gray grasped the situation. His movements are clumsier. A bit risky, but if I act now, he drew his sword back, causing the examiner to lose momentum. Gray prepared for the plan now. Come at me. Just as expected, the examiner lunged forward. Gray's eyes flashed with confidence. Gotcha! He swung his sword too hard. It's predictable. He stepped back into a defensive stance, but instead of blocking, he planted his sword into the ground as a pivot. Gray agilely circled behind, causing the examiner to panic. Seeing his opponent pushed into a passive state, Gray rejoiced. Even with the huge strength difference, as long as I get behind him, he lunged forward, but the referee's voice rang out, stop. Just a fraction. Gray's blade had touched the examiner, just inches from his thin clothes. Gray was reluctant, his body exhausted. Is the match over already? Isn't it too early? The referee from the stands announced. Match time is up. The result is a draw. Gray was stunned and disappointed. I wasn't fast enough. He tried to suppress the frustration about to well up. He tremblingly held his sword, then let it go, accepting it. Gray turned and left the arena, telling himself, I did my best. But if I can't beat him, I'll have trouble later on. He looked back at the arena, his heart heavy. Thank you, sir. 1 week later, in meeting room 53 of the World Union Academy, 6 members of the organizing committee sat in a large room. The headmaster, an elderly man wearing glasses, spoke up. What do you all think about the candidates? They have completed the exam. A brown-haired man replied indifferently. Tiring. An older examiner said cautiously, the way everyone observes is a bit inefficient. Next year we should divide the work. An old man with a mustache focused on benefits. We cannot miss talent just to save effort. The headmaster was frustrated by their apathy. I'm asking for opinions about the students, not the testing system. Starting with the swordsmanship course, the headmaster said. Small holograms appeared on the table. Someone asked, who passed? The older examiner analyzed. As usual, those who defeat the examiner pass. Otherwise, we consider the quality of performance and the ability to hold ground for 15 minutes. What do the swordsmanship instructors think? He continued. Besides those who defeated the examiner, candidates 5217 and 753 stood out. The brown-haired man interrupted. Keep the list to that. The others won't be able to keep up even if they pass. The mustache man agreed. I concur. Are there any other opinions? The room fell silent with no one countering. The headmaster concluded, we confirm the list of admitted students for the swordsmanship course. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What about candidate 513? It was Ariel, the red-haired girl who had been quiet from the start. What does everyone think about candidate 513? The bespectacled man pondered. The mustache man opened the screen showing Gray's match. This kid looks like he was about to win, but had to use a trap. It will be hard for him to keep up later. He's only good, but his strength is still weak. I saw him overwhelmed from start to finish, another person said. The headmaster was doubtful. The mustache man quashed the idea of adding Gray. Ariel sighed, fed up. With so many people watching, how can no one realize it? The way everyone watches is truly a waste. The discussion ended. The next day, everyone came to receive the results. Gray was present, holding the notice. Candidate 513, Swordsmanship Course, Day 1, 11 a.m. A loudspeaker sounded. We will now announce the list of admitted students for the swordsmanship course. A total of 6 candidates. Gray was nervous. This is it. The speaker continued. For those admitted, your paper will automatically burn. Candidate number 5, 217. Next is candidate numbers 432, 615, 753, 925. Gray was stunned and desperate. So, I really failed. The speaker rang out. Those admitted, please cross the bridge and complete enrollment procedures today. The atmosphere was chaotic, mixed with joy and sadness. Gray lowered his head, his heart heavy. Suddenly, the speaker continued. Next is the announcement of the God's Eye special recommendation. Candidate number 513. Gray's paper burned with blue flames. He became the center of attention. Looking at the flames, Gray was skeptical. I passed. The crowd whispered, mostly sarcastically. God's Eye special recommendation? Choosing this way again, he skeptically asked himself, God's Eye special recommendation? That's the first time I've ever heard of it. The admitted candidates mocked. Isn't that just entering through the back door? The academy is really going downhill. Gray was distracted. Back door? I don't know anyone. Could be thanks to my teacher, but I haven't heard anything. An old man leaning on a cane walked up and reprimanded. Hey, don't talk nonsense about the God's Eye special recommendation. It's a prestigious category that has created heroes for hundreds of years. They ignored him. Old men are obsessed with God's Eye. Isn't that just a story of past glory? Another said, the people recently admitted to God's Eye all failed. Amy Whitebell, Gia Blum. Gray remained silent, enduring the sarcasm. A bunch of failures. Even the current candidates know that. But the names Amy Whitebell and Gia Blum sparked a glimmer of hope. They were the key forces that confronted the Lich King. Now, my name is mentioned along with theirs. The gentle dawn covered the academy, everything immersed in quiet light. The main building stood majestically amidst thin mist, the surrounding canal flowing peacefully. The crowd of people rushed in. The loudspeaker blared. The entrance ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. If you have finished changing, please gather at the plaza in front of the main office. Groups of students in dark blue uniforms with gold trim appeared on the stone-paved path, the academy badge sparkling with silver light on their left chests. Amidst the crowd, Gray walked calmly, exuding a cold, unpredictable aura. A few students gathered, looking around awkwardly. Is this the plaza in front of the main office? One asked quietly. His friend replied, What's the matter? Haven't we arrived at the right place yet? Suddenly a figure ran up, panting. Sorry, due to a mistake, the preparations were delayed. A student wondered, preparations? The man continued, Would you mind stepping back a bit, so I can place the stairs? Everyone looked at each other confused, but still backed away as requested. Is this enough? He turned back, smiling, enough. In the confusion, he knelt down, pressed his hands to the ground, and muttered, all right. A glowing magic matrix covered the space. The complex magical lines intersected, radiating a golden light as dazzling as an exploding sun. Red-orange lightning bolts darted through the stream of light, creating a violent, supernatural sensation. The ground shook. The air seemed compressed by enormous energy. The crowd stared in amazement at the power beyond their comprehension. In an instant, everything vanished, the sky clear as after a storm. He stood up, calmly. Sorry for the delay. You can sit wherever you like. The students were still stunned, lips trembling, yes. They glanced side to side, one confused. Was that teleportation magic, right? Another gritted his teeth. They teleported something this big? Gray sat down on a chair, thinking maybe they wanted to hold the entrance ceremony in a place where you can see the school clearly. Using teleportation is such a waste. He turned his face, smiling brightly. This is the power of the World Union Academy. He suddenly saw two people talking. Are there too many seats? Only 30 students were admitted. Why so many seats? The girl with short hair smiled wryly. Don't you know? The other friend was defensive. Sorry, other than swordsmanship, I don't know much. The short-haired girl smiled. Let me explain. She twirled her fingers to the rhythm. The World Union Academy, as the name suggests, is where the best students in the world gather. She exclaimed, Look, they're here. The other girl was startled, widening her eyes in the direction she pointed. In the blue sky, giant airships glided through the clouds. The polished hulls reflected the early light. The sails were taut, catching the wind, like majestic flying warships. Between the airships were giant dragons, flapping their wings, their massive forms on display. She screamed, What is this? The airships still stood majestically. Gray's eyes widened in amazement. The Sotra Quinn magical airship. I was on it when I joined the team to exterminate the purgers. I heard this was one of the largest airships in the world, yet they brought it out just to host an entrance ceremony. He thought to himself, it truly lives up to its name as the World Union Academy. The airship landed, kicking up dust everywhere. A group of people with cold expressions stepped forward. The headmaster was happy, resting his hands on the podium. It seems everyone has arrived. Let's begin the entrance ceremony. The speaker blared, "Thank you, headmaster, for your speech." Gray crossed his arms, yawning. It turns out the entrance ceremony is normal too. He was surprised to hear his name called. Next is a greeting from the valedictorians of the subjects. Leon Hart, valedictorian of swordsmanship, please give a speech. Leon stood up, bowed politely yes. He walked down, amidst whispering praise. He beat the examiner in just one strike. I heard his swordsmanship is on par with the instructors. Leon bowed low, placing his hand on his chest to greet the professors. I am Leon Hart, truly an outstanding student. His face exuded a serious aura. Gray sighed, his expression pensive. Leon politely asked, "May I have the freedom to speak?" The professor smiled. Of course. Leon thanked him and turned sharply to look at the students. I have something I want to say to my fellow students. First, congratulations to everyone who was admitted through the official channels. It is an honor to be enrolled with everyone. He placed his hand on his chest, showing goodwill. To graduate and contribute to the world, let's try our best. I look forward to the days we advance further at this prestigious academy. But unfortunately, among us, there is someone who does not deserve to stand here. Right, God's eye professor, Ariel? Ariel, who was closing her eyes, enjoying the atmosphere, startled by being called out, but quickly regained composure. Every student here passed the rigorous entrance exam. Even if they aren't as strong as you, it wouldn't be right to dismiss them. Why are you asking me that? Leon's face hardened, his eyes filled with indignation. I'm not talking about the ones who passed fairly, but the students who were handpicked by the professor via the gods' special admission. He shouted, pointing at the students, "Step forward, hand in your uniforms, and leave this academy immediately." The students were in an uproar. Everyone was frantically turning their heads, trying to figure out who the god's eye student was. Gray felt anxious. What's with all this tension? Luckily, he doesn't know what I look like. If I just sit still, I shouldn't be found out. Ariel laughed out loud. The freshmen this year are quite lively, aren't they? Gray protested. Professor, I'm being serious. Please stop with the backdoor admissions. A swish passed by like a gust of wind. Ariel appeared behind Leon, whispering, "Do you think you're stronger than that student?" Leon shouted back, "What? Of course I am. Am I wrong?" Ariel smiled with amusement. "I like that attitude. Let's make a bet then." Leon was surprised. A bet. Ariel crossed her arms, calm. Her lips curled into a confident smirk. "I'll bet my entire professorship against that student's enrollment." Gray was taken aback by her words, slightly choked up. A bet. Leon didn't understand either, asking, "Professor Ariel, are you planning to make me fight that special admission brat?" Ariel, not even bothering to open her eyes, waved her hand. "I don't do such crude things." She adjusted her glasses, looking straight at Leon. "Besides, if he goes all out, you'll die. As a teacher, I can't let a student get into danger." A vein popped on Leon's forehead. He glared, furious. "Are you provoking me?" Ariel remained calm. "I'm serious. So let's bet on monsters instead of humans. It's safer." She paused, then continued. "Besides, you're better at fighting monsters than people, right?" Leon grew even angrier. "So you know that, huh? Then exactly what is the bet?" Ariel smiled faintly, as if she had achieved her goal. Raising a hand, she said, "Simple, just kill the monster I choose as the target." Professor Ariel went on to explain the rules for each round, with the monsters becoming stronger each time. Whoever fails to kill their target first loses. Gray sat in his chair, helplessly rubbing his head. Ariel continued, "If he loses, I resign, and all special admission students are expelled. If you lose, you have to do whatever I say." Leon's disbelief was reflected in Ariel's glasses. She acted as if nothing had happened, extending her hand toward Leon. "Well," he touched the sword at his hip. "Tell me what the targets are first. Even though I'm confident I can handle any opponent, I don't want to walk into some ridiculous trap." Ariel rested her chin on her hand, pondering. "Let's see, for the first target, how about a goblin general?" Is that too easy for you? The students in the hall were stunned. Gray crossed his arms, thinking carefully, a goblin general? Why did she pick that one? Conversely, Leon slammed the table in anger. Are you kidding me? Sweat beaded on his forehead. A goblin general isn't the kind of monster one person can take down alone. Ariel smiled lightly. I didn't say kill it right away. The deadline is within this year. Reasonable, right? Leon shouted. If someone could take down a disaster-class monster alone after just 1 year of training, people wouldn't be suffering. Pick a more realistic target. He stopped, panting, then wore a smile, clenching his fists. You're deliberately picking a monster nobody can beat so that no one wins, right? I don't agree. Ariel stepped closer. Then let's add a condition. If it's a draw, you win. Leon was surprised, huh? Ariel continued. In other words, if that kid can't take down the goblin general, I'm automatically fired and the special admission students are expelled. She winked playfully. How about that? Leon nervously confirmed. Are you crazy? I feel like the outcome of this bet was already decided. Ariel turned to leave, still smiling. So I'll take that as you not objecting. Leon added a condition. It has to be an intact goblin general, not a weakened one. Ariel raised her hand, and a flash of light appeared. She flicked her wrist, and a pen and a piece of white paper appeared. I've written the details into this magic contract. The contract floated in the air. If there are no issues, sign it. Leon read it carefully, then signed with the pen. I'm in. He asked further, but do you actually believe that kid can win? Ariel didn't care, turning around to leave. Who knows? Ariel returned to her seat and sat down calmly. The hall buzzed with gossip about the contract. What's wrong with Professor Ariel? Maybe she's using the bet as an excuse to retire. She's been washed up for a long time. Ariel ignored the sarcasm, smiling as she looked at the contract. Gray sighed helplessly. Great, the bet has officially started. He opened his eyes, considering, wait a minute, why do I feel like she factored in the monster I beat before enrolling into this bet? The deadline is within this year. Ariel noticed Gray staring at her. Gray thought it through. The bet was decided from the start. Ariel put her index finger to her lips, signaling him not to spill the beans. Gray exclaimed to himself, she plays dirty. The teacher on the podium calmly began. Now, let's start our introductory lesson on magic. He placed a book on the table. Some of you might be surprised that the lectures start on the very first day. But as Academy students, you must remember, do not waste even a single day. He raised his hand, glowing with blue light. Let's start with how to use magic. The teacher continued a lecture on magic. Inside the body exists an invisible source of energy called ether. By channeling it through magic circuits, you can... The teacher lectured intently. The students listened seriously. Gray thought, I was worried I wouldn't keep up, but it's okay. I learned this stuff at the training camp already. He looked at the blonde sitting in the front row, in the same class as him again. I should have picked a different one. He leaned his cheek on his hand in boredom. Please, no one find out I'm the gods, I special admissions student. A voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, you there, looking bored, huh? It hasn't even been 5 minutes, and you're already looking elsewhere. Gray stammered. I apologize. He thought to himself. He noticed with just a glance, even though I'm sitting in the very last row. The professor closed his book. If you're so confident, why not show the class? I assume you know basic magic? Gray stood up, confused. Sir, we're in the swordsmanship course. I thought it was fine not to know magic. The professor reminded him, even if you only use a sword in a duel, you still need to know basic magic to coordinate with mages. You must understand the feeling of controlling ether. Gray was stunned, just like the training camp. He asked, the spell we're about to learn is Ether Bullet, right? The teacher returned to the podium. Oh, you know it? Can you use it? Gray replied, yes. He sighed in relief. That hellish training camp wasn't for nothing. The teacher said, good opportunity. Let's make this into a duel. Leon, you can use Ether Bullet, right? Leon stood up. Of course. I was trained in both swordsmanship and magic before enrolling. Would it be risky to have him actually duel him? The teacher was firm. Even if there's a big skill gap, we're only using ether bullets. He won't die, and I'm not telling you to go easy on him. He added, but that gray-haired boy is this year's God's Eye special student. Leon was surprised, huh? The whole class turned to look at Gray, their eyes full of surprise. Gray was flustered by the attention. He spilled everything. Leon slammed the table. I see. In that case, I have to teach him a proper lesson. He muttered, I'll show him what kind of place this academy is. He glared at Gray, his voice low. Get on the stage. Gray was speechless, looking quite awkward. The two stepped onto the podium, facing each other. The professor stood in the middle, explaining the rules. When I give the signal, fire an ether bullet at your opponent. Gray was on guard. I've only studied magic for a few days. Even if the teacher said it wouldn't kill, it certainly won't be painless. The professor shouted, start. Leon summoned his magic, challenging, I'll show you the difference in our power. Gray didn't back down, trying to summon his best magic. Screw it, I have no choice. Two balls of power flew toward each other. Suddenly, both said in unison, what? The stream of light began to shift, hurtling straight toward Leon, forcing him to back up and dodge by a hair's breadth. Leon panicked, his eyes wide, shouting in terror as the light approached, its force like it wanted to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a man lunged forward, spreading his arms to shield him, his face showing unshakable determination amidst the violent light. Instantly, the space brightened like day. Leon stood there, nearly frozen, only able to stare at the scene before him. He almost let out a sigh of relief, his hands trembling as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his heart still shaken. The stream of light began to shatter, with large cracks appearing amidst the blinding light. Suddenly, a young man, fearless, decisively jumped right into the heart of the light. A strong wind gusted as he appeared, making the audience in the hall shiver, instinctively covering their faces, their hearts pounding at the overwhelming pressure. The young man knelt down, blocking the blue light, his eyes burning with a spirit of sacrifice. But less than 5 minutes later, he collapsed onto the floor, screaming in pain. The man immediately rushed over like a gust of wind, anxiously asking, Leon, are you okay? Leon trembled, trying to look at the person in front of him. He struggled to stand, wiping the metallic blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied softly, I'm fine. His voice was weak, but full of resilience. The man didn't ask further, just nodded. Is that so? That's a relief. But his eyes remained cold and sharp, scanning the room with high vigilance. If it weren't for the barrier dampening the force, Leon might not have survived. The room was now in ruins, covered in thick dust, the air suffocating as if pressing down on everyone. Even the professors couldn't fire an e-bullet as powerful as that. The man tilted his head, his voice angry. What exactly did you just do? The young man didn't answer immediately, only looking down at his hands, furrowing his brow in thought. Is it that weak? Clearly, that's not the magic I used. His pupils constricted, his mind in turmoil. Could the e-bullet I learned in the suppression team be different from what the academy teaches? He clenched his fists, his eyes burning red with frustration. Then he raised his hand to his chest, asking respectfully, did I use the spell wrong? The man sighed, helplessly replying, it was clearly an e-bullet, but your quality, it's different. What you just used wasn't normal E, but super compressed fur type E, a powerful energy hidden within that brilliant sphere of light. His words caused a stir throughout the hall, with murmurs of admiration rising up. Super compreste? Never heard of it. Everyone asked a series of questions, their eyes fixed on the young man. The man continued, his voice full of authority. That is a form of energy that even professors struggle to create. And yet, in that moment, you formed and converted it into magic. No one in this academy can replicate what you just did. As soon as he finished, the auditorium erupted again with endless chatter. That was the first time I've ever seen an e-bullet that strong. Was the God's Eye selection meant to prepare for this moment? The young man thought to himself, they should have put me in the magic course from the start, instead of giving me special admission. He questioned himself, his heart full of conflict. Everything the suppression team taught me was like this. I'm still far worse than many in the team. In every battle, I'm the one who falls first. He hardened his face and asked, are you kidding me? The professor replied, his voice firm. Anyone can do it if they train correctly. His mouth curved into a mysterious smile. The young man, Gray, stared blankly, not yet understanding what he meant. The professor laughed heartily, his eyes squinting, causing Gray to freeze, confused about what was happening. Suddenly, the professor leaned in close, suggesting seriously, Why don't you switch to the magic course? I'll vouch for you. You have more innate magic talent than swordsmanship. Gray felt awkward, looking away, his hands clenched. I have to refuse. I heard I'm not very good at magic. The professor shouted, his voice full of indignation. Are you mocking me? You've mastered the technique of compressing E to the point of creating super-compressed E at this age. You're a rare genius. Even by Academy standards, I'll personally guarantee it. Whoever told you that you have no talent clearly knows nothing. He paused, his voice dropping. Gray, are you really sure you don't want to switch to the magic course? The whole auditorium marveled, surprised by the rare compliment from the notoriously strict professor. He pointed straight at Gray, his voice full of intensity. It would be a huge loss for the world if you don't study magic. I'd even call it a crime against magic itself. Gray just smiled faintly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Suddenly, he was startled, thinking to himself, wait, the E-compression technique? I've heard of it before. In the old days, before humans knew about OD vitality, casting magic was very difficult. You had to compress E inside the body and mix it randomly with OD. Bella suddenly spoke up. Thinking back, that's really ridiculous, right? Gray continued. Professor, do you know about OD? He pondered, then asked in return, what is OD? Seeing that reaction, Gray was shocked to realize the current world doesn't know about OD. What I learned in the suppression team is knowledge that comes from the future. His eyes widened, his heart pounding. I have to be careful. I can't reveal this casually. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. The man asked again, so, do you want to switch to the magic course? Gray bowed his head, respectfully responding, I'm sorry, I don't love swordsmanship, but I'm grateful for the offer. I still have to refuse. He sighed. If that's your choice, I can't force you. Then he clasped his hands, his voice warm. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. Gray scratched his head, smiling. Thank you very much, sir. He pointed toward the stands. Go back to your seat. I won't blame you if you're distracted in class, or even leave because you're bored. This lecture is too basic for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire hall was stunned. The crowd whispered, marveled at the high regard Professor Carlos held for Gray. As he walked back to his seat, someone pulled his tie, their voice awkward but warm. Mr. Gray. He was startled, feeling a chill. What is this? Why do I feel shivers? At dusk, Gray was called to the office. He strode down the empty hallway, letter in hand, his heart full of suspicion. Is Professor Carlos trying to convince me to switch courses again? Standing in front of the intricately carved wooden door, he hesitated, rereading the letter. He knocked, and a voice from inside rang out. Gray, right? It's unlocked. He bowed his head, stepped inside, and apologized. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him. Instinctively, Gray drew his sword, thrusting forward without hesitation. A girl was terrified, her mouth agape, falling to the ground. He held his position, stunned. What the hell is this? Looking at the trembling girl under his sword, he was startled. I met her somewhere before. The girl looked up, her eyes filled with fear mixed with curiosity, making Gray's heart beat wildly. A voice from the side rang out, full of admiration. Oh, not bad at all. Ariel smiled confidently. I knew my judgment wasn't wrong. A man with parted hair, his voice full of questioning, turned to Ariel. You didn't go easy on her just now, did you? Were you holding back? He observed, his eyes sharp. Your movements were perfect, but losing your sword that easily isn't natural at all. Gray inadvertently glanced at Bella, thinking to himself, so it really is Bella Arbright. Looking at her now, she was no different from the image in his future memories. Ariel didn't bother to pay attention. She huffed lightly, her voice full of disdain. Being that serious? If you can't even tell by now, you guys should just quit teaching. The man with parted hair felt guilty, flustered. Ah, we were just joking. Gray, still bewildered, stood between the lines of confusion and curiosity. He spoke up, his voice hesitant. Professor, what are you guys doing? Ariel smiled radiantly, explaining. We were betting on whether you could block Bella's surprise attack. Thanks to you, I won big. She tossed an object toward Gray. He caught it nimbly, opened his hand, his eyes lighting up with surprise. Gold coins? This is a fortune. Finally, Old Mustache had to admit it. He had been intently watching the match, his eyes never leaving Gray. From the recent exchange, Mustache remarked, "It looks like he's intentionally not using his dominant hand." The bearded man nodded, analyzing, "Maybe it's an injury, but not a normal muscle injury. It's a deeper internal wound." Gray hugged his aching arm, silently admitting what they said was completely true. The other man agreed. A simple scratch couldn't make him like that. Gray couldn't believe it, looking at them. "You could tell just by looking?" The bearded man replied, his voice matter of fact. "If we couldn't even tell that much, how could we be professors at this academy?" The parted hair man added, "Anyway, Professor Carlos has known about this since the entrance exam." Ariel coldly interrupted. "Understood. Now go away. That's my student. I'm not handing him over to anyone." Two men turned their backs and walked away. The man with parted hair threw a compliment over his shoulder. "We'll admit, the kid has potential." But the bearded man, as he brushed past, fixed a cold, sharp gaze on him. "If that wound doesn't heal, he won't meet the Academy's entrance standards. Remember that." The room now held only Professor Carlos, Bella, and Gray. Ariel spoke up, her tone tinged with mystery. "Now that the troublemakers are gone, let's talk about magic." She looked at Gray, her eyes piercing. "I heard you used super compressed ether in Professor Carlos's class." Gray didn't hide it, "So, Carlos explained. He came to my office and told me to transfer you to the magic department. But, naturally, I refused." Ariel thoughtfully set down her teacup and revealed her other eye, which shone like starlight. "You're more suited for swordsmanship than magic." Seeing that eye for the first time, Gray couldn't help but be stunned. Ariel explained in precise detail. "You show no signs of someone skilled at compressing magic. There's no trace of any training in it." Gray thought to himself, "That it knows just by looking. It's best not to lie." He was honest. "Just as you say." Ariel delved deeper, curious about her student. "May I ask? How did you do it?" "I promise not to tell, and I'll even offer a reward." She glanced at Bella, as if they were sharing a secret. "I need to know, for her sake." Gray almost slipped up but caught himself just in time, breathing a sigh of relief. "That was close. Almost called her a mage." Ariel looked at Bella's pained expression and shared. "That's right. She's a genius at magic theory, but her practical skills aren't quite there yet." Ariel was frustrated and worried. "I don't understand why she can't compress ether well. That's why she can't create super compressed ether." Gray observed Bella, remembering what he knew. So Bella Arbright was a late bloomer. "That explains it," Ariel continued. "Carlos said when you used super compressed ether, it didn't look like you were compressing ether at all. If there's a way to use super compressed ether without actually compressing it, she wouldn't have to be transferred to Professor Vajian Borley's wing." Hearing that name, Gray's face went pale, his eyes full of horror. "Professor Vajian Borley?" he exclaimed. "Is it really him?" Ariel nodded. "That's right. It seems you know him." Gray's mind was in chaos. How could he not? That guy was notorious everywhere. Memories flooded back. The rows of corpses at Vajian's feet, countless experiments on human bodies, a burned-down town, dozens dead from magical disasters. To Gray, Vajian Borley was no different from a serial killer. He blurted out, "He's the most infamous magical criminal in history, and he still hasn't been caught." Ariel worried. If Bella doesn't create super compressed ether by the end of the year, she'll be sent to him for surgery. Gray was horrified, unable to stay still. "What? That's not okay at all." Ariel predicted Bella's tragic fate. "They make excuses about increasing magical capacity, but it's just human experimentation. I've seen the bodies, dead, yet their eyes were still open from the injustice." Bella, after a long silence, spoke up, her voice trembling. "It's dangerous, but if I can't use super compressed ether, I'll be expelled." She paused, then said firmly, "I'd rather she drop out than let that guy touch her." Gray mused, his heart heavy. "The magic knowledge I have is from the future. It doesn't exist in this era yet. If I say it, I could change history." Looking at Bella, shaking uncontrollably, Gray's eyes seemed to curse fate. The future destroyed by the purger. Warriors falling in the blink of an eye. Is that the future I want? But why not? If the dark future can be changed, it can only be for the better. He calmed down, set his teacup aside, and said with determination, "I understand. I'll teach you." A dark orb of magic appeared in Gray's hand. In the Ina schoolyard, on a late afternoon, everyone was silent, listening intently as he explained the magic. Gray was honest. "This is all the knowledge I have," he said firmly. "Don't tell anyone I taught you this." Ariel teased. "Of course, we still have a magic contract. Breaking the rules means death." Gray was reassured and asked, "After what I've said, what do you think?" Ariel, despite being a professor, was stunned. The section on OD alone already shocked me. Bella caught on quickly and was excited, short, concise. "It's like taking a magic class from 100 years in the future," she said sincerely. "Just by listening to your explanation, the history of magic has just advanced by 100 years. Gray was happy, but not complacent. Even if it was just a lecture from 10 years in your future to this age, it's like being a century ahead. Bella was still skeptical. "Is what you're saying true?" Bella placed her trust in him. "The theory makes sense. It doesn't contradict current magic. The fastest way to verify it is to test it." She looked at Gray, full of anticipation. "If you're telling the truth, this spell will work." Bella left a note and stepped forward. Following the theory, Bella raised her wand and created a magic circle. Gray hesitated, remembering Bella Arbright's full power output could burn down an entire city. In just a blink, the magic circle expanded, engulfing the space. Bella used to be unable to control her massive magical power. Before Gray could stop her, his body began to fade. "Wait!" From the schoolyard, a surge of magic exploded like a volcanic eruption, leaving everyone stunned. Under that terrifying power, Gray raised his hand to cover his face, muttering to himself, "This is true power. So overwhelming, so terrifying." He was still shaking, remembering that if Bella had been even a split second slower in controlling the magic, he might have vanished in those flames. Luckily, she had saved his life. He recalled the savage flames rushing toward him, then suddenly twisting and swirling back toward Bella, as if guided by an invisible force. Bella now wore a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. She cheered, I did it. I controlled it." In the sky, the flames were spinning in a perfect trajectory, gradually converging at a single point. From there, a brilliant fire dragon emerged, gliding through the air, its intense red light illuminating the entire area. Watching the scene, Gray smiled slightly, whispering, "That's actually amazing." But right at that moment, Bella's gaze dimmed, her eyes closed, and she swayed as if about to collapse. She whispered, her voice weak, "I'm out of ether." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed to the ground. Gray panicked and rushed over. Catching her, calling out her name, "Bella! Bella!" Ariel, standing nearby, stepped in quickly, her voice reassuring, "Calm down, Gray. She's just exhausted from running out of ether. Let her rest for a while. She'll be fine." Hearing that, Gray breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes softening as he looked at Bella. He felt a warmth in his heart, mixed with pride that this small girl had achieved the impossible. Looking at the lingering sparks in the sky, Ariel exclaimed, "Truly incredible. In such a short time, Bella has created magic of this scale. Her talent is truly rare." Bella, though dazed, still managed to mumble, "It's not that I'm good. It's the theory. The theory helped me create super-compressed ether." Gray frowned slightly, thinking, "You came up with that theory yourself, Bella. How can you be so humble?" But he didn't say it, just watched her silently with a look of admiration. Ariel sighed and turned to Gray. "She's created super-compressed ether, which means she doesn't need the surgery anymore. I'll tell Bradley to cancel the procedure. It's fortunate we avoided that risk." But then she grew thoughtful, her voice showing a hint of worry. "However, I'm still concerned that Bella might lose the ability to control her magic power." Gray was surprised and asked, "Magic control? What do you mean?" Ariel explained, "Bradley's surgery can increase magic output, but the price is the ability to control it. It forcibly breaks the body's limits, and the exact mechanism is a secret. But it's said to be an incredibly risky process." Gray stroked his chin, lost in thought. "I see. Is that why the mages in my previous life couldn't control their powerful magic?" Ariel nodded, then suddenly smiled. "But thanks to you, Bella did the impossible. She created super-compressed ether. So, The conditions of our contract have been met. Now it's my turn to hold up my end of the bargain. She looked at Gray's right arm and continued. First, I want to use magic on your arm. Ariel raised her hand, and from her palm flowed a brilliant blue light. Tiny magical butterflies hovered around, shimmering like a dream. She stepped closer and channeled that magic into Gray's right arm. After a moment, Ariel asked, "How do you feel?" Gray looked down at his arm, testing it by gently clenching and unclenching his hand. He exclaimed in surprise, I can move it." Overwhelmed with joy, he squeezed his fist tight and looked at Ariel with grateful eyes. "Thank you, Professor, but even magic recovery potions couldn't heal it." "How'd you do this?" Ariel smiled. "Don't compare my nerve-regenerating magic to some common potions." She stepped closer and asked, "But does it move like it used to? Try using your sword." Gray nodded and stepped forward. He gripped his sword hilt, drew it, and swung a few basic strikes. But then he stopped, looking at his arm, thinking to himself, "It doesn't feel as fluid as before." He spoke frankly, "My arm isn't quite back to its old self." Ariel nodded, unsurprised. "Just as I thought. I can heal the nerves, but my magic cannot heal the wounds in your soul." Gray was surprised. "Soul? What do you mean?" Ariel explained. "Even though magic science hasn't proven the existence of the soul, I believe it's real." With this eye, she pointed to her own eye, where a brilliant flash of light sparked. "I can see your soul slowly recovering. As long as you don't push yourself too hard, it will heal on its own in time." Gray looked at his arm and exclaimed, "My body is recovering?" He asked further, "Do you mean I shouldn't train too hard?" Ariel shook her head. "No, you can still train normally. But I'm curious, what kind of swordsmanship could cause such damage to the soul?" Gray scratched his head sheepishly and didn't answer. Ariel continued, her voice deepening. "There are swordsmanship styles that use the soul to perform, and I suspect you learned from Amy White." Hearing that name, Gray was startled, his face hardening. He thought to himself, how does she know Amy? At this point in time, Amy and I have never met. Seeing him stay silent, Ariel asked, "Did I say something wrong? The way you use a sword is very similar to Amy White, but there's a slight difference. The person who taught you seems to far surpass even her." Gray was momentarily startled, his heart racing. "She knows even that? I have to change the subject, or I'll slip up." He quickly said, I learned swordsmanship at a local dojo. But is there really such a thing as soul-damaging swordsmanship?" Ariel waved it off. "No, ordinary swordsmanship can't do that. But you're no ordinary person. A single slash that killed an orc general and destroyed an entire forest. That kind of power isn't trivial." Gray knew he had been found out and had to admit it. "So, Ariel was casual. "Of course. I've seen the scene. The remnants left behind were impressive. That mysterious power within you. You used it, didn't you?" Gray was astonished. "You can see it, Professor?" Ariel nodded. "I saw it through the chain door." Gray was startled, thinking, the chain door? There's no way she could have guessed that. She really saw it. Ariel continued, "I've seen powers similar to yours, but not exactly the same. There are people who possess it, known as the Purger." Hearing that name, Gray's face darkened. He muttered, "Why is that name appearing here?" Ariel noticed the change and asked, "You've heard this name before, haven't you?" A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through Gray's head. He asked himself, why is the name Purger appearing at this time? What is going on? Looking at his expression, Ariel spoke up. "So you have heard of it?" "Honestly, I didn't think it was widely known. But then again, it's not surprising that you know about that magic theory looking into the future." He was a bit shy at this point, scratching his head, thinking, so it really was knowledge from the future. No matter who discovered that part. Then she looked at him and asked, "How much do you know about the Purger?" He took a few seconds, then replied, "I only know that it's an extremely dangerous threat to humanity. We have to stop him from appearing before it's too late. If we can't, we have to destroy him at any cost." Ariel stroked her chin, thinking for a few seconds before speaking. "Maybe it's a bit extreme, but I agree that he is truly very dangerous. Even so, Bailey and Bradley seems determined to continue his experiments." Hearing that name, he wondered and asked back, "How is he involved in this?" Ariel replied nonchalantly, still asking, "The Purger is the entity he is trying to summon." These words left Gray stunned for a few seconds, thinking, the purger is man-made? I've never heard anyone say that. But the Academy in the previous timeline acted as if they knew exactly where the purger would appear. But then he realized something. His gaze suddenly hardened. He muttered to himself, "Don't tell me." The Academy itself was involved in the summoning from the very start. He said firmly, "That experiment must be stopped immediately." Ariel nodded in agreement. "I agree. The problem is that the head of the experiment is a professor just like me. I don't have the authority to shut down the lab or forbid his experiments. I've urged my superiors to cancel it, but they wouldn't listen." He asked, "Who are the superiors specifically?" She shook her head, refusing to disclose. "I'm sorry. I don't have the authority to reveal that. The issue is that without an order from above, no one can force a stop to the experiments." He slumped down, thinking, not even a name for the person in charge. Turns out the Academy leadership is more troublesome than usual. But if he's a criminal, shouldn't that change things? In the previous world, Balian's illegal experiments killed tens of thousands. I even know where he conducts them. Thinking that, he turned to her and said, "I know where he performs those illegal experiments. If we catch him in the act." Before he could finish, she interrupted him. "I'm sorry, but that method won't work either." This left him very curious. "Why not?" She explained, "Infiltrating a professor's research facility in the Academy without a permit is a serious crime. Without concrete evidence, we'll be the ones locked up. Unless you're saying you have proof of his crimes right now." This made him think for a few seconds. She continued, "If not, this matter has to be put on hold for now." Gray clenched his fist in anger, thinking to himself, so even though she knows this is dangerous, she's tied down too. He replied, "I understand." She changed the subject. "More importantly, let's talk about your power. Do you want to learn how to control it?" Hearing that he could control his power left Gray momentarily startled. He held his hand to his chest and asked, "How is that possible?" She replied, "There's a professor at the Academy who is very skilled at handling unknown abilities. His name is Heathkit Longfellow." The name was somewhat familiar, leaving Gray stunned for a few seconds, thinking, Heathkit Longfellow? He's the one who trained the Sword Saint. Seeing his reaction, she continued, "I think you'll be interested. I'll arrange for you to start private training with him tomorrow." This excited him, so he clenched his fist and said, "Thank you." He thought to himself, "The reason I came to the Academy is to master this power. I didn't expect to find a lead so quickly." Switching scenes to the next day, Gray was training with Heathkit. The two were playing a game of cat and mouse in the woods. Heathkit ran in front, and Gray had to chase him from behind. Sweat was pouring down his face from fatigue. Breathing heavily, he thought, "Am I actually having private lessons with Heathkit Longfellow? But why do we have to run like this?" They were training in the forest outside the Academy. Glancing back and seeing Gray's speed slowing down, Heathkit warned, "Your focus is slipping. I can feel it. If there's still room for wandering thoughts, then pick up the pace. Run until your body is completely drained. Even when you burn away every drop of physical vitality, the power of the soul will awaken. As long as you have a shred of energy, I won't let you touch my sword. Do you understand?" Though he didn't understand this method of training, he nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." He thought to himself, if it's Heathkit's training, there must be a purpose. But while I'm running around here, Balian is still conducting the summoning experiment for the purger. Two lines of thought appeared in his mind, leaving him very conflicted. Should I be doing this right now or not? After a week of hard training, you want to see Ariel. She looked at him and said, "So, a week of training has passed. How is it going with Heathkit?" He scratched his head and replied, "It was mostly running. We only did some sword exercises on the last day. But I feel a bit stronger now." This training was nothing new to Ariel, so she smiled with amusement. That's just like him. While they were talking, a teacher pushed the door open and said, "Excuse me." He delivered a letter. "Professor Ariel, there's a letter for you." She accepted it. "Oh, thank you." She opened the letter and scanned it. Then her eyes suddenly darkened. This left Gray very curious, so he asked, "What's the matter?" He took the letter and read it, his gaze also freezing for a few seconds. The letter read, "To the esteemed Professor Ariel, we have received reports that Bella Albright has successfully created supercompressed ether, which means she has truly acquired power similar to it. However, after clear inspection, she hasn't actually compressed it yet. Therefore, her new ability cannot be recognized as supercompressed ether. The contract remains in effect, and the campaign will proceed as planned. At the end of the letter was the sender's name, Bailey and Bradley. After reading, Gray shouted angrily, "This is madness." Realizing the man's intentions, Ariel said, "It seems Bradley is still determined to force her into surgery, even though she might not need it anymore." He asked, "Can't she refuse?" Ariel replied, "The contract penalties are strict. Unless Bradley himself cancels it, Bella only has the choice of being expelled or undergoing the surgery." These ridiculous rules made Gray furious. Ariel felt the same. She slammed her hand on the desk and said, "Gray, I need your help. Show me where Bradley's lab is. If we expose his criminal acts, the contract will be voided." Hearing this, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then a corner of his mouth curved into an excited smile, and he said, "Didn't you say it would be dangerous without proof?" She sighed softly and replied, "We will find the evidence. I'm putting my trust in you. Or perhaps I've trusted you from the very beginning. My eyes tell me that you've been telling the truth this whole time. It just took me a while to actually admit it to myself." She turned toward the door and said, "Lead the way, Gray. We're going to expose his crimes together." He revealed the location of Balian's lab, saying, "His lab is tucked away in the mountains near Truel Village." Ariel repeated, "Mount Truel? I'm certain he has an Academy-approved laboratory there." This left Gray bewildered. "He's conducting illegal experiments right inside a sanctioned lab." She nodded in confirmation. Where else would be more convenient for illicit work? Even if he stays there for a long time, no one would ever suspect a thing. Besides, no professor at the Academy would ever dream of interfering with a colleague's private lab. Once we find the evidence of his crimes, no one will blame us for breaking in. A knock sounded at the door, and a voice called out from the other side. "It's me, Bella." Ariel replied, "Come in." Bella stepped inside, clutching a letter in her hand. "Professor, I received this letter." The professor walked over and took the letter. Knowing exactly what it contained, she turned away and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Bella asked, "What do you mean?" Then she pressed, "Professor, are you going to confront Balian because of me? Are you doing this all by yourself?" She fell silent for a few seconds and then turned back with a smile. "I'm all I need." Even after hearing this, Bella was still deeply worried and looked toward Gray, who was standing to the side. Then he stepped forward and said, "Please, wait a moment. I'm going with you." Bella stepped up from behind, her voice firm. "Me too. After all, this is my business too." She turned around to warn them. "Hold it. He is an Academy professor, not to mention a madman who has repeatedly conducted dangerous human experiments. If he catches either of you, there's no telling what he might do. I can't let you two put yourselves in such danger." Before she could finish her sentence, Gray stepped up to reassure her. "That's exactly why going alone is even more dangerous. If I use the same strength that took down the org general, I can definitely help you out. Besides, if you disappear as a top-tier scholarship student, I'll end up getting expelled anyway. So, please, let us decide our own fate." Their determined expressions were reflected in her glasses, as she let out a helpless sigh and replied, "It seems that no matter how much I try to stop you, you two are going to come along anyway." "Very well, but you both have to promise me one condition. No matter what happens, you must put your own safety first. Do you both understand?" Gray and Bella replied in unison, "Yes, we understand." And just like that, time quickly passed, and the three of them made their way to Balian's laboratory. Looking at the massive building in front of them, Bella was the first to speak. "Is he really conducting illegal experiments here?" The professor nodded. "That's right. Now, we just need to find the evidence, right?" His gaze fixed on a lab ahead, he nodded. "Yes, this is definitely the place." Bella said, "If you say so, then I believe you. But will we be able to collect the evidence without causing a scene?" Ariel continued, "Balian is currently at the Magic Association conference. He's not here. There's a high chance the main door is trapped, so we'll have to breach the sidewall to get inside." This left Bella very puzzled. "Is that really okay?" Gray replied, "Breaking into a sanctioned lab is a crime anyway, so it doesn't matter. If you've changed your mind, you two can turn back now." Bella tightened her grip on her staff, her voice determined. "I'm going." Then she turned to ask her, "Are you really sure about this? Are you doing all of this just for someone like me?" Gray chimed in from the side to explain. You're wrong. Stopping his experiments is for the sake of the whole world. If we don't, countless people will die. The whole world will be sacrificed at his hands. These gruesome crimes left Bella stunned. What? Ariel reassured her. What Grace said might be a bit of an exaggeration, but I agree that he must be stopped. So, don't worry too much. We aren't risking our lives just for you, Bella. Now, let's go. No sooner had they spoken than the three of them darted forward at incredible speed. As she moved, Ariel created countless magic circles. Then an endless barrage of attacks slammed into the wall in front of them, creating a massive, violent explosion that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. Watching the barrage, Gray furrowed his brow and thought to himself, "Talk about overkill, haha." Afterward, the three of them moved in to assess the situation inside. But then, Gray spotted something, his gaze suddenly freezing as he said, "What on earth is this?" Inside was an incredibly vast hallway, looking like a prison with rows of cramped cells surrounded by iron doors. Inside were countless people being held captive. Their state was utterly wretched, with blood splattered all over the floor. Moving deeper inside, Ariel observed for a moment before exclaiming, "Looks like we don't need to look for evidence anymore." Bella added, "There are so many of them." Ariel confirmed, "Just by glancing at this, I can already identify 14 types of forbidden spells, which alone are serious crimes, not to mention the illegal human experimentation, which is just as severe." Then, everyone's eyes landed on something else. It was a wide, open space with a magic circle in the center, surrounded by countless candles. Gray asked, "What is that?" "It looks like some kind of altar." Bella asked, "What do we do now?" The original plan was to get the evidence and leave, but shouldn't we rescue the people held here? He turned his head to remind her, "We can't stay here too long. If we delay, Balian might return." Before he could even finish his sentence, a voice rang out from behind. "Oh, you called for me?" A shadow appeared behind them out of nowhere. Balian slowly walked toward them. Ariel maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "How was the conference, Balian?" He kept walking toward them with composure. But conversely, Gray and Bella had already entered a combat stance. Gray cursed under his breath. "Balian, why is he here right now?" Balian said, "I sent a body double there. I have more important experiments to do here." Ariel was deeply puzzled. More important experiments? Balian glanced at the prison cells on both sides and nodded. "That's right. I just acquired some fresh resources, so I have to make the most of them while they're still fresh." In a room to the side, countless corpses were hung up in rows. He then looked at Ariel with a cold, chilling tone. "But I've changed my plans." This left everyone staring at him in shock. He continued, "I've decided I want materials with magical potential that far exceeds that of ordinary people. I don't know how you heard about my experiments, but I'm certain you haven't told anyone that you came here, right? If you all just suddenly disappeared, no one would ever suspect me, haha." His manic gaze scanned the group. Ariel looked at him, cold and unwavering. "Materials? Don't tell me you intend to use us as lab rats." Gray tried to calm things down. "Stay calm. Your sacrifice will push the boundaries of magic to new heights. Since I can't let you walk out of here alive, I'm going to make the best use of you that I possibly can." As soon as his words faded, a large fireball flew from afar, right toward his face, leaving him completely stunned. Moments later, a massive explosion rocked the room before everyone's eyes. Ariel suddenly glanced over at Bella and realized that the attack had come from her. When the smoke cleared, they were all caught off guard once more. Balian praised them. "Ha, magnificent. Truly, it was excellent. This attack didn't cause any damage at all, because I had already activated a protective spell." His voice turned ice cold. "The eye of the Oracle, Ariel, hasn't lost her touch. I never expected an individual like you to be such an outstanding genius. Perhaps I should observe the Oracle candidates much more closely. It's not that I'm impressed by that little parlor trick of yours. An academy student daring to assassinate a professor." Bella tightened her grip on her staff and said resolutely, "I'd rather kill than be killed, even if I just miss my chance." Ariel turned to the others. "Let's retreat for now. We already have the evidence. Let the academy handle the rest." Just as they were about to leave, dark mana sparks appeared on Gray's staff, and he shouted, "Did you think I would let you leave so easily?" He immediately unleashed a massive magic orb at Bella. Ariel lunged out from behind and stepped in front of her, casting a protective spell that blocked the attack with incredible speed. Ariel's focus was intense, not a single hint of distraction. On the other side, Balian sneered. "It's useless. This is one of my research breakthroughs. It's called Fire of Avarice. It releases flames that devour defensive magic and converts it into more fuel." As he spoke, small cracks began to appear on Ariel's magical shield, and soon they began to spread rapidly. Gray added, "Theoretically, it's unstoppable. The only drawback is that it requires rare materials to initiate." Just as his attack was about to pierce through her shield, a flash of determination lit up Ariel's eyes. She quickly created another magical shield to bolster the one protecting her. But the force of Balian's attack was immense, and within seconds, it began to crack Ariel's second layer of protection. Ariel turned to remind Bella, "Give the magic memory box to Gray. If Heathkit sees it, he'll know what to do." Looking at the box in her hands, Bella hesitated for a few seconds. Then she slammed her staff firmly into the ground, creating another magical barrier to protect the three of them. Seeing she hadn't left, Ariel shouted back, "What the hell are you doing? Get out of here fast." Bella replied, "I can't leave under these circumstances," and said, "Professor, your barrier is about to break. Let me handle this." Ariel knew that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't defeat Balian at this moment, so she yelled, "We made a promise before we got here. If anything happens, you must put your own life first. Balian's magic is clearly abnormal. This defensive shield won't hold. I'll buy you some time." So, before she could finish her sentence, her defensive magic layer was shattered by Balian's dark power. She stared ahead in utter disbelief, but from behind, Bella encouraged her. "It's okay, Professor." Despite how powerful that attack was this time, it couldn't penetrate Bella's shield. She explained, "This spell isn't that strong. It just required a slightly different kind of defensive magic." Seeing them deflect his attack, Balian shouted in a rage, "Impossible! I am the only one who knows the casting theory for the Fire of Avarice." "How could you possibly know it?" Bella said calmly, "Someone recently taught me a new theory. With that, this spell becomes much easier to count." Balian gritted his teeth. "Someone taught you? Who is he? Tell me the name of that traitor. Tell me, and I'll let you go in peace." Bella continued, "You want to know who taught me? That's a secret. But they're a student from the swordsmanship department." The person she was referring to was Gray. She had pieced it together herself after countless failed attempts. Seeing she had no intention of answering, Balian gritted his teeth and said, "So, you're not planning to give me a serious answer?" He held a blood-red magic stone in his hand. "Fine then, burn to death." Holding the red magic stone, he crushed it into pieces. Then, countless souls summoned by Balian surged forward, fueling his attack. Once powered up, his magical attack seemed to develop a life of its own. It transformed into a demonic beast, its massive maw lunging continuously toward Bella. Seeing this, Gray asked from behind, "Bella, are you okay?" Bella replied, "I'm fine. The barrier is still holding." "But," Balian smiled from the other side, "but your mana reserves won't last, will they? With that amount, what do you have left?" "A minute at best." Bella looked at the professor in front of her with weary eyes and said, "Professor, you need to attack him. I am Busa defendin." Understanding her intention, Ariel nodded. "I understand." Her eyes regained their determination once more. Looking at the attack in front of her, she thought to herself, "The flames look thinner over there. I can project magic outward." Without hesitation, she reached out and unleashed a small bolt of magic. And after piercing through the magical barrier, she amplified its power into a blinding bolt of lightning that struck straight at Balian. But as the attack neared his position, the lightning gradually dissipated into the air and then vanished completely. Balian sneered, "You're trying to counterattack? You couldn't even touch me." Gray, standing to the side, watched the attack and thought to himself, "If I recall correctly, Professor Ariel's technique is the weakest among the faculty, and given the nature of those flames, they must be absorbing her magic." Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Bella said wearily from behind, "What do we do? I've almost reached my limit." Her eyes became glazed, and her entire body trembled, but she still tried to tighten her grip on her staff to stand firm. Ariel turned back, reprimanding her. This is exactly why I told you to run away earlier. But then, Gray suddenly stepped forward, catching the professor by surprise. He tightened his grip on his sword and said, "Leave this to me." Seeing him intend to face the monster Balian alone, Bella grew deeply concerned. "Gray, what are you doing?" From that distance, your sword can't possibly reach him. He already had a plan in mind and turned to reassure her. "It's okay. I can definitely do it." Ariel asked, "Are you sure? Using that strength could kill you. And if you survive, the arm you're trying to heal might never recover." The corners of his mouth curled into an excited smile. "Dying alone is better than the three of us dying together, right?" Standing outside and watching, a blinding hole of light appeared at the center of the attack, as if trying to burst through. Instantly, Gray broke through the perimeter and stood face to face with Balian. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. With a single strike, he easily took Balian's head, leaving the man in complete shock. Balian's head was severed from his body. Witnessing this scene unfold in just a few seconds left Bella's eyes wide with shock, and she let out a small gasp. Then, Balian's body collapsed to the ground like a broken puppet. Seeing this, Ariel couldn't hide her surprise. "This is the first time I've witnessed that with my own eyes. It's just too overwhelming." That strike didn't just send Balian to the afterlife. It nearly sliced the entire basement in two. Up on the ceiling, chunks of debris began falling, followed by a massive section of rock that made Bella scream. The ceiling. Ariel immediately stepped in to solve the problem, looking up and marveling. "Wow, that's unexpected." The moment she stepped forward, countless invisible strings materialized, catching the falling rocks. She exclaimed, "Good heavens, that's way beyond what I anticipated." Even so, she turned to Gray. "Are you all right?" At that moment, the sword in his hand suddenly dropped to the ground. Looking at his trembling hand, Gray said, "My right arm hurts a bit, and it's quite numb, but I can still move it." He bent down to pick up his sword and sheathed it. Realizing the change, Ariel sighed with relief. "It seems your training is finally paying off." Gray nodded in agreement. "Looks like it. If the one using it was me back when I was still in the village, I would have passed out for days, and when I woke up, I'd have lost the arm. Now it just hurts a little." "That's a huge improvement, isn't it?" "It seems those days of hard training were worth it." Noticing that his arm had stopped trembling, she paused for a few seconds before saying, "Thanks to you, we're still alive, but I'm sorry for forcing you to use that power." He waved his hand dismissively. "Please, don't worry about it. I was the one who insisted on stopping Balian from the start anyway." She stepped forward and said, "Thank you. But if you can, please try not to use that power for a while, or the damage will never heal." He understood the issue, his expression turning somber, and replied, "I understand." From behind, Bella stepped up, looking sheepish. Sorry. Was that magic just now? I didn't feel any ether at all." Actually, trying to explain that power as magic was impossible. Not wanting this to get out, Ariel cut her off. "I'm sorry, but I'd prefer if you didn't ask about this again. And please, don't tell anyone about what you saw today." This left Bella deeply puzzled. "Why?" Ariel explained. "If you can't promise me that, then I'll be forced to erase your memories of today." Ariel's stern words left little Bella trembling, and she stammered out, "I understand. Let's form the magic contract then." Ariel nodded in confirmation. "That is correct." Immediately, a contract sigil appeared before them, and they both signed their names to seal the deal. Gray scanned the room and asked, "What now?" "Even though I'm worried about these experiments, I think we should help these people first. It looks like they've just been put under a sleeping spell." Ariel released her hold and said, "It's not life-threatening, but we should still take them to the Academy's medical wing to ensure their safety." As soon as she finished speaking, a mystical golden light began to emanate from the rooms. They were all shielded by a protective barrier. Ariel explained, "I'll set up a protective barrier to prevent any outside harm." Now that's done, let's continue our investigation further inside. Looking back, this place was truly insane. Throughout the illegal experiments I saw, almost all of them involve human sacrifices as catalysts for magic, or simply to enhance human magical abilities. I didn't see any experiments related to the purifier. Perhaps it's at another facility. Gray stroked his chin and thought to himself, "This is strange. This is the very place where the event that killed tens of thousands of people in my old world occurred. Could creating a simple magical catalyst really cause such a catastrophe? Then he realized something. Wait a second. What killed everyone in my old world was the miasma surging up from the ground. Seeing him suddenly stand still in deep thought, Ariel asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Bella also turned and called out his name. Gray kept his eyes fixed on the floor, muttering, "If that's the case, could there be something hidden beneath this place?" He turned to the professor and suggested, "There might be something underground. It's possible there's a secret passage." Following his suggestion, Ariel cast her gaze down at the floor, but didn't see anything unusual. She replied, "I don't see any hidden entrances." But then she caught sight of something and immediately stepped forward, saying, "Wait." She moved to an empty space and knelt down, her eyes flashing with a spark of light. She observed, "It's very faint, but I can feel traces of a short-range teleportation spell here. It must be a space only accessible via teleportation. Based on these traces, the teleportation distance is around 300 meters. There's definitely something down there." Gray stepped forward and asked, 300 meters underground? Can we actually get there?" Ariel replied uncertainly, "I can use short-range teleportation as well. Let me give it a try." She waved her hand, creating a magic circle in front of them that looked like a portal. Looking into it, she said, "If there's nothing there, the other side of the gate will just lead to dirt and stone." Without hesitation, they stepped into the teleportation portal. As soon as they emerged, all three of them froze at the sight before them. What is this? The space below was incredibly vast, looking like a miniature city, which left Ariel stunned. "I never imagined there was a space this huge down here." Bella noticed something and said, "I can feel a massive amount of ether radiating from everywhere, especially from that direction." She pointed toward a giant pillar in a room that looked different from the others. Ariel sensed something too and noted, "It's not just ether. There's another type of energy completely different from magic leaking from that direction, and it's stronger than anything I've ever seen before." Seeing her reaction, Gray asked, "Could that other energy be?" She nodded in confirmation. "That's right. That is the power of the purifier." Without wasting a second, the three of them hurried toward the mysterious building where the intense energy was emanating. Entering inside, the group saw several purple glass columns, accompanied by a black door with a six-winged symbol on it. To protect her two students from danger, Professor Ariel stepped forward to investigate. "The energy is definitely coming from here, but there are no signs of the purifier right now." As she spoke, she tapped the door lightly to check it. Behind her, the mage Bella quickly asked, "Are you sure we should be touching that thing?" Contrary to Bella's tension, Ariel calmly replied, "Stay calm. This door doesn't contain any power. It was just placed here as a symbolic ritual piece. You know that, right?" As she spoke, she went behind the door and opened it to prove it was perfectly safe. Then, she observed for a moment and continued, "The power isn't inside the door. It's in a magic array surrounding it." When she said this, the red-haired professor's gaze shifted to the giant glass tubes filled with a pink liquid. Then, whether they accidentally touched something or not, all those glass columns suddenly erupted with a violent surge of power, leaving Gray terrified. He hurriedly shouted, "What is this? It's not actually summoning the purifier, is it?" Standing nearby, Bella's face twisted under the pressure. "This magical surge is too dangerous. We have to stop it immediately," she remarked. However, Ariel remained as calm as if nothing were happening. "Don't charge in. According to my calculations, this system isn't enough to summon the purifier." To everyone's astonishment, the space in front of the black door suddenly began to spawn countless cracks, finally revealing a pitch-black void behind it. Gray and Bella watched this, their hearts practically leaping out of their chests. "Space is being torn apart," they shouted. At the same time, the entire magic array on the ground reached its peak energy output. However, Gray and Bella looked confused, because despite the massive aura the magic array was emitting, nothing actually happened. To explain this, Professor Ariel quickly informed them, "These devices aren't meant to summon the purifier, but to drill a small hole connecting to where it exists to siphon off the energy leaking from there. The energy core used to crystallize that power is most likely human life. It seems about 10 souls were used, but more might have been sacrificed during the molding process. Perhaps most of the people captured upstairs were the raw materials for it. She gave her assessment, but this left Bella even more puzzled. Still, why would they go to such lengths just to collect energy? What are they planning to use it for? Answering the question, Ariel shrugged and said, "Don't you see? The flame that Varian used during the fight. The crystal amplifying that flame is exactly what will be created when this process is finished. Actually, that catalyst isn't just limited to the fire attribute. If they mass produce it, who knows what they will do with that kind of power?" As she spoke, she eyed the diamond-shaped object floating in midair. Elsewhere, the spatial crack closed quickly. Seeing this, Gray spoke up. "Look, the cracks are fading away." So Varian wasn't trying to summon the purifier? Replying to his question, the professor, who was busy checking the containers, said, "I'm not sure if he didn't want to or couldn't, but it seems these spatial magic devices have been pushed to their limit. This might be all they can do." Regarding Bella, she took the opportunity to look around and quickly realized the value of the equipment installed there. "I think this set of equipment is extremely valuable. I've never seen any spatial teleportation technique this precise and powerful." Her opinion was fully agreed with by Professor Ariel. "Exactly, like you said, it would cost a national budget to manufacture a set of equipment like this. And there are 8 of them here. Only one organization comes to mind." Hearing this, Bella blurted out a guess. "Is it the Discar Empire?" The red-haired professor shook her head. "It's not them. They might be the largest nation in the world, but their magical research isn't advanced enough to create this." The professor's response made Bella even more curious. "Then who is it?" she asked back. Ariel didn't answer immediately, but spoke slowly. "There must be an organization whose research capability far exceeds even the Empire." Before she could finish, Gray suddenly interrupted. "The World League Academy, right?" Hearing this, Bella looked at Gray with a confused expression. Meanwhile, the female professor immediately agreed. "Exactly, no other research institute can handle a scale and budget like this." After she said that, the air in the room suddenly went quiet. A few seconds later, Bella spoke up. "So you mean the Academy is behind this place?" "But the World League Academy is supposed to protect humanity from threats." Faced with her students' naive thought, the professor just shook her head slightly. "It's understandable that you don't want to believe it, but there's no other organization capable of doing this." On his side, our protagonist also worriedly asked, "But that doesn't mean the entire academy is our enemy, right? Most of them are still people of justice." Having said that, he secretly recalled the events that happened in his previous life to reassure himself. At least before the regression occurred, the academy's volunteer force were the ones on the front lines, even surpassing the punishment squads. They fought to protect civilians until the very end. After witnessing that future, I don't believe the Academy is humanity's enemy. Fortunately, not wanting to disappoint Gray, the professor didn't refute that either. "As you said, the majority within the Academy must still be fighting for humanity and would not allow experiments that sacrifice lives like this to happen. However, the Academy has countless researchers and facilities. Very few people truly know the whole picture, and whoever is behind Varian definitely has huge backing. Given Varian's authority, he couldn't have arranged this alone." Upon hearing the professor's explanation, Bella began to sense how serious everything was. She asked, "So, does that mean we can't fully trust the Academy either?" Ariel calmly and quietly stated a bitter truth. "I've been observing the Academy from the inside for decades. It's not an organization you can blindly trust. That is for certain. Most of the people there believe they are doing good for humanity. Even those behind this experiment likely convinced themselves they were doing it for the common good. The truth is buried deep in the shadows." Back to Gray, he didn't want to waste any more time, so he asked directly, "Do you have a way to track down a mastermind?" Faced with this request, Ariel immediately used her holy eyes to search for traces and said, "Let's see, there are no communication devices in this facility. Even the magical traces of the creator have been wiped clean from the devices. The concealment was done so thoroughly that finding a trail is extremely difficult." As she spoke, she glanced toward one side. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred right behind Ariel. Explosions were happening everywhere, as if this secret research facility was trying to self-destruct. This left the male lead incredibly panicked. Faced with this dangerous situation, Ariel still observed things with amusement. It seems they even installed a mechanism to erase traces, but they didn't self-destruct immediately when Varian died. Were they waiting for intruders before setting them off? Not letting her professor observe any longer, Bella hurriedly warned. This is not the time for theories. We have to get out of here right now. Seeing her student's flustered state, Ariel just chuckled. Calm down, it's just explosive magic. Professors of the World League Academy aren't weak enough to be killed by something like that, Ariel said with a face full of confidence. She activated a protection array, shielding the group from the room's destruction. She reminded the two not to step outside the array. The energy columns were still glowing brightly, and the room was severely damaged. Rocks began to fall from the ceiling. Outside, it was desolate and quiet, and suddenly the whole group was safely transported out by Ariel's teleportation magic. She did a quick head count and said, "Looks like the captives are all safe now." Bella breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought we were dead for sure this time." Gray was also worried. "Wasn't that too dangerous?" Professor Ariel calmly replied. "Because there was more luggage than I expected, the teleportation spell was a bit slow, but it was worth it because we obtained these." The things she referred to were those energy columns. "Once we bring these back to the academy, they won't be able to ignore us anymore." A full moon shone brightly in the night sky. The next morning, at the World League Academy, in the principal's office, he announced that the survivors were being treated at the academy's medical ward. Ordrum praised them. "Gray's group, everyone really needs to thank you for stopping Varian's illegal experiment." He picked up the report to examine it. Now, regarding the magic engines he had, each one is worth more than a nation's treasury. Ariel also worriedly added, "Exactly, and there were 8 of them in total. There's no way Varian could have gathered that much firepower on his own. Where on earth did he get them?" The principal replied, "They were stolen goods." He looked at them and continued, "They were hijacked mid-transport. All 78 transport agents were wiped out." Hearing these words, Bella and Gray were both horrified. Ariel still sharply asked, 78 of the Academy's transport agents, all dead? Don't tell me that was the incident from 15 years ago." The principal confirmed. "That's right. The goods stolen that year were these very engines." She lowered her voice and asked, "If I remember correctly, the person responsible back then was..." The principal certainly knows very well. "Snow Eater," he said. "You've all heard that name, right?" Gray and Bella did indeed know it. It was the world's largest criminal organization, the parasites of humanity. No matter how many times they were wiped out, they crawled back out from the shadows. Ordrum suddenly glanced at Bella. She was seething with hatred. "They're the ones who killed my parents." He replied in a low voice. "That's right. Even if you destroy them 100 times, they will reappear. No one knows where they hide, nor who is the leader. It is said that over 70% of deaths related to crime are caused by them, and it wouldn't be surprising if their members have already infiltrated this academy. What's worse is that there's no way to identify them. And even if you do, the academy won't take action." Hearing this, Gray was outraged. "Even if there are criminals within the academy?" Ariel stepped in to stop him. "That is how the academy operates nowadays. Anyone with talent will be given the opportunity to become stronger, regardless of lineage, race, or gender." The principal confirmed, "Exactly. And whether that person is a criminal or not doesn't matter." Bella found this rule absurd. "If there are criminals here, they should be punished." The principal said helplessly, "I agree. But the higher-ups don't think so." Bella asked worriedly, "Aren't you the principal?" Ordrum had to answer, "I'm just a puppet." He slammed the file onto the desk. "I may be the face of the academy in name, but my actual power is worth little. Do you want to know who is really running the academy?" Both Bella and Gray nodded silently and decisively. Yet Ordrum just laughed. "Then become stronger. The more you prove your individual power, the more you will be allowed to go deeper into the academy and gradually discover the hidden secrets." He added, "I cannot name them, but you have a senior student who has enough influence to dictate the entire direction of the academy. Even that crazy policy allowing criminals to join was decided by him." Gray asked softly, "So if we are stronger than him then?" The principal confirmed, "That's right, perhaps you will be able to change the entire academy." He looked straight at them. In this place, power is everything. Gray and Bella's hands both clenched tight. Ordrum looked at them and thought to himself, that's interesting. Ariel wouldn't have had a chance against Varian, which means one of those two pulled it off. Ariel's holy eyes are still as sharp as ever. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of monster she will create. By this time, Gray had left the principal's office. He looked at the mark of the curse on his hand, muttering to himself. So, the power to run the academy, huh? If I want to take down the purifier or find the mastermind behind the scenes, then first of all, I have to worry about becoming stronger. Suddenly, a figure bumped into him. Gray startled and said, sorry. Yet immediately after, a kick landed straight on him. Gray was hit and sent flying back. Luckily, he managed to stay on his feet, but the damage from that kick wasn't small. The troublemaker saw that and remarked, tougher than I thought. Gray still politely asked, is there a problem? He gritted his teeth and said, a problem? The maniac began to curse, walking around as if the place belongs to you. A special entry student, a reject like you, deserves to step into this hallway. Gray partially understood. Another one who hated the special entry students. But this was the first time someone had dared to kick him right in the middle of the hallway. He gripped the sword at his waist and asked, want to fight? He pondered for a moment and replied, I'd love to, but it seems the second reject has just arrived. Behind Gray was Professor Ariel walking toward them. He immediately walked away. I'm heading out. As he walked, he muttered curses. Sorry, the surveillance here is very strict, so I can't get any closer. He bit his finger until it bled, whispering, but I'll send someone else there soon. His face was grotesque, and he mentioned a name, Varian. On this side, Professor Ariel approached and asked, what happened? Gray greeted Professor Ariel first. Then he said, some student just kicked me. He said a special entry eye-power user like me shouldn't be walking around the academy's hallway. She observed the situation and replied, no weapons, no injuries. Which means I don't have a justified reason to intervene. Then Ariel looked at him and asked, so why didn't you chase after him and punch him to wake him up? Gray was astonished. Wait, I'm allowed to do that. She acted as if she didn't care. As a professor, I can't allow it, but my eyesight has been bad lately. If something happens nearby, I probably won't see it. Gray didn't want to make a fuss about it. That's too suspicious. Never mind. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ariel didn't think so. Pity, isn't it? Really? She suddenly asked. Let me ask you something. Are eye-power students really that hated? Gray slightly covered his arm and replied, people often tease us, but this is the first time someone has taken physical action. Ariel asked back, so you're being mocked? She felt helpless. I'm sorry. If I had a bit more authority. Gray saw that and comforted her. Please don't worry. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even have been allowed to step foot in this academy. Besides, Bella and everyone else will prove that the eye-power program is not a mistake. After all, your eyes are very sharp. Professor Ariel listened to these words and pondered for a moment. She felt her heart lighten. Thank you. And she pointed directly at Gray and said, but don't think this is anyone else's business. Out of all the eye-power students, I have the highest expectations for you. She listed some names, Amy White, Licker Muller, Jacob Bloomfield. Like the previous special entry students, they had all become top talents. But the first time I believed someone could surpass human limits was when I met you. Faced with the professor's expectations, Gray thought to himself, compared to them, that won't be easy. Yet he had another worry. No, thinking like that is a sign of weakness. The person behind Varian surely hasn't given up on summoning the Purifier. Even they couldn't do anything about that guy. I return to this timeline to ensure that I can defeat it. The fate of this world is in my hands. On the training grounds of the World League Academy, Professor Doc explained, today's swordsmanship class will be a practical combat exercise. Pair up according to the list on the board. Gray thought to himself, combat exercise? I need to focus as hard as I can. If I make any mistakes, people will start bad-mouthing the Magic Eye students again. At the very least, I have to prove I'm not inferior to the regular students. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Oh man, the pairing list read, Gray, Leon Hart. Gray thought to himself, Leon Hart? The top of the swordsmanship class. That means he's the strongest freshman, doesn't it? The professor looked at the students and said, I've arranged for students of comparable ability to pair up, so feel free to go all out. Treat this like a real battle. Gray's heart was vehemently protesting. Comparable ability, my foot. Why do I have to fight the top-ranked student when I'm just a special admission case? Gray mentally recapped. And he hates Magic Eye students, too. He's probably dying to beat me to a pulp after what happened last time. Suddenly, he noticed someone behind him. Speak of the devil. He's already here, Leon said cheerfully. Looks like we're partners. I'm so happy about that. He secretly rejoiced, getting to fight Gray. As the top of the class, it's truly an honor. I've trained harder than anyone. Gray, take a look at my real swordsmanship. Gray, however, became increasingly terrified. That bright smile on this guy's face, there was no doubt about it. He was thrilled to finally have a legal opportunity to beat me up. Leon added with excitement. This is really something to look forward to. On the training ground, the proctor asked, "Is everyone ready?" The command rang out. Begin. Immediately, the students started sparring. Leon charged forward with his sword. Come on. Luckily, Gray successfully blocked it. Leon swung his sword hard, knocking him backward, and instantly seized the moment to rush in again. Leon thrust his sword forward. Fortunately, Gray dodged it in time. He didn't want to fall behind and swung his sword up, and both blades clashed powerfully. Leon remarked to Gray, "You're really strong. It's hard to believe you didn't get in through the regular admission process." Blades flashed like lightning as they continued their exchange, and both were evenly matched. Gray thought to himself, I thought I'd be defeated instantly, but somehow I'm holding my own. But even putting in everything I've got, I can't overpower his raw strength. He carefully observed Leon. His swordsmanship is incredible. It's classic, standard style, just like the textbooks, every move perfect to a terrifying degree. Even though Gray possessed experience from his past life and training from his master, this guy has only lived one life and is already a monster. Before everyone's eyes, Leon and Gray fought until only after images of their blades remained. The others were astonished and remarked, "He's actually going toe-to-toe with Leon Hart." Leon was equally thrilled. "This is amazing. I could fight like this all day." Meanwhile, Gray was exhausted. "I don't have any strength left. If it weren't for Professor Ariel's training, I'd have collapsed already." He looked over at Leon. How is he not even panting yet? Full of apprehension, he thought, "I'm about to run out of steam. I have to end this match right now." The professor said to fight like it's real, right? Treat it like a real battle. Instantly, Gray's eyes sharpened. Ahead, Leon was winding up a swing, and as he swung hard, Gray ducked and dodged it. Gray poured his strength into his hand on the ground. Leon was horrified. What? Gray, having crouched low, kicked hard at Leon's leg. Leon was still stunned when he was kicked square in the leg. What? Gray immediately seized the opening to thrust his sword upward. Now, it was his turn to be terrified. Did he really treat this like a life-or-death battle? But Leon still swung his sword, determined that he couldn't lose. Time passed, but the match remained intense. Both blades were held at each other's throats, and both Leon and Gray maintained the stance of wanting to take the other's life. Leon lowered his sword first and reached out. "It's a draw. Good fight," Leon replied. "Not quite." He pondered. "In that last moment, all I could do was swing my sword. On the other hand, he could have easily pierced my heart if he wanted to." Leon looked sharply at Gray and asked, "Since it was a practice match, you tried to stab me in the throat? Did I say something wrong?" Gray had to confess, "You caught me. Even with all these protective charms, isn't it overkill to put a sword to someone's heart in a practice match?" Leon didn't mind, but it still meant he lost. He turned to leave. "Thanks to you, I finally understand the difference between fighting for real and practicing swordsmanship. And that fight was about more than just technique." Gray still tried to make excuses. That was partly a dirty trick in a sword class, after all. But Leon blocked him. "The teacher told us to treat it like a real fight. In a real fight, there's no such thing as holding back." Suddenly, he pivoted his boot and turned to face Gray, raising his sword excitedly to challenge him. One more round. Faced with the blade and Gray's killing intent. "Fight again? I only won because I caught him off guard. If we fought head-on, I wouldn't stand a chance. This isn't even about technique anymore. His total physical capacity makes me feel like trash." Suddenly, someone stepped in to interrupt. "Stop right there." An arrogant student said, "Whether it's real combat training or not, this is a sword class. No one said you could use anything other than a sword." He mocked Gray. "And how does a special admission kid like you get paired with a top student? Don't get cocky just because you have a bit of mana. Gray thought to himself that he didn't choose the matchup. Unexpectedly, Leon stepped up to assert his claim. The professor decided I'm the only one worthy of Gray. Please step aside. The professor approached and echoed Leon. I'm the one who paired you up. I matched students with equivalent overall strength. Right? He affirmed that Gray was the only one capable of facing Leon. Gray nodded, quite satisfied. The professor looked at the troublemaker. If you aren't happy with that, try fighting him. Beat Gray, and you could be Leon's opponent. Provoked, he angrily agreed. Fine. He still tried to mock him. I defeated the proctors to get in here. Don't group me with people who just barely managed a draw, or those who didn't pass anything at all. But Leon looked at him with disdain. He was judging Gray based on his admission category without knowing his true strength, which made me feel like I was looking at my old self. He trusted him unconditionally. This was a truly good opportunity. His strength deserved recognition. Yet Leon shifted his focus. But more importantly, you interrupted my time with Gray. Seeing the look in his eyes, the guy quickly looked up, only to see Leon's handsome face distorted with rage. For that offense alone, you deserve to die. The troublemaker genuinely didn't understand why he was so angry. The professor said to Gray, if you don't like the real combat rules, fine. You're only allowed to use your sword, okay? Behind Gray, Leon was still brimming with murderous aura. Gray worried. I really don't know how strong this guy actually is, but if he got into the academy through the regular exam, it won't be easy. Gray assessed his opponent. He definitely has more endurance and physical strength than I do. Even after my master's horrific training, I can't beat years of proper nutrition and physical conditioning. Gray tried to give himself an out. I'm not too confident in my skills, but losing doesn't mean getting expelled, right? The professor replied. This is just class practice, but don't hold back against each other. Gray raised his sword. All right. The other guy immediately got into a stance. He seized the moment to rush forward, thrusting his sword forward and roaring. Time to show the special admit kid his place. Remember your role. Instantly, both swords clashed hard. Suddenly, Gray was surprised. He flicked his sword slightly, then sent him flying backward. The troublemaker was stunned, while Gray thought. He hit so lightly. His strength is nothing special at all. The guy angrily wound up to swing his sword. Gray thought to himself, is he holding back? Yet, who would have thought he'd be taken down on the second blow? He fell backward, his head meeting Mother Earth once again. The professor announced the result. Match over. Gray stepped forward, worriedly asking, sorry, are you okay? I was aiming for your sword, but it hit your body. I thought you would dodge. He wouldn't admit defeat and grabbed his sword. It was just a coincidence. You just caught me off guard. Even with his face bruised and nose running, he still said, one more round. Everyone buzzed. Man, that looks painful. The professor was helpless. Fine. Fight until you're satisfied then. So he raised his sword to attack again. In the middle of the bright, sun-drenched training ground, Gray worriedly asked, are you okay? The other guy's eyes were already swollen shut, with blood pooling over his eyes. His face distorted, teeth broken, but he still tried to move his lips. I'm okay, the professor said helplessly. All right, that's enough. Someone take him to the medical room. He gathered the students and announced, and so, this year's representatives will be Gray and Leon. Does anyone object? Gray curiously asked. Representatives? The professor replied, pointing at Gray. The two strongest freshmen will fight the sophomore champions. In the interclass tournament, the freshmen have lost 35 times in a row. His eyes filled with belief. But perhaps this year will be different. Gray asked in astonishment. 35 consecutive losses. He spoke up. Is the power gap between freshmen and sophomores really that big? The professor confirmed. That's right. In this academy, a 1-year difference makes a giant gap. He had no other choice either. Losing is completely normal. People even expected them to lose. Then he encouraged him. Just not performing terribly is already an achievement. But if he wins, it will go down in academy history as a miracle. Just being chosen to participate in the matches is already an honor. After finishing, the professor reassuringly patted Gray on the shoulder and left. Don't stress out too much. All right, class dismissed. He reviewed the information in his mind. So, the intergrade tournament wasn't as serious as he thought. But as a Divine Eye special admission student, This was the perfect opportunity to prove that he could actually fight. Gray whispered to himself, I have to keep practicing. In the meeting room, the principal said, Next, the final item on today's faculty meeting agenda is Professor Budra's proposal. Hearing this, the old professor replied, Yes. He proposed, I propose expelling the Divine I special admissions student, Amy White. Ariel said with indignation, Why are you making this proposal? I am the person in charge of the Divine I student group. Unexpectedly, Budra replied immediately, and that is the problem. He raised his objection. Amy White failed her third-year promotion exam. Even so, she stayed because she is a special admissions student. Every student who fails gets expelled. Looked at that way, is it fair? Professor Ariel still defended the student's rights. Like I said, she is gradually developing to the point of world-class combat capability. It's just that the physical backlash is too severe right now, preventing her from unleashing her full power. Otherwise, she would have passed the exam. The old professor sneered, Oh, that excuse again. Another professor was also unhappy. Just saying the physical backlash is severe instantly turns a useless student into a sealed genius. How much longer does he plan to use this mystical power as an excuse? Ariel completely disagreed. She emphasized, I am telling the truth. She can regain all her power at any time. It could be tomorrow. If we pressure her right now, she might lose that opportunity forever. The other professor retorted sharply. You've used this excuse before, he said angrily. Is your goal to keep a substandard student here forever? He said angrily. Is your goal to keep a substandard student here forever? The fat man started to chime in. Talent, huh? He sneered with contempt. In the old days, Divine Eye students might have been impressive, but this batch is just a bunch of failures. He listed typical names. Amy White, Bella Albright, Jacob Bloomfield. It seems the Divine Eye has lost its knack for judging talent. The professor next to him also chimed in. Perhaps it's time to consider abolishing the special Divine Eye category. Ariel was shocked. Abolish? What are you guys talking about? Budra threatened. The Divine Eye category was established long ago by the Academy's founding council, and it can also be abolished the exact same way. As long as more than half of the professors agree. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Another professor concurred. To be honest, the current Divine Eye group doesn't leave any impression at all. Others also spoke up. I heard Bella Albright has improved. That's true, but it's no significant achievement either. Not to mention her mana capacity is quite questionable. These things made Ariel extremely uncomfortable. The professors started whispering. The Divine Eye group back then was truly strong, but what about this batch? They don't even have a shred of the former Divine Eye spirit. The group of professors began combining their pressure. Ariel fell into a difficult spot. The number of people opposing the Divine Eye was greater than she thought. If this continued, the Divine Eye might really be abolished. Ariel fell into a difficult spot. The number of people opposing the Divine Eye was greater than she thought. If this continued, the Divine Eye might really be abolished. Then he provoked Ariel. Or do you still want to say that your eye for people is better than all of ours? Ariel's hands clenched tight. Inside her heart, she thought, I want to say yes, it is better. But she knew that answering like that would only make them even angrier. Surrounded by a bunch of men, she was suppressed. They already didn't like her. Surrounded by a bunch of men, she was suppressed. They already didn't like her. Therefore, if she wanted them on her side, she couldn't say anything that would make them oppose her. She pressed her lips tightly together. Budra provoked even further. Can't argue anymore? At least you know you're past your prime. Another chimed in. Despite many achievements in the past, maybe you should retire before ruining your reputation. Well said. Keep going endlessly. If you want to teach students the way you want, why not open your own academy? The old men started laughing out loud. Good idea. Good luck finding students willing to follow an expired Divine Eye master. Ariel felt helpless. She thought to herself, I can still spot geniuses, but these kids need time. If they have time, they will prove everything. I just need to stop them from getting expelled. She was determined before that happened, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, someone mentioned Ariel's favorite student. Speaking of the Divine Eye, isn't there a boy named Gray? The professors shifted the topic to him. I heard he's quite promising in the freshman swordsmanship department. That's right. I heard so too. I think he's participating in the inter-grade tournament this year too. Budra spotted easy prey again. It sounded like he had potential. He suggested to Ariel, then why not let him prove it in this match? We will decide the future of the Divine Eye category after seeing the results. She glanced at the professor who had just helped her. He helplessly shook his head. Ariel had no choice but to accept the risk. She spoke up. His power is not suited for these sparring matches. If it's a real life-or-death battle, then, before she finished speaking, she was cut off, making excuses again. The other professor violently objected. If he can't show in training, he won't do anything in real combat either. Every professor here knows that. Ariel got angry. No, you don't understand. His ability is not ordinary swordsmanship. The meeting room suddenly fell silent. The principal ended the meeting. All right, that's enough for today's meeting. This discussion isn't going anywhere. We'll stop here, he suggested. Anyway, it is reasonable to watch Divine Eye students perform in a match. We will observe his performance and decide later. Ariel was shocked and wanted to object. No. But the principal declared, meeting adjourned. The old professors left the room with a sneering look. Now I'm really looking forward to the match. It should be very interesting. The old professors left the room with a sneering look. Now I'm really looking forward to the match. It should be very interesting. Her hands clenched tight. She apologized to them in her heart. I'm sorry, kids. I'm too weak. She recalled Gray's words. Better to die alone than all three of us dying together, right? Just leave it to me. Ariel regretted it. She knew his power was not suited for a sparring match. His main arm was aching and going numb. But this time was too much. She knew he still needed more time. Her lips pressed tightly together. She knew what she was asking of him right now was too much. But even so, Ariel's body trembled. Please help them. She curled up. Please help those children, those unpolished gems with world-class potential. A tear rolled down her cheek. Please protect their future. Professor Ariel's tears streamed down her face. The day of the intergrade friendly tournament had arrived, and the Academy's arena was brilliantly lit. The professor announced, All right, we will begin the intergrade friendly match. To introduce the contestants, here we have the best freshman, Leon Hardapias, the best sophomore, Luenel Hartmont, the challenger from the freshman, Gray Lee, and the challenger from the sophomores, Diebel Radarl. Gray looked at the guy named Diebel and thought anxiously, Wait, isn't that the guy who rushed into me in the hallway? Do I really have to fight him? Now we will witness their abilities. All the students and professors directed their attention to the arena. It was the contemptuous old man Budra again. Leon whispered, Are there really this many professors watching this match? Are regular intergrade, friendly matches like this? Hartmann replied, No, this is the first time. Last year, only 3 swordsmanship professors bothered to come and watch. He was curious. Why is it so crowded today? Leon remembered and proudly introduced. The professors must be curious about Gray. They really do have a great eye for people. Seeing Leon's smug look, Hartmann thought to himself, Is he always like this? The old Professor Budra heard the conversation and said, Just as you guessed, we came to watch the final match of the Special Divine Eye student group. Hearing this, the students began to murmur excitedly. Gray immediately asked, Final what? What do you mean? Budra cast his gaze toward Ariel. Nobody told you? He replied with utter contempt. The Divine Eye class is about to be disbanded. Gray was shocked. Disbanded? Professor, is that true? Meanwhile, Professor Ariel remained silent. She thought in her heart, if I tell Gray the truth, he'll risk his life. He might even use that power, but given his current condition, that could kill him. Ariel was forced to speak up to reassure Gray. Budra is just trying to shake your morale. Don't let it affect you. Focus on the match. Down in the arena, there was a moment of silence. Gray saw her arm trembling. He knew what he had to do. He answered, If the professor says so, then fine. Seeing this, Budra spoke with utter disdain. Suit yourselves. Keep playing dumb. He targeted Ariel. When he loses miserably, the other professors will understand that Ariel's divine eye is no longer as sharp as it used to be. Unexpectedly, Gray immediately retorted, I can't let that slide. The old professor suddenly paused. What? I don't care if you curse at me, Gray firmly declared. But please don't underestimate Professor Ariel's judgment. This statement surprised Ariel. Budra still wouldn't let go. What strength did her eyes see in you? Unlike your professor, those who haven't aged are certain that you will lose miserably. Gray got angry, lowering his voice. All right, I'll prove all of you wrong. He was driven mad with fury. What kind of insolent attitude was that? The referee in the arena ordered, "Contestants, please separate and return to your teammates." Ariel was still worried. I am very grateful for your trust, but what is Gray planning to do? If fighting the top student, your practical swordsmanship skills might give you a slim chance. But the opponent you are about to face is a terrifying monster. Deeble Radarl, Bradley, surgically modified his brain, boosting his reflexes to superhuman levels. He is practically a living weapon. He is the worst possible matchup for Gray's ambush style. Don't tell me he's planning to use that ability? Thinking of this, Ariel's lips unconsciously pressed tight. She stood in the stands and called out, "Gray." Ariel pleaded, "Don't worry about me. Please don't risk your life." He froze for a moment. Then Gray gave a faint smile and reassured her. "I know." The referee, along with all the professors and students, turned toward the stands. The referee announced, "The arena is protected by defensive magic to prevent fatal injuries. Triggering the opponent's protective shield counts as a win. Fight as if it were a real battle." Leon whispered to himself, "A real battle." The match between the two top students began. Leon instantly seized the opportunity and charged forward. "I'm coming." Hartman also enthusiastically took a stance. "Good. Show me what you've got." Both of their sharp blades continuously clashed. By this time, Hartman had built up enough momentum. He swung his sword powerfully. Luckily, Leon dodged. He planted his hand on the ground to gain momentum, then kicked upward, but Hartman dodged that too. Leon said regretfully, "Looks like I can't fight like a knight, Gray." But Hartman uttered, "You're not bad either. Honestly, you're stronger than I was as a freshman." Then he radiated pressure and rushed forward. "Let's speed things up," making Leon anxious. "Can I keep up?" A flurry of stormy sword strikes descended. Hartman just relentlessly chased Leon until he touched the protective shield. Damn it, Hartman's blade hit its target. It was pressed perfectly against Leon's throat. The referee shouted loudly, "Stop." The winner was clear. The winner of the match between the top two students was Lionel Hartman. Both lowered their swords and said politely, "Good match. Well fought. Next, we will begin the challengers match." Both representatives stepped forward. Leon told Gray, "Good luck." Gray replied, "Thanks." He thought to himself, "I talked a big game. Now I have to deliver." Before time-traveling back to the past, I fought countless monsters even more hopeless than this one. Compared to those things, I can still win. Deeble's sword tip dragged across the ground. He walked forward while muttering, "Just a little bit more, Professor Brad. I'll send him to the exact same place as that girl. Straight to hell." Accompanied by a savage smile, the selection match for the intergrade tournament began. Both assumed battle stances. The arena fell into absolute silence, without a single sound. The moment the referee shouted loudly, "Start," the two rushed at each other. Gray was startled to notice something unusual. He was knocked backward by Deeble, his sword-holding hand shaking. "Damn, it's so heavy." Gray looked at the madman in front of him and assessed. Although Professor Ariel said his reflexes were enhanced, is the strength in his arms enhanced too? With his power gap, all my moves are useless. How am I supposed to fight him? He thought to himself, I still have that skill, but... Gray recalled Professor Ariel's warning. "Listen, no matter what happens, do not use that power. At worst, you will die." At that time he had promised, yes. She still anxiously reminded him. The tournament is important, but it's not worth sacrificing your life. Furthermore, the arena's protective barrier won't be able to withstand it. If you use it, you might even kill your opponent. This genuinely scared Gray. He rushed forward recklessly. Determination-wise, I can risk my life to protect the special divine I spot, but I can't kill someone in the middle of a school tournament. Deeble also built up enough momentum. Two slashes simultaneously crashed into each other. Deeble immediately unleashed a vicious upward slash. Luckily, Gray blocked it. He thought to himself, why are his movements bizarrely simple? With his physique and reflexes, he could completely take me down in a single blow. Gray sharply assessed him. He lacked no technique. He was definitely holding back on purpose. What was he scheming? Unexpectedly, he was met with a brutal, savage grin. Gray panicked at that smile. He was knocked backward. Then, Deeble's sword tip lunged forward, aiming straight for Gray's eyes. I can't dodge it, yet he still managed to raise his sword in time to block. Honestly, Gray didn't understand why. I clearly couldn't react in time. He built up momentum to push Deeble back, then slid to the side. Did he intentionally reduce the force of his strike? In the stands, Ariel was also shocked. She startled as she looked through the divine eye. Inside Deeble was a heart covered in mana. What kind of power was this? A glowing dark purple mana source enveloped his entire heart. Suddenly, Ariel looked toward Budra's group. The old man was still sneering. The sophomores this year really have personality issues. He clearly could have finished it at any time, yet he keeps dragging it out. The divine eye Brad is struggling to block every blow, yet he still refuses to surrender. Doesn't this prove he's not strong enough? Or maybe he knows the divine eye spot is about to be abolished, so he's hinting at us. If he keeps waiting like this, the special spot will become a joke. Sounds reasonable. What a model student thinking so much for the academy. All malice was directed at Gray. Suddenly, Ariel screamed, "Stop the match! Stop it immediately! It's dangerous!" The old man Budra kept his ugly expression and asked, "Dangerous? What are you talking about? This is a simulation match." Another chimed in, "It seems the professor doesn't know. Let me tell you, the arena is covered by a powerful protective barrier. Any attack that could cause fatal casualties will be automatically blocked, so students can fight with all their might without fear. Unless you have some other reason you want to stop the match." Down below, Gray was still struggling to defend. In the stands, Ariel explained, "I naturally know about the protective barrier, but it won't be enough to protect Gray." Instantly, a mana explosion occurred on the arena floor below. Ariel was filled with utter horror. Deeble had activated cultist power. He took a stance and raised his sword high. Then, he swung his sword with all his might toward Gray. He was overwhelmed by the sight. The entire arena shook violently from just that single sword strike. Gray looked down in horror. Where the blade had just swept, left a deep gouge. It even cut straight through the academy's barrier. Ariel worriedly said, "The barrier. I told you so." She quickly cast magic. "You bastard Bradley. I didn't expect you to implant that thing inside the academy." But the magic was blocked by the barrier. Ariel panicked. "The spectator side barrier is too strong. I can't use binding spells." Ariel panicked. "The spectator side barrier is too strong. I can't use binding spells." But those useless big-mouthed fools turned pale. "Damn it!" Ariel yelled toward the arena. "Run, Gray. Stopping the match from the outside will take too much time." He faintly heard her voice. "Run." But he had to dodge a fatal blow from Deeble. "If I turn my back for even a second, I will die right here." The students panicked and were terrified by the sight. The professor standing in the stands looked down and thought, "The professor's magic takes at least 30 seconds to arrive. Too slow. Looks like there's no other choice." He placed his hopes on Gray. "It's still a bit early, but with trust and support, you have to do it, Gray." The professor shouted loudly, "Gray, treat your body as a sword. Don't just swing the blade. Let your body move together with that power." While struggling to dodge Deeble's blows, he thought, "Treat my body as a sword. What is he talking about?" But if the teacher said so, he would follow. Gray paused for a moment and thought, "No, I have to do this." He became calm. "I am a unique sword. Focus. Pour everything into it." The blade had lunged forward to take his life. It was getting closer and closer. Then it crashed heavily into the sturdy barrier. Behind Deeble, Gray was swinging his sword. He turned back in horror to look. Hearing the lesson, Gray muttered to himself, "Has he been that slow from the start?" No. He gripped his sword tightly. He swung it with all his might to retaliate against all the trouble Deeble had caused. "It's just that I'm getting faster." Gray almost blew Deeble away. Even though Deeble still had a protective barrier around his body, Gray kept launching a frantic assault, trying to shatter it at any cost. Finally, he did it. A terrifying explosive blow caused Deeble to crash straight into the ground, piercing through the wall and creating a gigantic hole. Professor Budra's jaw dropped as he watched the defense shatter into pieces. Another professor asked in astonishment, "What on earth kind of combat style is that?" Meanwhile, Professor Heathkit anxiously asked if the student was okay. The match official hurriedly called the emergency medical team. Deeble slowly crawled out of the rubble. but everyone could sense that something was very wrong. A dark, monstrous aura was emanating from his body. Deeble's face no longer looked human. It resembled the face of a true monster. Everyone was astonished to see that he was completely uninjured. Professor Ariel immediately warned Gray, "It's not over yet. Keep your wits about you." Gray nodded in acknowledgement, even though he was still caught off guard. As Deeble rushed forward with the pitch-black energy, he barely managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. That terrifying power blew the ground apart into pieces. Professor Budra screamed in a panic. "What the hell is that?" While Professor Ariel checked if the barrier had been lifted, the other professors replied that it would take another 10 seconds. Gray tried to dodge every attack, fighting while observing Deeble very carefully. He swung his sword, and dark blades of wind continuously shot out. In the blink of an eye, Deeble closed the distance. Gray blocked the sword, but from that terrifying speed and strength, he realized Deeble was definitely no longer human. Even so, Gray was no ordinary person either. He pushed the sword away hard. Yet, despite being continuously attacked, Deeble remained completely unaffected. Gray missed a beat and took a hit. Blood spurted from his mouth. Professor Ariel was extremely worried. Gray knew clearly that if he didn't counterattack immediately, he was done for. Craving even more power, the thought consumed him. Gray's eyes changed, and in a lightning-fast motion, he cleanly sliced off both of Deeble's arms. Deeble's agonizing scream echoed throughout the arena. Blood splattered everywhere. Deeble dropped to his knees as black mist rose from his wounds. The professors held their breath, and the entire arena fell into a deathly silence of horror. At that exact moment, the barrier was finally lifted. All the professors immediately leaped down into the arena, with Professor Ariel leading the way. They quickly bound Deeble tight. Gray was panting heavily, completely exhausted. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his body, and blood gushed from multiple wounds. He collapsed face down on the ground, his whole body trembling. Ariel rushed over to treat him immediately, healing him while anxiously asking if he was okay. 3 other professors ran over to assist. She ordered them to cast healing magic on Gray right away. At this point, Gray was nearly unconscious. Ariel closely watched his breathing. A moment later, she breathed a sigh of relief, but when she raised her head, she was startled by a dark shadow blocking her vision. Gray had stood up completely healthy. He smiled and thanked her. Everyone was amazed by his rapid recovery speed. Another professor even asked again if he was really okay. Gray asked Professor Ariel how he looked. She used her divine eye to observe him and couldn't believe her own eyes. After using such an enormous amount of power, Gray's soul was almost completely undamaged. When Gray asked about his body, she explained that the healing magic had handled everything, so he wouldn't feel pain anymore. Professor Heathcote approached and said the plan had succeeded. They had minimized the backlash, just as he calculated. But Professor Ariel was not happy at all. She was genuinely furious, because without the healing magic, Gray could have died. Heathcote explained that they had kept the backlash at a threshold the healing magic could handle, so it was temporarily considered fine. He added that later on he wanted Gray to be able to endure the backlash on his own, but that would take time. Ariel just glared at him. Gray realized it then. All those crazy training sessions were to prepare for this moment. Everything had gone far beyond the initial plan. Some professors were busy dismantling the barrier, while the medical team put Deeble on a stretcher for emergency treatment. Professor Ariel asked who won the match. The official explained that Deeble's protective barrier had automatically activated due to Gray's attack. Therefore, the winning selector was the first-year representative, Gray. The students cheered in unison. No one could believe a first-year rookie had defeated a second-year representative and a Divine Eye class student at that. Professor Heathcote announced, the Divine Eye student has finally ended the first year's 35-game losing streak. But he also admitted that after this match, winning or losing no longer mattered. No one could say Ariel's Divine Eye was wrong anymore. Alexandra had to admit it too. After witnessing the battle, they had no choice but to acknowledge Ariel was right. Now, no one dared to support the proposal to abolish the special Divine Eye class. One professor even said they should be ashamed for ever thinking about expelling such a talented student. Gray was busy chatting with other professors. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel clenched her fists to control her emotions. She felt both relieved and immensely grateful to him. Another professor suggested that those who had pushed for the abolition of the Divine Eye class should reflect on their responsibility. All eyes turned to Professor Boudra and his two accomplices. They fell silent, sweat pouring down in streams. Boudra mumbled an excuse about having other matters to prepare and quickly scurried away. His lackeys hurriedly followed behind him. The remaining professors burst out laughing upon seeing that scene. An elderly professor remarked, "The saying, 'never mess with the divine eye,' is still as true today as ever." The person next to him added, "Compared to the old days, Professor Ariel has actually become much gentler." Times had changed. Gray couldn't help wondering what on earth had happened to her in the past. As all the attention subsided, Headmaster Alexandra approached Gray with a serious expression. Gray immediately became alert. The headmaster said that during the match, the second-year representative Diebel had clearly been forced to inject an unusual power into his body, and the school would investigate this matter. It was unacceptable for a simulation match to turn into a life-threatening situation for a student. The headmaster apologized to Gray on behalf of the academy for not detecting the anomaly sooner. Gray replied, "Headmaster, please don't worry. The final result turned out fine anyway." But Alexandra continued. After Diebel lost control, Gray also released something. Gray jolted with tension. The headmaster knew it wasn't ordinary magic, but a much stranger power that even modern magic theory couldn't analyze. He wanted to know what on earth it was. Gray didn't know how to answer. He couldn't reveal what happened before time traveling, especially when he still didn't know where the mastermind behind the liquidator was hiding. He only replied, "I'm not sure either." Alexandra looked suspicious. Gray added that Professor Ariel herself was the one who noticed and explained it to him. Ariel knew very well that was a lie. Ever since Gray defeated the Ogre Monster General, he had been using that power quite naturally. She secretly wondered what he was plotting. Gray secretly hoped she would cooperate. To stop the liquidator, he needed her to maintain her position of power. Ariel understood. She was impressed that Gray had calculated everything beforehand. He didn't seem like someone living through this for the first time. Realizing he trusted her a lot, she felt compelled to play along. She chimed into the conversation and told the headmaster, "You're right. Gray's power cannot be analyzed by ordinary magic theory, but with my divine eye, I can see it clearly." She continued, "After observing it, I asked Professor Heathcote, who has a good affinity with this type of power, to assist Gray. That's why he was able to control it to that extent today." She was still researching how to harness this power more effectively and requested the headmaster grant her full authority over everything related to Gray's power. Having witnessed the match, the headmaster couldn't refuse. He said, "Gray and the entire Special Divine Eye group will be under your command. If the academy can offer any support, just let me know." Both Gray and Ariel were surprised by this offer. Ariel thanked him. Gray and Professor Ariel exchanged an understanding smile. Then, the headmaster went down to the special underground medical facility to check on Diebel's condition and invited Ariel along because he needed her eyes. She gladly accepted. Back at the office, Ariel took a sip of tea and announced to Gray, "According to analysis, the power used on Diebel is almost identical to the liquidator. I'm certain that the crystals from that research facility were used." Gray asked, "What is Diebel's condition?" Ariel sorrowfully replied, "He is dead." Gray was about to ask if it was because of him, but she cut him off. No. The moment that power was activated, Diebel was no longer himself. There's a possibility he died the moment that power was implanted in him. She continued, "And clearly, the target is Gray. This is retaliation for killing Varian Bradley." Gray's face darkened. He also realized that if Diebel was tampered with after Varian's death, it was very likely the work of a third party. Ariel also sensed that a much bigger fish was lurking behind the scenes. She would continue digging into this connection, even though it might take quite a while. Her intuition told her this was related to the deeper layers of the academy. Gray nodded. "If you need any help, just let me know." Ariel sincerely thanked him. She also realized Gray had learned how to use the power without harming his own soul. Gray admitted it, but this time the backlash on his body was much heavier than before. Her silence made Gray worry. Ariel smiled and declared, Professor Ariel thinks it's time to upgrade Gray's training to the next level. Hearing that, Gray excitedly asked, "Really?" Ariel replied with a radiant smile, "Yes. This time you'll learn to control that power much better than you do now." A scene unfolded under the vast sky. A suit of armor stood tall, and at the center was the solitary swordsman Gray. A suit of armor stood tall, and at the center was the solitary swordsman Gray. A suit of armor stood tall, and at the center was the solitary swordsman Gray. Professor Heathkit stood not far away, his voice revealing clear anxiety. This training method is extremely dangerous and painful. If you take your time, there are still plenty of safer options. He asked one more time, "Are you sure?" Gray simply answered briefly, "Yes." The training began. Gray closed his eyes and deeply concentrated. He imagined himself as a single sword, recalling that terrifying moment back then. Black mist enveloped the blade, gradually transforming into crimson energy that spread throughout his body. Ready, Gray swung his sword once. The bright red energy tore through the iron-armored mannequins, shattering them to pieces. Red slashing arcs swept across the arena, debris flying everywhere. Gray rushed forward like a storm, slashing continuously from all directions. The mannequins were mercilessly torn apart. After the whirlwind, Gray burst out from the center. Behind him lay a devastated battlefield. The observing professors were astonished by his terrifying speed. They were both in disbelief and secretly exclaimed. Professor Heathkit frowned. Gray continued rushing toward the other side of the training area. But the moment he started moving, blood spurted from multiple wounds on his body. He glanced back, swinging his sword to finish off the remaining suits of armor, then staggered and collapsed face down on the ground. His body lay limp, unable to get up. The white-robed professors immediately cast healing spells. A layer of blue mist enveloped Gray. He lost consciousness for a moment, but just a short while later, his wounds healed, and he slowly stood up. Gray thanked them. Professor Heathkit nodded with satisfaction. "Great progress. This time you lasted much longer than before." Gray admitted, "When I was focusing, I didn't realize, but now it's clear. Using this power is extremely painful." Professor Heathkit approached, his voice sinking. "Pain and endurance are signs that you are pushing past your own limits. However, this training session is truly excessive. Whether to continue is entirely up to you." Gray resolutely replied, "I've made up my mind." He immediately assumed a combat stance, ready to execute it once more. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop." It was Professor Ariel. She reminded him, "Training is only allowed once a day." Gray argued back, "My body has been healed. My soul won't be harmed." Ariel shook her head. "External wounds can be handled with healing magic. But if you continue to suffer damage before stabilizing, the sensation of swinging your sword will be severely distorted." She believed Gray understood this better than anyone. Gray remembered his hands from his past life, the life where he was bullied and his swordplay never progressed due to the aftereffects of childhood injuries. Professor Heathkit breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she arrived in time. Even he would hesitate if he had to repeat this type of training multiple times a day. He dropped a suit of armor to the ground. The echoing crash proved its staggering weight. Gray nodded, "I understand." A white-robed professor curiously asked, "Since you're already this strong, why are you in such a rush to get even stronger?" Professor Ariel sighed, "It's my fault." She recounted that because she dragged Gray into the battle with Professor Varian, those lurking in the shadows now considered Gray an enemy. The incident with Deeble was just the beginning. There were forces operating in the shadows of the Academy, possibly even the Blood Drinker criminal group that stole the magic catalyst for Varian. Even if we locked Gray away in a heavily guarded place, it wouldn't guarantee his complete protection. Therefore, the only way to survive is to become stronger. She looked at Gray apologetically. Gray smiled. "No need to apologize. Stopping the Liquidator experiment is my only choice. I will pursue it to the end, no matter what happens." Ariel praised, "You truly are an exceptional student. The only thing I can do is help you tap into your maximum power." Her words made Professor Heathkit smile. "You already have a plan, don't you?" Ariel nodded. "That's right." She asked, "Have you forgotten the fastest and safest way for a swordsman to become stronger?" Heathkit looked at Gray in a daze, then nodded. "Change swords." That's the fastest solution. Gray was surprised, but the sword provided by the Academy is a high-end custom weapon, right? Ariel explained. For a first-year student, that sword is good enough, but with your current strength, it can't withstand it. She pointed to the space ahead. Ordinary weapons cannot bear that power. Therefore, I will take you to my personal armory. Professor Heathkit was astonished. You're going to give him one of those? He's still just a student. Ariel calmly said, it'll be fine. She inserted a key into empty space and turned it once. Light flared up, forming the shape of a gate. Just as she said, Gray deserved to receive it. Gray stood frozen in shock. A spatial rift opened before his eyes. Ariel turned back with a smile. Follow me. Gray was the last one to step inside. His eyes widened in amazement. Everywhere were piles of gold, silver, and jewelry stacked high, sparkling under the lights. They walked along the corridor toward the sword section. The two professors continued forward, while Gray stood frozen in place. His jaw dropped in astonishment. Finally, they reached the sword section to find a suitable one for him. Gray was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer number of weapons before his eyes. He blurted out, no matter which way I look, there are swords that look extremely dangerous. Professor Heathkit proudly replied, there is no sword collection in the vast world wider and of higher quality than this one. Professor Ariel knew very well that choosing one sword out of hundreds was extremely difficult. Ideally, Gray should test each one at full power, but due to the characteristics of his power, they could only test one sword per day. Eventually, she decided to narrow down the range, trying a few at a time. She started with the sharpest sword currently available. Gray held it and remarked, too heavy. Ariel nodded, that's right, but it cuts extremely well. She took out a log of wood for Gray to test. He got into stance, shifted his center of gravity into his fists, raised the sword high, and slashed down hard. A loud boom echoed, and the floor cracked. A clean and powerful slash cut the log in half. Gray watched in astonishment. Ariel commented, this sword is extremely powerful, but a bit heavy, so it's not suitable for actual close combat. Heathkit agreed and added, no matter how sharp it is, if it doesn't hit, it's useless. However, against huge, sturdy, and slow enemies like divine beasts or architectural structures, this sword will be extremely useful. Ariel also said she would give Gray a magic storage pouch, so he wouldn't need to carry it around, avoiding the hassle of storing it. Gray realized this wasn't a sword that could be casually lent to others. Ariel smiled. Better to let it be used by someone who knows how than to sit there gathering dust. I want to see it used by someone worthy. She asked him, when facing Varian, the mastermind behind the Liquidator, are you sure you won't regret not having this sword? The question made Gray pause. He recalled his desperate past life, when he believed that no matter how hard he practiced compared to anyone else, his fate couldn't be changed. His face hardened, and he bowed to sincerely thank her for lending him the sword. Heathkit advised, don't show this sword to others unless you really intend to use it. Gray asked in surprise why. Heathkit explained, its market value is at least 10 billion, or no less than 10,000 gold coins. Gray's eyes went wide, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor in shock. He hurriedly told Ariel that he couldn't accept such an expensive item, but she calmly replied, I don't accept returns. She made it clear this wasn't a loan, but a gift. She knew if it was just a loan, Gray would hesitate and wouldn't dare use his full power. At first, Gray thought she was joking, but Ariel affirmed she was completely serious. Gray was about to argue back. Ariel cut him off. Do you really think my Divine Eye class is only worth 10 billion? Gray started, quickly replying, no, Professor. He thanked her again and promised to take good care of it. That reaction made Ariel smile with satisfaction. Afterward, she began looking for a more ordinary sword, one that Gray could use in regular battles. Gray admitted, I didn't expect your armory to be this impressive. Heathkit confidently replied, of course. In this world, no one has a sharper eye than Ariel's Divine Eye. With those eyes, she can make as much money as she wants. Ariel called Heathkit closer and asked him which sword he thought suited Gray best. He observed a row, then pointed to one. Gray asked for permission to test it, and Ariel agreed. He swung it once, then again, combining sword techniques with footwork. The sword was forged very well, but he still felt something wasn't quite right. He wondered if it was just because he wasn't used to it yet. Heathkit immediately realized that wasn't the right choice. He proceeded to choose another one. This sword was forged for experimental purposes, but he felt it might fit better. Gray stood frozen the moment he saw it. The sword had a clean silver blade with blue patterns running along the body, exuding a calm, yet frighteningly sharp aura. Elegant, but clearly extremely powerful. Gray asked, "What kind of sword is that?" Heathkit told him to try holding it. Gray was surprised that the sword was lighter than expected, but it had no sharp edge. Heathkit explained, "It's designed for testing new technology, not for actual combat. You can think of it as an unsharpened steel sword with extremely high durability. In my opinion, it fits you very well." Gray asked, "Do you mean because of my power, I don't need a sword with a sharp edge?" Heathkit nodded. "Exactly. I doubt even the strongest sword can withstand your power. And if you keep getting stronger, eventually even the swords in this vault will only slow you down. If in the future you no longer need a blade to fight, then a sword like this in your hands is probably the perfect choice." Heathkit tried slashing a block of metal wood. The block was dented everywhere. Gray's jaw dropped in astonishment, while Ariel wasn't very impressed. She knew he was just showing off. Personally, she still thought Gray should use a real sword, but she didn't object to trying multiple options. She asked Gray if he wanted to try other weapons, even offering to lead him to areas outside the sword section. Even so, faced with the enormous number of swords, Gray just wanted to try them all. A red-bladed sword particularly caught his eye. It looked much lighter and stronger than the first one. He said he wanted to try that one and stepped forward, but halfway there, another sword made him stop. He felt a familiar sense from it. Gray asked Ariel about that sword. She recounted, "An old student of mine left it behind after graduating. It's not a famous sword, but it's very well forged." Gray asked to try it. The sword rested in his hand extremely naturally, as if born for him. He stood in front of the training mannequin. With a barely noticeable motion, he sliced it in half. Both professors were astonished. Gray was equally startled. The sword suited him to a frightening degree. It felt as though he had practiced with it since birth. Ariel asked if he liked it. Gray nodded. "All my life, I've never owned a sword this easy to use." She wanted to test it further to see if it truly compatible with Gray's power. Gray hesitated, worried because this was an old student's sword and he might break. Ariel reassured him, "It's fine. I'm sure this sword would rather be used than sit there gathering dust." That convinced him. Gray curiously asked for the name of the student who forged the sword. Ariel replied, "Metalum Norm." Gray fell silent. Metalum Norm, the greatest magic swordsmith in the world. The sword he was holding was forged by the man himself. They moved to the training ground for serious testing. To measure power and durability, Ariel wanted Gray to push the sword to the limit. They started with the blue-patterned sword. They chose the weirdest one first to see how it interacted with Gray's power. Gray stood in the middle of the field, surrounded by mannequins. He began channeling his power. Red aura covered his body, but suddenly it dissipated. He startled. "Try again." The sword slowly got covered in red light. He concentrated, tried to become one with the sword and pouring his power into it. But once again, the energy dissipated. A flash of panic crossed Gray's face as he realized his power wouldn't activate at all. Ariel approached and asked if he felt any difference in his body. He replied, "No." He suspected the sword was the cause. Without forcing it, she brushed the sword aside and prepared to try another one. She guessed this sword simply wasn't compatible with Gray's power. If so, the best choice was to try the most ordinary sword among them. She took one from the magic storage pouch. That was the one forged by Metalum Norm. Gray stood straight, sword held by his side. Around him were motionless training mannequins under the vast sky. He focused on a single thought. He is a sword. A faint layer of aura began radiating from his body. Gray smiled happily. He finally activated it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. "During this time, there is still time." Gray startled and looked around, but saw no one. The voice continued. "When the moment comes." From afar, Professor Heathkit told Ariel, "With this sword, activating his power won't be a problem." Gray decided to start. He stepped forward, swinging the sword into the sky with a clean slash. Bright red energy flared, tearing through the heavy armor ahead. He realized his power remained the same, but the sword moved with unbelievable smoothness. He moved to the next mannequin. The sword flashed again, slicing the iron-clad mannequin in half. Gray's body felt lighter than ever. Red sparks flashed across the air, and shattered armor pieces fell around him. Gray moved like a ghost, slashing through each mannequin as he dashed past. Red energy cut through everything. The nearby healers watched in astonishment. They could clearly feel it. Gray was completely different from before. His speed was so fast people only saw red light trails flashing across the training ground. To Gray, it felt like flying. The sound of armor hitting the ground echoed everywhere. He turned to the next target, then suddenly stopped. There were no more mannequins. The number of targets was the same as last time, but last time he only destroyed half. This time he wiped out everything. Professor Ariel stood frozen. Everyone wore expressions of horror, worry, and tension. Ariel immediately asked, "Why is Gray still standing?" Gray blinked. Then he too realized something was wrong. A deep slash ran across his chest, down to his abdomen. Ariel panicked and screamed, "Put the sword down right now." Gray dropped the sword by reflex. Pain struck like a tidal wave, and he collapsed to his knees. Ariel and Heathkit rushed over, simultaneously ordering the healers to cast healing magic immediately. Before they could reach him, Gray tried to stand up but fell back down. His energy was completely depleted. Heathkit caught him, his voice worried. "Don't push yourself too hard." He whispered an apology. Due to massive blood loss, exhaustion was normal, even with healing magic. Ariel advised him to rest. Heathkit said Gray had broken a limit he couldn't reach before. This was a good sign. Ariel agreed, but warned, "Moving without realizing your own injuries is extremely dangerous." Heathkit nodded and added, "In actual combat without a healer nearby, such a mistake can be fatal." Ariel picked up the sword. Despite going through that storm, the blade didn't have a single scratch. Truly a wonderful sword. She activated her divine eye, observing closely. The sword seemed to be glowing, but she wasn't sure. Something strange reflected on the blade startled her as she turned her head away. Her unusual reaction made everyone ask in unison, "What's wrong?" Before Ariel could reply, boom. Everyone was terrified. Debris flew toward them. A terrifying explosion tore through a tower. Bright red energy tearing everything apart. Dust, smoke, and bricks burst outward. Students panicked and ran scattered as debris rained down from the sky. All instructors were ordered to deploy emergency magic barriers. The top priority was protecting lives. Gray watched in horror, trying to understand what had just happened. Heathkit realized the explosion originated from the hazardous materials storage area. He was certain this was no accident. This was a deliberate act. Right after the explosion, he caught a glimpse of teleportation magic signs. It was hard to believe someone dared to directly attack the Academy headquarters. Healers protested because the armory was protected by extremely strong anti-teleportation magic and high explosion resistance. Ariel coldly said, "The smoke contains liquidator energy." She guessed special crystals from the underground lab were used to breach the school's anti-teleportation wall. Gray's face turned pale, sweat pouring in streams. A terrifying thought struck him. The perpetrators behind the explosion were very likely Varian's accomplices. They dared to attack the Academy directly. Red energy continued to tear through the tower. Students screamed and ran wildly as debris rained like rain. After an emergency investigation, the school confirmed several items had been stolen from the armory. Although details weren't disclosed, everyone knew this wasn't a place outsiders could easily break into and blow up. The fact that they destroyed the teleportation suppression device and escaped cleanly pointed to only one conclusion. Ariel bluntly stated, "This is the work of an insider." Gray couldn't believe it. She even directly said the Academy was no longer trustworthy. Deep down, she admitted it had probably been like that for a long time. There was another possibility. If the Academy had fallen into enemy hands, they could use authority to take anything from the armory without resistance. In that case, the explosion was just to cover up the real target. Gray reasoned the perpetrators definitely had no legal way to get what they wanted, which was why they had to blow up the armory. Ariel agreed. She didn't know what the leadership was thinking, but she suspected the culprit was the blood drinker. Those pests had infiltrated the academy before. Gray remembered very well. They were the ones who killed Bella's parents. Ariel warned Gray, "You might also be targeted, especially since you killed Varian. Always stay vigilant, especially when you're outside the academy." Gray nodded. "I understand." Afterward, Gray returned to class. The atmosphere was stifling to the point of suffocation. Some students were nearly driving themselves crazy, muttering to themselves. Gray asked his desk mate what was happening. His desk mate looked at him in surprise. "Didn't you get the notice about the outdoor marching exercise?" Gray vaguely remembered seeing something similar. His desk mate explained, "Marching 16 hours a day, plus camping in an area full of low-level monsters under professor supervision, lasting a whole week, along with supplementary combat training." His desk mate panicked. "How are you still so calm? Marching 16 consecutive hours. I'm not even sure if we'll get enough sleep." More than half of the first-year students drop out every year because of this. Gray was genuinely surprised. In actual combat, soldiers don't know when the enemy will attack. At least this exercise has a fixed schedule. To me, that's already generous. He recalled training with the Liquidator Eradication Team. No time limit, thrown into the mountains without notice, marching a week in a monster-filled forest. Someone almost died from an ambush during training. Compared to that, this exercise even had a professor escorting them. Nothing to be scared of. His desk mate was speechless. Compared to that, this exercise even had a professor escorting them. Nothing to be scared of. His desk mate was speechless. Even so, seeing everyone's terrified faces, he couldn't help feeling something dangerous was lurking underneath. He understood better than anyone. He couldn't afford to lower his guard. The annual first-year marching exercise finally arrived. Professor Heathkit bluntly warned, "It will be extremely harsh. Most of those who fail to complete it won't make it to the second year. Endure it if you don't want your academy life to end right here." They were teleported to a beautiful island. Gray immediately recognized this was the border of the winter continent. If his memory wasn't wrong, this place was almost uninhabited. He secretly wondered why that was. The march began. They crossed vast grasslands, then entered the forest. The professor led them into a narrow trail covered in weeds. A student hesitated. "Looks like we went the wrong way." Heathkit calmly said, "I know." Everyone became even more confused. He explained, "If we take the main road, it wouldn't be called a march anymore." Everyone's expressions said it all, how terrified they were. But they still had to keep moving forward. A student whined, "How much further do we have to go?" Heathkit coldly replied, "It's only been 8 hours. We're not even halfway through the day yet." Panic quickly spread. The students' faces turned pale, eyes blank, sweat pouring like rain. They couldn't believe it, exhausted to this extent in just the first half of the first day. Heathkit reassured, "Just keep going, your body will adapt. The hardest part is only the beginning phase. Soon, you'll walk without even thinking." Everyone knew he was lying. Amidst that terrified atmosphere, one person stood out, Leon Hart, the most outstanding first-year swordsman, looking completely unfatigued. But the person he was paying attention to was none other than Gray. From the beginning until now, Gray hadn't slowed down by even a single step. A female student groaned in fatigue. Then suddenly, a monster spider jumped out from a tree. Before it could touch her, a dagger flew past, piercing the monster and pinning it to the tree. The one who made the move was naturally Gray. She hurriedly thanked him. Gray warned, "Stay alert. Some insects here are venomous." Leon Hart narrowed his eyes. Gray wasn't just walking. He was constantly scanning his surroundings, ready to deal with any surprise attack. Marching 8 consecutive hours while maintaining that level of vigilance, Leon Hart couldn't help thinking, what kind of training does it take to reach this level? As for Gray, his stamina was still fine thanks to hellish training from his past life. Just getting a good night's sleep made this exercise much more comfortable than the hell he had experienced. But what worried him most wasn't the march. Professor Ariel's warnings still echoed in his head, especially when he was outside the academy. This exercise pushed them into open areas with minimal security. Worse still, the academy always knew their exact location. His hands clenched involuntarily. Gray silently prayed nothing would happen. The professor ordered all students to stop. Everyone was completely exhausted, faces haggard, legs trembling. Right at that moment, the bearded professor announced, "Now we will begin cooking training exercise." In everyone's minds were only thoughts of a hearty feast. The students looked at each other, then burst into joyful cheers. Finally, they could eat and rest. Pero Gray especially felt the professor's tone was very unstable. He had a bad premonition. The professor smirked. "Why do you guys think this is rest time?" He coldly explained, "In an actual march, if you want to eat, you have to hunt and cook for yourselves. No one is bringing you lunchboxes." The entire group of students was stunned, faces drained of all color. The professor divided everyone into teams, trying to balance strength as much as possible. Every face was still filled with fatigue and despair. He continued, "Each team will receive a set of cooking utensils and prepare their own meal. Team C, captain is Leon. Members include Plua, Rygis, and Basque. Team D, captain is Gray. Members include Basque, Rumia, and Benis. Team D, captain is Gray. Members include Basque, Rumia, and Benis." Gray thought to himself, "Is it okay for me to be captain?" He worried whether anyone would listen to someone who took a special Divine Eye slot without taking the standard entrance exam. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "We're on your team." Gray startled. The pink-haired boy extended his hand for a handshake, smiling brightly. "Nice to meet you." The girl beside him also smiled, while the last boy remained calm, looking completely indifferent. Gray was surprised because their attitude was much more relaxed than he imagined. He thought they would complain about taking orders from someone who didn't pass the regular exam. He asked, "Do you guys really not mind me being captain?" The calm boy raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" He continued, "After witnessing the cross-grade match, no one is stupid enough to want another captain." The girl nodded in agreement. Gray is clearly the most reliable person. They picked up the tools and immediately asked, "What do you want us to do?" Gray was surprised at the 180-degree attitude shift. The match with Diebel had clearly left an extremely strong impression. He clenched his determination. He realized this academy is a place that worships strength. Suddenly, a student told the professor, "Sir, there is no food in the equipment. There's only pots and lighters." The professor smirked. "In natural march, sometimes you don't even have a pot. Having a pot is already very lucky." All the students turned pale-faced. Leon Hart stepped out, politely saying, "In modern campaigns, logistics supported by magic storage pouches are standard. It's hard to imagine a long march without carrying dry rations." The professor nodded, admitting Leon Hart was right, but that only applied when the march was planned in advance. In an emergency situation mid-battle, or if the logistics officer was killed, having to march for days without preparation was entirely possible. He emphasized, magic storage pouches are extremely rare items. Unless you belong to a large-scale unit, you still have to carry your luggage on your back, just like you're doing now. He looked straight into their eyes, his gaze suddenly darkening. At that time, do you want to die without being able to do anything? A heavy atmosphere blanketed over. Leon Hart bowed in apology. Gray had previously confirmed that magic storage pouches were indeed extremely rare. He once received one and thought it was just a high-end backpack. The professor suddenly changed his tone, happily announcing good news. "This forest is full of monsters. Throughout the journey, we used magic to ward them off, but now I will remove it, meaning you don't have to worry about finding food anymore. Good luck." He snapped his fingers, and a monster-repelling magic shattered like glass. The students panicked, looking left and right. The pink-haired boy turned to Gray, voice trembling. "Captain, what should we do now?" Gray calmly replied, "The only way is to hunt monsters." He had paid close attention throughout the march, observing the footprints and monster droppings along the way. Everyone immediately tensed up upon realizing they were about to fight. A girl in the team worried anxiously. Finding monsters in a forest this big must be really hard. Gray smiled faintly. "If they eat meat, it'll be easy. We just need to take a walk, and they'll smell us and rush right over." The pink-haired boy clearly did not like the idea of being bait, but Gray pointed out, "If we stay still, we'll have to fight other teams for food. It's better to go deeper into the forest." He added, "If you guys really don't want to fight monsters, we can also catch insects or snakes to eat. Insects are a bit hard to swallow, but if you prepare snakes properly, they're quite delicious. When there are no monsters in the forest, this kind of survival skill is crucial." The girl looked terrified, her face turning pale. "Forget it. I'd rather hunt monsters." The young man nodded calmly. "Whatever the captain decides is fine." The pink-haired boy also chimed in. "I trust you." They started moving, walking while observing tree trunks and checking traces on the ground. Suddenly, Gray sensed something approaching. He warned everyone, but they were still completely clueless. A rustling sound came from the bushes. The pink-haired boy's face turned pale. A giant monster bear suddenly burst out from the thicket. The whole team panicked upon realizing that Basque was standing closest to the monster bear. Basque froze the moment he saw the monster in the flesh. It was much faster than he had anticipated. As the bear charged, Basque ducked down, dodging it by a hair's breadth. His body reacted purely on instinct. After all, he had passed the academy entrance exam and endured hellish training. He wasn't just anybody. Basque swung his sword hard at the bear, clearly showcasing the combat skills taught at the World League Academy. Blood spurted from the wound. Basque let out a sigh of relief, realizing he could still handle this. But that relief didn't last. The monster bear suddenly lunged again, sinking its jaws straight toward his head. At that exact moment, Gray slashed off one of the bear's front legs. Basque stared in astonishment at Gray, who had suddenly appeared right beside him. Gray landed lightly, his sword already buried deep into the bear's neck. The bear still tried to sweep its remaining leg toward Gray. The sharp claw sweep was ferocious, but Gray had seen it coming from the start. At the final moment, he swung his sword in a clean, sweeping arc, completely severing the bear's head. The heavy head dropped to the ground and rolled away. Basque's sword slipped from his hand, clattering noisily to the side. The remaining 3 members stood frozen, their jaws dropping wide open. Gray calmly sheathed his sword, lightly flicked his hand, and muttered, "This monster's bones are really tough." Then he reached out to pull Basque up, his voice steady. "Are you okay?" Basque tremblingly nodded and thanked him. "Thank you for saving my life." Gray gently reminded him, "Monsters can often still move even after receiving a fatal injury. Don't just focus on killing it. The top priority is always dodging the attack." Basque gave a bitter smile. "I just learned that lesson the hard way." The whole team realized a crucial truth. Fighting monsters was completely different from sparring with normal people. As the sun set, the pot of water finally boiled. Basque chewed a piece of bear meat and praised, "Bear meat is really good." Gray explained, "Depending on the species, monster meat can taste very different. Some kinds are delicious, others are awful or even toxic. Whenever you go on an expedition, you should research the monsters in that area beforehand." He added some advice. If you have to forage for food in an unfamiliar place, it's best to hunt boar-like monsters. They're less toxic and their meat is quite tasty. Gray just offered a faint smile. "I only learned a little bit." But deep down inside, he didn't want to recall the experiences that had taught him those lessons. Even so, he remained modest. "Actually, I don't know much either." Basque immediately objected. "That's not true." "Absolutely not." Suddenly, another group of students approached. They shyly asked if Gray's team had any leftover food to spare them, as their hunting trip had been a total failure. Gray turned to ask his team members' opinion. They had enough leftover food to feed the whole class, and he intended to give it to them. Those faces were looking at him with immense, heartfelt gratitude. When the professor suddenly appeared and interrupted, "Trading food between teams is strictly prohibited. If you want to eat, go hunt for it yourselves." The students' faces turned pale, and they could only stammer, "Yes, sir." Then they left in utter despair. Gray and his team watched them go in silence, left with only a sense of sympathy. The next day, they continued their march. As the sun set, the professor ordered a halt. Tonight, they would camp right here and start the field camping exercise. Everyone let out a sigh of relief at finally getting to rest. Everyone let out a sigh of relief at finally getting to rest. Everyone let out a sigh of relief at finally getting to rest. Fortunately, the professor announced, "Tonight, dry rations and individual tents have been prepared for everyone." The teams remained the same as in the cooking exercise. He instructed them to collect their supplies, pitch their tents, and light fires at designated spots. He then added an important detail. There will be surprise attacks at night. Each team arranges its own watch shifts. Use any method you want, as long as you successfully repel the attack. Hearing that there would be fixed positions, one student grumbled, "Do we have to go that far again?" Another whispered, "If the tents are pitched close to other teams, we can slack off on watch." The professor calmly replied, "I heard all of that." He explained that placing the tents far apart was intentional so that no one would rely on other teams. He officially declared the exercise started and warned, "The slower you prepare, the less sleep you'll get." Hearing this, the students hurried off to pitch their tents. That night, Gray asked his team, how many people should be on each watch shift? One suggested, "One person is enough." The girl in the team admitted, "I want to sleep as much as possible." Bask agreed, "If there are 2 people per shift, everyone only gets half a night's sleep." "That sounds miserable." Gray nodded, agreeing to 1 person per shift. Bask asked how to arrange the order. The first and last shifts were usually the most comfortable, while the middle shift was the worst because sleep kept getting interrupted. Gray proactively volunteered for the second shift and asked who wanted the third shift. The watch order was decided. He reminded them, "When your shift ends, you must wake up the next person before going to sleep." Rumia took the first shift. She sat by the campfire, her face already showing clear signs of exhaustion and sleepiness. Inside the tent, Gray was sleeping like a log. His face was completely relaxed. At the same time, outside their tent, a dark shadow holding a sharp blade was quietly approaching the camp. A strange noise woke Gray up instantly. If it were a monster, the sound would be much louder and more chaotic. So he knew for sure it was a human, and someone who didn't want to be detected. He quietly cracked open the tent flap and looked outside. Rumia was still sitting silently by the fire, completely unaware of any. For a moment, Gray even thought he had misheard. But then the faint noise sounded once more. Confirmed, someone was sneaking in. Gray thought the first possibility could be the professor coming to check the night watch. But he still didn't dare lower his guard for even a second. Professor Ariel's warning still echoed in his head. After defeating Varian, you might become a target. Once you leave the academy, you must be extremely careful. The thought that it could be an assassin flashed through his mind. To be safe, Gray decided to treat the intruder as an assassin and act accordingly. Anyway, ranged attacks could happen, so staying put inside the tent wasn't a smart choice. He quietly crawled out of the tent and slipped into the bushes. Tonight was a full moon, and the whole forest was as bright as day. This made it easier to spot enemies, but also made hiding much more difficult. Gray moved with extreme caution. This situation reminded him of training with the Archer Master back in the day. Back then, the trainer had pointed out that Gray's normal walking style, pushing off with his heels, created too much noise. To move silently, you had to place your foot starting from the pinky toe, then gradually roll to the big toe, with the heel touching the ground last. Even if you stepped on dry branches or leaves making a sound, as long as you didn't create an artificial rhythm like human footsteps, it would blend into the natural sounds of the wind and forest animals, making it hard to detect. During training, they even practiced walking barefoot through mountains and forests to completely blend in with nature. Right now, the footsteps of a stranger echoed nearby. That person was holding a sword. Suddenly, the man sensed something and stopped. But when he turned his head, no one was there. The very next moment, Gray appeared behind him, his sword pointing straight at the man's throat. "Don't move. Answer my question. If you make any sudden moves, I will kill you right away." Gray asked coldly, "What's your name? Who do you serve?" Then, he froze in astonishment. The person standing in front of him was actually a professor. The professor looked back, equally surprised to see Gray. Gray immediately asked, "Is this the surprise attack for the exercise?" The professor answered, "I just came to check if your team is taking the night watch seriously." He admitted, "I didn't expect a first-year student to be able to sneak up behind me without being detected and then point a sword at my neck." He raised both hands in surrender, giving a bitter smile. "To this extent, I don't know who is teaching whom anymore." Gray still wasn't completely convinced. There was a chance this was just someone disguised as a professor to make him lower his guard. But if he really wanted to kill him, the opponent would surely carry a more dangerous weapon. He still kept his gaze cold and sharp. The professor gently pushed the blade away from his neck. Gray finally decided to trust him. Both of them suddenly turned their heads in the same direction upon hearing a sound. Rumia was holding his sword, standing there with an expression of utter astonishment upon seeing both Gray and the professor. She asked, "What are you two doing?" The professor explained, "I came to check the team's night watch, but Gray spotted me before I could even approach." He praised, "Your team's vigilance is absolute perfection. I have never seen a first-year student team pitch camp and run night watches this accurately." Rumia was struck dumb because Gray should have been sleeping. The professor asked, "Isn't it not Gray's shift yet?" Gray countered, "Did you step on a branch or something when approaching?" The professor nodded. Gray replied, "That noise felt human." The professor couldn't believe it. "You noticed such a small noise even while sleeping?" Gray just offered a faint smile. "Maybe it's just a coincidence. I wasn't fully asleep back then." An awkward silence fell. Suddenly, the professor burst out laughing. He said Gray kept surprising him, first during the simulation match, and now reacting to the tiniest sound. He started wondering what else the Academy had left to teach Gray. He stared closely at Gray and announced, "From now on, Gray is banned from participating in night watch training. If Gray does everything alone, the other students won't learn a thing." Gray worriedly said this would mess up the watch order. The professor replied, "From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., your team won't face simulated attacks. I'll count it as if Gray is on watch and grade your night watch training as unconditionally perfect." He wrote it down in his notebook. After closing it, he told them to continue the watch minus Gray and turn to leave. As he walked, the professor still secretly wondered, how could Gray get behind me without me sensing even a sliver of his presence? For a moment, he even suspected Gray used to belong to an elite assassination stealth unit. But given Gray's age, that was impossible. Anyway, the skill level Gray had just displayed was undeniable. The professor couldn't help thinking, who on earth is Gray? The group of students continued their march in a half-awake, half-asleep state. Everyone was exhausted because last night's surprise attack meant nobody got any sleep, except for Gray, who was still alert with no signs of sleepiness at all. Suddenly, a student tripped over a branch and took a heavy tumble. The further they went, the more people started collapsing from exhaustion. They dragged their feet until sunset. With it getting dark, the professor decided to stop and set up camp for the day. Hearing that, one student cheered happily. "We finally get to rest, sir." Another muttered, "Stopping this early, there's definitely going to be some crazy training later." The professor laughed loudly. "Relax, today's training is over. Sleeping tents are already set up for you. Just rest comfortably until dinner is ready." The exhausted students dragged themselves like tired zombies toward the tents. Under the full moonlight, they fell into a deep sleep inside the tents. Gray felt suspicious again. Being allowed to rest this easily was way too weird. A student nearby agreed and predicted, "Tomorrow is definitely going to be hell." Leon Hart turned to look at Gray, his voice calm. "You'll be fine." Gray felt annoyed when Leon Hart stared at him. Suddenly, everyone was called to gather because dinner was ready. The food was prepared personally by Professor Heathkit. The dining table was packed with mouth-watering delicacies that made all the students drool with hunger. The other professors brought out extra pots and encouraged everyone to eat freely, even suggesting taking 2 or 3 extra helpings. The professor praised, "You've survived 2 days of harsh training. Rest well today and shake off all the fatigue. This is your only chance." The professor's smile radiated a terrifying, sinister aura. Time flew to the next day, and the professor's voice rang out again. "From now on, we will begin training to cross the danger zone in the Gastia Mountains." The professors led the way, and the whole group proceeded deeper into the forest. One student sighed in relief. "Looking at the mountains at first scared me, but at this pace I think I can handle it." His friend replied, "Good thing we got a proper rest last night. It really works." The professor remarked, "No one has quit yet. You really are people who passed the entrance exam." But he reminded them, the real training has just begun. About 2 kilometers ahead, they would enter the water monitor lizard's territory. The professor warned, "These monsters are much stronger than the ones you hunted for food the other day. Most of you would be killed without even having a chance to fight back. The students asked in terror what kind of assignment they had to do with monsters that strong. The professor answered, "You must cross this area without being detected. This is Tier 2 Danger Zone movement training." Luckily, during the dry season, water monitors don't move around much because they're conserving energy. As long as you don't make loud noises, they won't detect you. But the dry season also makes them terribly thirsty, and your blood is also an option. If you get detected, consider yourselves dead. He instructed, "Move carefully and avoid making noise." Moving silently reminded Gray of past monster hunting training with the Archlord. The professor who had encountered Gray on Night Watch recognized him and knew full well that Gray had monster hunting experience. He still cautioned, "Even if it feels easy for you, don't get too confident." He looked at the other students. They were struggling just as much as previous years. Another professor barked, "You guys are moving too slowly." I'll say it again, as long as you don't make loud noises, it's fine. Maintain your pace, or else you'll have to camp right here in the water monitor territory. The students kept walking, though everyone was terrified. Gray realized the professors hadn't actually given specific instructions on how to do it. He felt this kind of training should have been taught in a safe place before heading out to the field. Suddenly, there was a noise. The professor told everyone to stay calm, saying that noise level was still acceptable. He repeated, "Don't make loud noises." They continued walking. At one point, the professor declared, "From now on, talking is strictly banned. Use hand signals to communicate. If you make loud noises or talk, you will be penalized." The group continued their march in a dead silence. Gray swept his gaze around to observe. A student thought to himself, "Even though they say not to make noise, it's actually just walking normally in the mountains, and the pace is even slower than yesterday. This must be easy." Besides, no monsters were in sight. He thought the academy wouldn't dare use a place where dangerous monsters could appear at any moment for training. The professors were just scaring them to practice stealth skills. Not wanting to lose points, he decided to play along. Suddenly, he stepped on a rock. The rock rolled, and he stumbled and fell, making a loud noise. He immediately regretted it, knowing for sure he would be penalized. Even so, he still believed real monsters wouldn't show up. But he was completely wrong. A terrifying roar echoed out. The professors immediately went into combat stances. The students panicked to the extreme. Gray drew his sword in a flash, while the student who had just fallen still stood frozen in place. He slowly turned his head to look back and was horrified beyond belief. A horde of giant water monitor lizards was rushing forward like a storm. The student who had caused the noise panicked completely, standing frozen in place, unable to move a single muscle. Fortunately, Professor Heathkit appeared like lightning, driving his sword straight through the monster's head. The students breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the professor. The ground beneath the monitor cracked open. Heathkit pulled his sword out, but just in a split second, another water monitor lizard roared and lunged straight into the crowd. Leon Hart immediately chased after it, swinging his sword with a powerful blow. But to his surprise, the blade didn't even leave a single scratch. The monster charged straight at Leon Hart. He was completely caught off guard. In nick of time, Professor Heathkit rushed in to save him. He yelled to all the students, "This isn't something you can handle. Fall back immediately. The professors will take care of it." The students realized even the professors were only leaving shallow wounds on the monster's body. They panicked and wondered, can these creatures even be killed? Suddenly, a water monitor lizard let out a miserable cry and collapsed. Just a single slash. Everyone was astonished. A professor explained, at the end of the dry season, water monitors suffer from severe dehydration. If they lose even a little bit of fluid from their bodies, they die instantly. A student tremblingly asked, "What if we run into them during the rainy season?" Vì giáo sư thời gian nặng nề, nếu không muốn trở thành thức ăn của kỳ đà nước, tuyệt đối đừng bao giờ đến những nơi như thế này vào mùa mưa. Đó là lý do cuộc hành quân này chỉ được tổ chức sau khi xác nhận không có mưa. Ông bổ sung, lý do duy nhất chúng ta có thể nói chuyện ngay lúc này là vì những con kỳ đà nước gần đây đã bị dọn sạch. Nếu không, chúng ta đã chết hết rồi. Nhóm tiếp tục hành quân. Các học sinh leo núi trong trạng thái kiệt sức tột độ. Sau khi đâm chết thêm một con quái vật nữa, giáo sư Hitcho tuyên bố, leo núi đã kết thúc. Ông khen ngợi mọi người đã dốc hết sức lực, Các học sinh đều mệt mỏi rã rời, ngay cả Leonard cũng thở hổn hển. Có người hỏi anh có mệt không? Leonard đáp, về thể lực thì tôi ổn, nhưng tinh thần thì cực kỳ mệt mỏi. Việc im lặng suốt cả hành trình khiến mọi thứ trở nên khó khăn hơn nhiều. Giáo sư Hicho gật đầu, với những người chưa quen, chắc chắn sẽ rất vất vả. Đó chính là lý do chúng ta huấn luyện. Ông nói cho đến nay họ đã bị kỳ đà nước phát hiện tổng cộng 4 lần. So với những năm trước, đây đã là kết quả khá suôn sẻ. Ông hỏi có ai có câu hỏi gì trước khi tiếp tục không? Vì một khi rời khỏi lãnh địa quái vật, họ sẽ không được nói chuyện nữa. Gervais lên tiếng, em còn một điều vẫn đang thắc mắc. Vì giáo sư hỏi ngay, Gervais chỉ về phía xa. Em thấy một đám mây ở đằng kia đang lớn dần và nó ở hướng gió ngược với vị trí của chúng ta. Các học sinh không hiểu cậu đang nói gì. Giáo sư Hicho khen ngợi. Cậu có con mắt rất sắc bén. Ông hỏi giáo sư Gen liệu mây có thể hình thành vào mùa này không? Gen lắc đầu, không thể nào. Ông cũng đồng ý rằng đám mây đang lớn lên một cách bất thường. Hicho lập tức quyết định hủy bỏ huấn luyện. Tất cả lưu ngay lập tức. Chúng ta phải rời khỏi lãnh địa kỳ đà nước càng nhanh càng tốt. Một giáo sư khác phản đối và giễu cợt. Hủy huấn luyện chỉ vì một đám mây nhỏ xíu. Hicho nghiêm giọng. Mây xuất hiện vào mùa này đã là bất thường rồi. An toàn của học sinh quan trọng hơn việc tiếp tục huấn luyện. Một nữ giáo sư chen vào. Giáo sư Warman đã dẫn dắt huấn luyện thám hiểm này nhiều năm nay. Chúng ta nên tin vào phán đoán của ông ấy. Hicho vẫn cố tranh luận, nhưng Warman khuyên, nếu lo về đám mây, chúng ta chỉ cần tăng tốc độ hành quân một chút. Đây cũng là cơ hội huấn luyện tốt. Ông ra lệnh cho tất cả học sinh, theo sát tôi. Hành động như thể mạng sống đang bị đe dọa. Dựa trên kết quả huấn luyện đến nay, tôi tin các em có thể theo kịp. Ông nghiêm khắc cảnh báo, không được tụt lại phía sau. Chúng ta không có thời gian chiến đấu với kỳ đà nước. Dù xảy ra chuyện gì, các em tuyệt đối không được gây ra bất kỳ tiếng động lớn nào. Đêm đó, mưa bắt đầu rơi. Các học sinh tiếp tục hành quân trong mưa. Giáo sư Hicho cảm nhận rõ ràng có gì đó cực kỳ sai trái. Mưa vào mùa này đã là rồi. Hơn nữa, độ ẩm ở khu vực này không đủ để hình thành đám mây lớn như vậy. Ông nghi ngờ cơn mưa này là nhân tạo. Giáo sư Warman bình luận, mưa to thật. Tôi không hiểu sao mùa này lại có thể mưa được. Gervais gọi ông bằng giọng rất nhỏ, nhưng Warman lại trả lời bằng giọng lớn. Gervais lập tức cảm thấy bất an. Nói to như vậy ở nơi này có an toàn không? Ngay khi vị giáo sư nhận ra sai lầm của mình, một con kỳ đà nước khổng lồ đang đứng ngay sau lưng ông. Con kỳ đà nước gầm lên và lao thẳng vào nhóm như một cơn ác mộng. Giáo sư Warman định quay người đối phó, nhưng con quái vật đã lao tới quá gần. Ông né được vuốt sắc, sau đó phản đòn bằng một nhát kiếm. Cánh tay của kỳ đà nước bị chém đứt, nhưng vết thương chỉ khiến nó càng điên cuồng hơn. Nó vung đuôi mạnh mẽ. Warman chuẩn bị chịu đòn, nhưng vào khoảnh khắc cuối cùng, ông nghiến răng, đâm kiếm vào đuôi nó, chặn đứng cuộc tấn công. Dù vậy, sức mạnh kinh hoàng của đòn quét đuôi vẫn khiến ông bị hất bay. Warman đập sầm vào một cái cây, một tiếng nổ vang lên và cái cây vỡ tan. Các học sinh hoảng loạn và lo lắng cho ông. Warman cố gắng đứng dậy dù cơ thể đang run rẩy. Gervais thầm nghĩ, phản xạ của giáo sư bình thường phải nhanh đủ để né đòn như vậy chứ. Sao ông ấy lại bị thương nặng thế? Cậu nghi ngờ Warman đã quá tập trung vào phản công nên để lộ sơ hở. Các học sinh kinh hoàng trước tốc độ đáng sợ của kỳ đà nước. Chúng nhanh hơn nhiều so với những gì họ được thông báo. Dù đã được cảnh báo trước, nhưng nhìn tận mắt mới thấy rõ. Khi không bị mất nước, chúng di chuyển với tốc độ kinh khiếp. Giáo sư Hicho hét lên với các giáo sư khác, giữ bình tĩnh. Họ đồng loạt lao vào con quái vật. Kỳ đà nước cũng gầm lên và lao tới đáp trả. Máu bắt đầu chảy ra từ những vết thương nông. Một giáo sư lẻn ra sau lưng nó, nhưng đuôi quái vật quét ngược lại, hất bay người đó. Vì giáo sư đập mạnh xuống đất, kỳ đà nước lập tức lao thẳng tới để kết liễu ông. Nhưng ngay khoảnh khắc đó, một bóng người di chuyển nhanh hơn cả mắt thường. Giáo sư Hicho, chỉ trong chớp mắt, ông chém con quái vật thành từng mảnh. Các giáo sư khác thở phào nhẹ nhõm, dù việc giết nó cũng nhờ may mắn, nhưng không ai thoát khỏi trận chiến mà không bị thương. Một giáo sư thở dài, chúng ta không thể tiếp tục huấn luyện như thế này nữa. Giáo sư Warman rút kiếm ra khỏi xác con quái vật, giọng ông trầm nặng, hủy bỏ bài tập. Ông quay sang nữ giáo sư, thi triển dịch chuyển khẩn cấp ngay lập tức. Ông tưởng cô đã chuẩn bị sẵn, nhưng nữ giáo sư lắc đầu. Tôi đã cố thi triển một lúc rồi nhưng ma pháp không kích hoạt. Woman hỏi gấp, có ai thi triển được không? Một giáo sư khác đáp, tôi thử rồi, nhưng cũng bị chặn. Rõ ràng ma pháp dịch chuyển đang bị chặn hoàn toàn. Woman đột nhiên nhận ra, không chỉ dịch chuyển, cơn mưa này cũng là một phần của nó. Có người đã cố tình nhắm vào chuyến thám hiểm này, và khả năng cao là vậy. Woman hỏi, giờ chúng ta phải làm gì? Một giáo sư khác đáp, cố gắng vượt qua lãnh địa kỳ đà nước trong cơn mưa này là tự sát. Cách duy nhất là dừng trại ở đây và hy vọng mưa tạnh. Hitcho lắc đầu, tôi nghi ngờ cơn mưa này là nhân tạo. Liệu nó có thực sự tạnh không? Nữ giáo sư chen vào, dù sao thì, ở yên một chỗ cũng an toàn hơn là tiếp tục chiến đấu với kỳ đà nước trong tình trạng hiện tại. Chúng ta chỉ may mắn không có thương vong trong trận vừa rồi. Ông cũng hiểu điều đó mà, phải không? Hitcho gật đầu, tôi biết, nhưng khi mưa rơi, kỳ đà nước sẽ hoạt động mạnh hơn nhiều. Không đảm bảo vị trí của chúng ta sẽ không bị tấn công lần nữa. Ông thở dài, giá mà có cách nào để vượt qua. Gerthay gọi ông. Hitcho hơi giật mình nhưng vẫn lắng nghe. Gerthay nói, chỉ cần có ma pháp chữa lành, em vẫn có thể chiến đấu. Có cách nào để đột phá không? Hitcho biết đó với sức mạnh của Gerthay, họ có cơ hội cao để xuyên thủng lãnh địa kỳ đà nước. Nhưng ông lo lắng liệu cơ thể Gerthay có chịu nổi không? Gerthay chỉ ra một sự thật phũ phàng. Dù chúng ta ở lại đây, cũng không có cứu viện đến. Thà thử đột phá còn hơn ngồi đây chờ chết. Dù có ma pháp chữa lành, Gerthay cũng sẽ phải sử dụng sức mạnh đó nhiều lần trong một ngày. Hitcho hỏi nghiêm túc, cậu có hiểu hậu quả không? Giáo sư Adin từng cảnh cáo nghiêm khắc, tuyệt đối không được để cậu ấy làm vậy. Gerthay bình tĩnh đáp, coi như là huấn luyện tốt. Khi trở về học viện, sẽ có rất nhiều healer giỏi chờ sẵn. Hitcho nhấn mạnh, nếu chỉ là vết thương mà ma pháp chữa lành có thể xử lý dễ dàng, Adin đã không cảnh cáo cậu nghiêm trọng đến vậy. Cậu có thực sự hiểu không? Gerthay nhìn thẳng vào mắt ông, thầy có cách nào khác để đưa học sinh về an toàn không? Các học sinh đứng đó, ánh mắt tràn đầy hy vọng nhìn về phía Gerthay. Hitcho định cãi lại, nhưng Gerthay cắt lời, thầy thật sự định để mọi người chết ở đây chỉ để bảo vệ em sao? Hitcho chết lặng. Ông nhớ lại lời giáo sư Adin từng nói, Gerthay sẵn sàng hy sinh bản thân nếu cần thiết. Đó chính là điểm mạnh lớn nhất của Gerthay. Đồng thời cũng là điều khiến cô lo lắng nhất. Cô đã van xin ông đừng để Gerthay làm điều gì không thể cứu vãn. Giờ ông phải đưa ra lựa chọn khó khăn. Nhìn về mặt kinh hãi của các học sinh, Hitcho cuối cùng cúi đầu xin lỗi Gerthay. Hãy cho chúng tôi mượn sức mạnh của cậu. Gerthay chuẩn bị trả lời, nhưng giáo sư Woman đột nhiên chen vào. Đừng tự ý quyết định. Ông quát gay gắt. Dù Gerthay tốt trong trận đấu, việc giao mạng sống của tất cả mọi người ở đây cho một học sinh duy nhất là một trò đùa lớn. Hitcho kiên quyết giải thích. Với sức mạnh của Gerthay, cậu ấy có thể xử lý một con kỳ đà nước một mình. Tôi có thể đảm bảo điều này vì tôi đã chứng kiến nhiều lần trong huấn luyện. Vì vậy, tôi muốn đặt cược vào sức mạnh của Gerthay. Giáo sư Woman vẫn kiên quyết phản đối. Ông ra lệnh. Giáo sư Galak sử dụng ma pháp truyền tin, gửi yêu cầu cứu viện đến trụ sở học viện ngay lập tức. Ông tin rằng gọi cứu viện sẽ an toàn hơn là mạo hiểm tự thoát ra ngoài. Giáo sư Galak đáp, tôi đã gửi yêu cầu cứu viện rồi. Mặc dù ma pháp truyền tin bị nhiễu mạnh, nhưng tin nhắn chắc chắn đã được truyền đi. Giáo sư Woman hài lòng với tốc độ xử lý nhanh chóng của mình. Sau đó, ông quay sang giáo sư Hitcho, giọng đầy ngụ ý, hành động một mình chỉ càng tăng thêm nguy hiểm. Thầy thật sự định để học sinh rơi vào nguy hiểm sao? Các học sinh nhìn Hitcho bằng ánh mắt lo lắng. Hitcho liếc nhìn xác con kỳ đà nước chết và hỏi thẳng. Thầy nghĩ chúng ta sẽ bị kỳ đà nước tấn công bao nhiêu lần trước khi cứu viện đến? Woman đáp, tôi không biết, nhưng đứng yên trong vùng an toàn vẫn an toàn hơn là lang thang bên ngoài. Hitcho cố tranh luận, nhưng Woman rít lên, hạ giọng xuống. Tiếng động có thể khiến quái vật khác ngửi thấy mùi của chúng ta. Hitcho cau mày. Cuối cùng, cả nhóm phải đứng yên chờ trong cơn mưa tầm tã. Các học sinh càng lúc càng lo lắng. Hitcho cau mày. Cuối cùng, cả nhóm phải đứng yên chờ trong cơn mưa tầm tã. Các học sinh càng lúc càng lo lắng. Trong khi đó, giáo sư Woman thong thả dựa vào thân cây nghỉ ngơi. Đột nhiên, Một tiếng động kinh hoàng vang vọng khắp khu rừng, khiến mọi người hoảng loạn. Giáo sư Hitcho lập tức vào tư thế chiến đấu khi bầy quái vật tiến tới, gờ tay thì thầm, chúng ta sẵn sàng bất cứ lúc nào. Hitcho gật đầu, nếu tình hình xấu đi, cậu ra tay. Gờ tay nghiêm túc gật đầu đáp lại. Các giáo sư lao tới chặn kỳ đà nước, họ bao vây nó từ nhiều hướng, chém liên tục. Một giáo sư bị đuôi của chúng và lăn trên mặt đất. Ngay lập tức, hai thanh kiếm khác lao tới, đâm sâu vào quái vật. Nó kêu lên thảm thiết và đổ gục. Vì giáo sư vừa bị thương khoe khoang, chúng ta xử lý ổn mà. Nhưng vì giáo sư đang chữa trị cho ông lắc đầu, không phải vậy. Những con kỳ đà nước khác đã nghe tiếng đánh nhau và đang lao tới. Gờ tay vẫn đứng yên, chờ lệnh, tay siết chặt chuôi kiếm. Cậu nhận ra Leonard và một số học sinh khác cũng đã rút kiếm sẵn sàng. Giáo sư Hitcho nghiêm giọng, bảo vệ học sinh là trách nhiệm của chúng ta. Hãy quan sát kỹ cách các giáo sư của Học viện Liên minh Thế giới chiến đấu. Khuôn mặt ông trở nên cực kỳ u ám. Các giáo sư hành động đồng bộ. Leonard kinh ngạc trước sức mạnh của họ. Dù đối mặt hai con quái vật cùng lúc, họ vẫn xử lý hoàn hảo. Chỉ đến lúc này anh mới thực sự hiểu được năng lực của các giáo sư. Hitcho ra lệnh, tập trung tiêu diệt từng con một. Giảm số lượng chúng trước, ông lao thẳng tới. Kỳ đà nước vung vuốt về phía ông, nhưng đột nhiên có người lẻn ra sau lưng nó. Con thằn lằn giật mình, không kịp phản ứng, và thanh kiếm đâm xuyên ngực nó. Các học sinh reo hò khi thấy đòn đánh thành công. Một con đã bị hạ. Giờ chỉ còn lại một con kỳ đà nước. Leonard nhanh chóng kiểm tra tình trạng mọi người. Các giáo sư hầu như không bị thương nặng. Anh nghĩ rằng họ hoàn toàn có thể kết thúc trận này. Hitcho và một giáo sư khác đồng thời lao tới. Nhưng trong lúc họ tiến lên, hai bóng người lén lút tiếp cận từ phía sau, định đâm kiếm vào lưng họ. Một trong hai người đó không ai khác chính là giáo sư Warman. Nhưng ngay khoảnh khắc đó, hai bàn tay cầm kiếm của Warman và tên đồng phạm đột nhiên bị chém đứt sạch. Người ra tay chính là Gerthay. Cậu lạnh lùng nói, tôi đã biết rồi. Vì giáo sư đeo kính gào thét như heo bị chọc tiết. Giáo sư Warman cũng gầm lên đau đớn sau khi mất một cánh tay. Vì giáo sư đứng cạnh Hitcho quay phát lại nhìn hai người đang rên rỉ dưới đất. Ông lập tức quay lại tập trung vào con kỳ đà nước còn lại. Hitcho mỉm cười quay sang Gerthay, cảm ơn cậu. Sau đó, ông và vị giáo sư kia phối hợp khống chế con quái vật. Một lúc sau, con kỳ đà nước cuối cùng cũng bị hạ. Lúc này, mọi người quay sang đòi hỏi lời giải thích từ giáo sư Warman. Hitcho nhìn chằm chằm hai người, giọng lạnh như băng. Hai người, rốt cuộc các người đang định làm gì? Giáo sư Warman vẫn khăng khăng kêu oan, nói rằng ông chỉ đang cố gắng chiến đấu với kỳ đà nước và Gerthay đã đột nhiên chém đứt cánh tay ông. Tên đồng phạm đeo kính của giáo sư Warman gào thét đòi bắt giữ tên tội phạm ngay lập tức. Nhưng vì giáo sư từng chiến đấu bên cạnh Hitcho cắt lời hắn, giọng đầy khinh miệt, thảm hại. Ông chỉ ra rằng hầu hết mọi người ở đây đều đã nhận ra hai người họ đang định giết hết tất cả. Học sinh lớp kiếm thuật không ngu ngốc đến mức bỏ qua điều hiển nhiên như vậy. Ông hỏi các học sinh, tôi nói đúng không? Tất cả đều gật đầu đồng thanh. Vì giáo sư đeo kính lập tức bị dồn vào chân tường. Giáo sư Hitcho lạnh lùng giải thích, âm mưu ám sát và bắt cóc thành viên học viện không phải hiếm gặp. Tổ chức của chúng ta có rất nhiều kẻ thù và nhiều người đáng giá lớn. Về cơ bản, giáo sư Warman định che giấu cuộc tấn công giữa hỗn loạn của bầy kỳ đà nước, giết một giáo sư, sau đó khi lực lượng an ninh rút đi, sẽ giết hoặc bắt cóc học sinh vì một mục đích đen tối nào đó. Các học sinh kinh hãi khi âm mưu trở nên rõ ràng. Giáo sư Hitcho tiếp tục, chúng ta sống sót nhờ Gerthay. Cậu ấy suy nghĩ cực kỳ nhanh nhạy. Gerthay ngạc nhiên hỏi, thầy đang nói gì vậy? Thầy đã nhận ra từ đầu rằng hai người đó muốn giết chúng ta. Hitcho gật đầu, thầy có linh cảm. Giáo sư Warman không thể tin nổi. Ông làm sao ông biết được? Ông thầm nghĩ kế hoạch đã bị lộ. Hẳn ra mình vô tình thừa nhận. Ông vội ngậm miệng lại. Giáo sư Hitcho làm rõ. Thầy không biết gì trước đó. Gerthay bình tĩnh nói, chỉ cần quan sát chuyển động và ánh mắt của một người là đủ để nhận ra. Cách di chuyển của giáo sư Warman hoàn toàn không phải của người đang cố bảo vệ học sinh hay đồng nghiệp. Ban đầu em chỉ nghĩ ông ấy bất tài, nhưng khi mưa bắt đầu rơi, chuyển động của ông ấy trở nên cực kỳ bất thường. Ví dụ, Ông ấy có ý chịu những đòn mà rõ ràng có thể né được. Giáo sư Warman bực tức tặc lưỡi. Giáo sư hít cho lo lắng hỏi Gray, cơ thể cậu ổn chứ? Gray đáp, em chỉ dùng sức mạnh trong khoảnh khắc, nên tổn thương không nghiêm trọng. Chỉ cảm giác như đau cơ dữ dội. Hít cho thở phào nhẹ nhõm. May quá, giáo sư Warman cười lớn, tiếng cười đầy điên loạn. Hít cho hỏi, ông cuối cùng cũng mất trí sao? Warman cười man dở, các người vẫn chưa hiểu gì cả, và giờ thì đã quá muộn. Gray lạnh lùng hỏi, ông đang muốn nói gì? Warman chỉ khắp xung quanh, hãy nghĩ về tình huống hiện tại của chúng ta. Chúng ta bị kẹt giữa lãnh địa kỳ đà nước trong cơn mưa như chút nước, trong khi một lớp phong ấn chặn dịch chuyển mạnh mẽ đã cắt đứt tất cả lối thoát. Cứu viện cũng không thể đến kịp, vì vậy, dù các người đã nhìn thấu kế hoạch, cũng đã quá muộn. Ông cười lớn, tất cả mọi người ở đây đều phải chết. Các học sinh kinh hãi đến tận cùng. Warman cười nhếch mép, mục tiêu thực sự của chúng tôi không phải giết các người. Nếu các người đồng ý đi theo chúng tôi, các người sẽ hiểu. Đó là lý do chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị đường thoát. Giáo sư Hicho im lặng lắng nghe, nhưng Warman tiếp tục, có một điều kiện. Tôi muốn giáo sư Zen, giáo sư Hicho và Gray tự đâm vào tim ngay tại đây. Chúng tôi không thể mang theo những người có thể cản trở kế hoạch. Nếu ba người đó tuân theo, những người còn lại sẽ được tha. Khuôn mặt Gray và giáo sư Hicho trở nên u ám. Warman cười khẩy, do dự rồi. Hóa ra mạng sống của chính các người quý giá đến vậy. Trong chớp mắt, Gray biến mất khỏi vị trí bên cạnh Hicho. Cậu xuất hiện sau lưng một giáo sư đang định lén tấn công. Lưỡi kiếm chĩa thẳng vào cổ người đàn ông. Đừng nhúc nhích, mọi người kinh ngạc trước tốc độ kinh hoàng của cậu. Giáo sư Warman cười nhếch, cậu nghĩ bắt con tin sẽ có ích sao? Đó là giáo sư Gallup. Gray biết đó người này có thể sử dụng ma pháp dịch chuyển. Việc lén đưa thiết bị phong ấn dịch chuyển và nhiễu truyền tin vào học viện mà không bị phát hiện là cực kỳ khó khăn. Nhưng nếu giáo sư phụ trách ma pháp đứng về phía họ, việc vô hiệu hóa truyền tin và dịch chuyển sẽ dễ dàng. Gray nhẹ nhàng kéo lưỡi kiếm qua cổ giáo sư Gallup. Máu bắt đầu nhỏ giọt. Giáo sư Hicho nhận xét, Gray sắc bén hơn nhiều so với một học sinh bình thường. Gallup van xin Hicho cứu ông, nhưng đột nhiên một thanh kiếm chĩa thẳng vào mắt ông. Hicho lạnh lùng ra lệnh, kích hoạt ma pháp dịch chuyển ngay lập tức, chuyển tất cả học sinh và giáo sư ở đây đến chân núi. Nếu từ chối, ta sẽ móc một mắt ngươi. Nếu vẫn từ chối, ta sẽ móc mắt kia. Sau đó, ta sẽ cắt từng ngón tay của ngươi từng đoạn 1 cm. Gray bổ sung cảnh cáo, đừng đưa chúng tôi đến nơi khác và đừng bỏ sót tai. Nếu có động tĩnh đáng ngờ, ta sẽ lấy đầu ngươi. Giáo sư Warman gào lên với Gallup, không được kích hoạt ma pháp dịch chuyển. Gallup vẫn bất động từ chối. Hicho không còn lựa chọn. Ông lao tới, xem ra không thể tránh được rồi. Gallup hoảng loạn gào thét chói tai. Ông cúi xuống, đặt hai tay lên mặt đất và kích hoạt ma pháp dịch chuyển. Một vòng tròn ma pháp khổng lồ xuất hiện dưới chân mọi người. Trở về học viện, một ánh sáng vàng rực đột nhiên xuất hiện. Tất cả học sinh và giáo sư đều được dịch chuyển tức thì. Các giáo sư tại học viện hoảng hốt chạy ra hỏi chuyện gì đã xảy ra. Họ kinh ngạc khi thấy toàn bộ đội thám hiểm kiếm thuật năm nhất. Một giáo sư hỏi, chuyện gì đang xảy ra vậy? Giáo sư Hicho nghiêm trọng giải thích, trong lúc huấn luyện ở lãnh địa kỳ đà nước, chúng tôi gặp phải dị thường cực kỳ nguy hiểm và đã tuyên bố tình trạng khẩn cấp. Ông tiết lộ nguyên nhân là âm mưu ám sát do các giáo sư tháp tùng thực hiện, bao gồm 2 giáo sư ma pháp cùng với giáo sư Warman. Các học sinh đồng thanh xác nhận đây là sự thật. Leonard bổ sung, toàn đội suýt bị tiêu diệt, nhưng Gray và giáo sư Hicho đã nhìn thấu âm mưu và cứu tất cả chúng tôi. Vì giáo sư trẻ không thể tin nổi, không biết phải xử lý tình huống thế nào. Vì giáo sư lớn tuổi ra lệnh, tất cả đứng yên tại chỗ. Sau đó ông hỏi xem có ai bị thương nặng cần điều trị khẩn cấp không. Ông quét mắt qua mọi người và thấy tạm thời họ đều ổn. Tiếp theo, xiềng xích được mang ra. Mọi người phải bị xiềng tạm thời để ngăn chặn bất kỳ nội gián nào trốn hoặc chạy thoát. Sau đó là thẩm vấn. Hồ sơ của mọi người đều được kiểm tra kỹ lưỡng. Gray đưa ra lời khai. Các học sinh khác lần lượt bị hỏi. Ngay cả các giáo sư cũng phải trải qua quy trình tương tự. Người cuối cùng đưa lời khai là giáo sư Warman. Sau khi thẩm vấn kết thúc, các học sinh và giáo sư Hicho chờ đợi. The judge ordered silence. Headmaster Alexandra led the disciplinary tribunal, preparing to announce the verdict regarding the assassination and kidnapping plot targeting the first-year swordsmanship expedition team. He declared, this event was orchestrated by Professor Wormold, the expedition leader and mastermind, while Professor Balin, the deputy leader, acted as an accomplice. They also received support from two magic professors in charge of emergency response, Professor Gallock and Professor Wren. Inside the enclosed simulation environment they created, they attempted to kill and kidnap the students. He continued, Professors Wormold, Balin, and Rent continuously carried out their criminal plan throughout the event. There are no mitigating circumstances. Therefore, according to Academy regulations, these three will be sentenced to death. Additionally, to investigate potential connections and accomplices, the interrogator is granted unlimited authority in interrogation and torture. Additionally, to investigate potential connections and accomplices, the interrogator is granted unlimited authority in interrogation and torture. Headmaster Alexandra gave a cold warning. They won't die easily. The professors were terrified to the core. Professor Wormold begged for his life. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air as a terrifying aura emanated from Alexandra. Wormal panicked and tried to flee, but someone grabbed his head and slammed it violently against the ground. Professor Rent screamed in panic upon seeing his condition. Alexandra was so furious that veins bulged on his face. He ordered the security team, take them away. The security team carried out the order. Professor Gallock also committed a grave crime, but at the very last moment, he betrayed the plan and helped the students escape. That alone was enough to commute his sentence. Therefore, after the interrogation, he will live as a prisoner of war. Gallock trembled and replied, yes. Leon Hart clearly showed disappointment that he wasn't executed. Heathkit explained he still helped save the students at the last moment. Sometimes, to minimize casualties, we spare a life if the other party cooperates. Though surviving isn't necessarily a better outcome. Gray and Professor Heathkit walked together. Heathkit sighed. You had to go through something like this just as you enrolled. Gray replied, I'm getting used to being dragged into incidents, but I didn't expect so many criminals to be hiding among the Academy's professors. Heathkit agreed, it's hard to believe this is the greatest educational institution in the world. Gray admitted, it's completely different from what I imagined before coming here. Heathkit said, I anticipated it. Some say the World Alliance Academy isn't actually an educational facility. They say it's a selection ground. Students are already strong when gathered here, and the outstanding ones graduate simply because they were strong from the start. They even say the professors aren't that strong themselves. He asked what Gray thought. Gray admitted he had suspected the same thing. Heathkit apologized. Gray added, but there's one thing I'm certain of. I've become much stronger than when I was in the village. I'm stronger than ever before. He said, perhaps you shouldn't trust the Academy as an organization, but I believe there are still trustworthy teachers here, and I think that's enough. Heathkit sighed. You don't sound like a student at all. Even so, he reminded him, the Academy's training is only now becoming truly harsh. Everything you've been through so far is just a light warm-up. He placed a hand on Gray's shoulder, his tone serious. From now on, you're going to grow much stronger. Gray smiled and replied, that's the plan. Gray smiled and replied, that's the plan. A few days later, the professor praised all the students for their performance in the previous field march exercise. He acknowledged that many unusual situations occurred, but with that march, they had officially completed the basic physical training phase. From now on, they would enter the next stage. Before explaining the new content, he showed them the target they needed to achieve. Professor Rent stepped up to position and swung his sword. Metal shards scattered everywhere. He explained, this steel pillar has a diameter of 145 millimeters. If you can cleanly slice through it in a single strike, you will qualify for promotion to the second year. If you haven't managed it by the end of the semester, you will be expelled. All the students were terrified. He also revealed that about half of the students each year fail to slice through it and get expelled. A trembling student asked, what happens if we get expelled? Professor Rent replied, very few people graduate from the World Alliance Academy anyway, so you don't need to worry too much. Professor Rent replied, very few people graduate from the World Alliance Academy anyway, so you don't need to worry too much. And you will constantly skip grades because you become elite students. He mapped out the hierarchy. The weakest students of the World Alliance Academy are already top elites compared to other academies. If you choose to work instead of transferring, you will usually join the Royal Guard as elite swordsman. A student was surprised. Just by getting expelled and you can join the Royal Guard? Professor Rent smiled. From the moment you are accepted into the World Alliance Academy, you are no longer ordinary people in the eyes of the world. Compared to the monsters in the academy, you might look weak, but outside, you are top talents. Of course, practical combat experience is still necessary. Gray thought to himself that the gap between the academy and the outside world was terrifying. Just as Master Arya had told him, Professor Wren advised, instead of worrying about getting expelled, focus on slicing through that steel pillar. The students remained skeptical about whether such a thing could be cut with a sword. He handed the sword to a student and told him to try. The student took a stance, swung the sword hard, but the recoil pushed back, causing him to drop the sword. He screamed in pain. Ah! His hands were shaking. Professor Rent shook his head. I guess you wouldn't be able to cut it, but dropping the sword is unacceptable. A swordsman must always keep a tight grip on the sword, even in death. Gray asked, is there a restriction on the sword used? He thought if he used the sword Professor Ariel gave him, he could slice through it cleanly in one strike. Professor Rent replied, you can only use the standard sword issued by the academy. Even so, I believe Gray might have already done it. Gray thought if he used his red power, he could finish it right away. But if this was the requirement for the second year, he should try doing it without relying on it. He started thinking about combining that technique with his own abilities and reaching the level of the Liquidator. The image of the massacre caused by the Liquidator flashed in his mind, making him even more determined to become stronger. Professor Rent dispelled everyone's doubts. You're wondering if you can slice that thing with a sword or if you need superhuman strength like Gray to make it to the second year. Actually, that's not the case. He asked, have you ever wondered why professors and second-year students are so much stronger than you? Even though our physiques aren't that different, the power gap is overwhelming. He revealed, the reason is vital force transmission. It's channeling the vital force that every human possesses into the sword. Gray had heard about this in his past life. He realized the World Alliance Academy had developed a swordsmanship system applying vital force. Were they about to be taught how to use it? Professor Rent continued. Modern times don't require understanding complex theories. The life-draining demonic sword will automatically draw your vital force and channel it into the blade. Once you get used to that feeling, you'll be able to channel vital force into an ordinary sword. He asked who wanted to try first. Every student thought there was no way they would hold a sword with such a scary name. Everyone waited for someone else to try first to see the result. Gray thought the name sounded quite suspicious, but he wanted to become stronger. He raised his hand, but someone else raised their hand at the same time. It was Leon Hart. Leon Hart was frustrated because during the battle with the water monitor lizard, he couldn't do anything. Even though he ranked first in swordsmanship, if this continued, he would never catch up to Gray. Professor Rent knew Gray would endure it easily, but that wouldn't be a good reference for everyone else. So he called on Leon Hart to try first. He handed the sword to him. Leon Hart gripped the sword tightly and felt something being drained from his body. Professor Rent reminded him, don't hold it for too long. As soon as you grab it, you must make a strike, then retract the sword and let go. Leon Hart stepped forward and slashed hard. He sliced through half of the steel pillar. Not a clean cut, but the power he just unleashed was astonishing. He couldn't believe that slash came from him. Suddenly, he felt something strange inside his body. Leon Hart collapsed face down onto the ground. Everyone was utterly terrified. The students rushed over to Leon Hart. Professor Rent reassured them, don't panic. Everyone is like that at first. Just let Leon Hart rest. The vital force depletion is only temporary. Rest a bit, and he'll be able to stand up. He praised. He didn't drop his sword. Truly the number one in swordsmanship. Since everyone was present, he asked Gray, do you want to try? Gray nodded. Yes. The surrounding students couldn't believe it. He had just witnessed Leon Hart collapse. Yet he didn't hesitate at all. A student whispered, not just his skills, his willpower is on a completely different level. Gray drew his sword and took a combat stance. He clearly felt his vital force being drained, so he knew he couldn't hold it for long. He braced himself. He slashed hard with incredible force, but still didn't cut all the way through. He realized this was completely different from a normal sword swing. It felt like all the blood in his body was freezing. Now he truly understood what it felt like to have his vital force drained. He retracted his sword. Professor Rent was astonished. "This is the first time I've seen a freshman try without collapsing," he remarked. "The quality is indeed different." Professor Rent was astonished. "This is the first time I've seen a freshman try without collapsing," he remarked. "The quality is indeed different." He also thought that constantly being beaten to a pulp had made his body accustomed to trauma. Professor Rent asked, "Can you try one more strike?" Gray nodded and tried again, but this time he couldn't do anything. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness started to drift. He only hoped to retract the sword in time. He managed to do it, and then collapsed. Professor Rent gave a wry smile. "I was only half joking. I didn't expect you to actually try." But now he understood why Gray was so strong at such a young age. They laid Gray and Leon Hart side by side. While waiting for them to recover, Professor Rent told the class, "Vital force swordsmanship is extremely powerful. Even someone holding the sword for the first time could damage the steel pillar to that extent. However, no matter how powerful the technique is, the only official teaching institution is the World Alliance Academy. No national academy teaches it. Even local dojos have never heard of it." He asked, "Do you know why?" A student guessed, "Is it because abusing vital force will kill you, teacher?" Professor Rent shook his head. "No one dies from this sword. When you no longer have the strength to swing the sword, it will automatically stop draining vital force." The students were still worried. Leon Hart woke up and said, "Perhaps because the sword is too rare." Professor Rent nodded. "It is indeed a rare sword, but that's not the main reason. There are about 30 such swords in the academy, and similar ones outside. In the past, people used them for training, leading to countless deaths. That's why they stopped using them outside the academy." Gray chimed in, "Even though the sword doesn't drain all your vital force when you can no longer swing it on the battlefield, the enemy will still kill us." He continued, "If you want to use this power in actual combat, the important thing is that after swinging the sword, you must still be able to move, and almost no one outside the academy can do that." Professor Rent praised. "A perfect answer," he added. "Being able to activate it once means nothing. Only when you use vital force swordsmanship, like breathing, can you say you've mastered the power. If you can't do that, you aren't using the power. The power is using you. That's why countless swordsmen lost their lives." The students were anxious to learn they were going to train with something so dangerous. They asked if second-year students could use it. That was why they had to learn to use this power like eating and drinking. They would use these swords in the next training session. They were also allowed to practice outside. The lesson ended. Gray realized he had to find a way to use this power normally. If he collapsed after a single use, he would become useless. The same applied to his other power. Every time he used it, it exhausted him, even requiring a healer. At least he wanted to master one of the two. He thought to himself that coming to the World Alliance Academy was the right choice. There was no better place to become strong. He began to wonder what it would be like if he combined the vital force technique with that power of his. A little later, the target mannequins were set up at training ground number 2. Someone noticed the steel pillar was covered in slash marks, yet still hadn't completely fallen over. It was all caused by Gray. Gray had figured out the pattern. He needed to rest 3 minutes after each strike. Thanks to that, his vital force recovery rate could keep up with the rate it was being drained. This was an extremely inefficient training method, but he felt he was finally starting to understand it. He intended to try using a regular sword because if he continued without resting, he would collapse again, but he didn't want to lose the feeling that was still fresh in his body. Just as he was about to draw his sword, someone stopped him. "Wait," Gray asked in surprise what was going on. That person replied that Professor Ariel wanted to be present when Gray used the vital force sword for the first time, so he had to wait for her call. Gray nodded. "I understand." But knowing she was very busy, he asked, "Is it necessary to trouble her with this?" The other person smiled. "She predicted you'd grasp it today, so she cleared her schedule in advance." Gray understood it was definitely thanks to her divine eye. A moment later, Professor Ariel appeared and apologized for keeping him waiting. Gray noticed she brought someone else along, so he asked, "Who is this?" Ariel explained, "I brought her to treat you in case of any unexpected issues." You've accumulated a lot of fatigue. Gray nodded. If anything happens, I'll ask for her help. Just to get the feeling back, he asked, can I try one Vital Force sword strike to warm up? Ariel smiled. Sure, I'll watch. Go ahead. Gray thanked her and walked over to the target man. He slashed hard once. It didn't cut all the way through, but he had regained that feeling. Just need to replicate this feeling with a regular sword. Ariel attentively observed his every move. Gray took a stance, imagining drawing vital force from within his body. He tried to remember that feeling, visualizing it as a flow of energy coursing from his heart. Suddenly, red energy enveloped his arm. That's not vital force, he thought to himself. Is this another power inside me? His vital force and red power were blending together, and something inside him was craving more. So much more that he dropped to one knee. The power in his hand grew stronger and stronger. His vital force was being completely drained out of control. He couldn't hold it back. Professor Ariel immediately ordered her assistant. Do your job before the power spreads. Blood splattered. Gray's arm was cleanly sliced off. The red energy slowly dissolved into the air until it completely disappeared. Ariel had anticipated something like this would happen. Special powers are very difficult to harmonize with vital force. Even previous Divine Eye students had huge trouble trying to fuse them. The woman in the white cloak removed her hood, revealing elf ears. It was Rafa Elixir, a professor specializing in healing magic. She treated Gray while saying, that power just now was too abnormal. She stopped the bleeding, then cast a special healing spell called Forced Regeneration. From the shoulder, bones began to grow, followed by muscle, and finally the arm was completely regenerated. Professor Ariel was extremely impressed. Rafa smiled. Good thing I listened to you and switched to healing. She added, he'll wake up in a few hours. If anything is abnormal, call me. Ariel thanked her. Late at night, Gray slowly opened his eyes. He was in a dark room. He asked, where am I? Someone noticed he was awake. Professor Ariel was sitting nearby. She asked, do you remember what happened? Gray replied, when I tried to activate the Vital Force sword, the power in my arm went out of control. Vital Force was being drained madly. Then the assistant sliced off my arm to stop it. After that, I don't remember anything. He panicked upon discovering his arm had regenerated perfectly. Ariel said, your memory is still intact. And frankly, that worries me. Gray asked why, but Ariel just stuffed an apple into his mouth. He asked, did you predict this would happen? Ariel nodded. Not this exact situation, but something similar has happened before. Gray was surprised. Ariel revealed, that was when Amy White, the Sword Saint, tried to use Vital Force. That's why I wanted to be here when you tried. Gray couldn't believe it. Even the Sword Saint encountered this. Gray curiously asked, so what happened to Amy White back then? Professor Ariel sighed and recounted. Amy couldn't handle the mixed power, and her arm exploded. Gray was left speechless. Ariel continued. Fortunately, it didn't need to be amputated, but the psychological shock was severe. Even now, Amy is still hesitant every time she uses Vital Force. Gray asked, so that means Amy eventually managed to use it? Ariel nodded. It took a lot of effort. They used a contract magic to seal her power. Amy trained while the contract was gradually loosened. Eventually, she was able to use Vital Force independently, without the contract. Gray was astonished. Contract magic can do that. He asked if he could use a similar method. Ariel shook his head. No. Contract magic isn't suitable to seal your irregular power. Even Amy's power pushed the contract to its limit and only lasted for 3 minutes. As for your power, you'd be lucky to get half a second. Gray clearly showed disappointment that he couldn't use that method. Ariel apologized. I still haven't found a clear way for you to use Vital Force. Your power is too irregular. There are no precedents or reference techniques. Gray asked, so that means I can't use Vital Force? Ariel shook her head. Not necessarily. When you train enough, you'll be able to do it, just like the life-draining demonic sword. You have to train until you only draw out your actual Vital Force. But I don't know how you should train to reach that level. If you try to use Vital Force without control, it will explode like just now. And if you lose control every time, you won't even be able to train. Gray calmly suggested, every time I lose control, just slice off my arm and heal it. If you can arrange a healer, I think I can train without holding back. Ariel was astonished by his insane idea. She said, "I can arrange a healer, but first I have to ask if you're really sure about choosing not to hold back on vital force." Gray shook his head decisively. "My goal isn't just making it to the second year. If there's even a tiny chance to become stronger, I'll seize it, because your power is already much greater than the sword. Just by using that sword, you've already qualified for the second year." Ariel had anticipated this answer. She arranged a healer and assigned someone responsible for slicing off his arm. Gray's plan was to continuously swing the life-draining demonic sword to train the feeling of drawing vital force. After that, he would need a healer and someone willing to slice off his arm. Ariel understood and said she would tell the supervisor to slash immediately if anything happened. She reminded him, "Regenerating an arm might take until the next day, but at least you won't lose your life. This training goes far beyond what I could imagine, but I'll cheer you on." Gray thanked her. The next day, the other students complained loudly. This training is absolute hell. They felt they were starting to get a slight grip on it, but using a sword that only worked for a few sporadic swings was extremely inefficient. 30 minutes passed, and they decided to stop, knowing that pushing themselves any further would destroy their bodies. But then they noticed Gray was still continuing his training. Gray hadn't collapsed yet. Everyone whispered, "His stamina is on a completely different level than ours." They even gossiped about seeing Gray at the training grounds since morning. A student couldn't believe it. Has he been practicing the life-draining, demonic sword from morning until now? Everyone paused to think, then concluded, "You must be seeing things. Gray probably just started a little earlier than us." They were exhausted after just 30 minutes. If Gray had been training since morning, he would definitely be dead by now. A very scientific conclusion. But even so, the male protagonist kept going. Gray staggered. Everyone watched him collapse. Gray thought to himself, "If I keep swinging the life-draining demonic sword, I'll eventually get the feel for it." But he still hadn't learned anything. He muttered, "This isn't even the method the teacher taught, just a messy self-study session." He wondered if he would ever truly learn how to draw out only his vital force. The image of the liquidator flashed in his mind. He realized this wasn't the time to doubt himself. He was determined to keep going until he succeeded. He closed his eyes to concentrate, drew his sword, then stepped forward and struck hard at the metal pillar. Crack! The blade sliced straight through. This was the first time he had completely sliced through a brand new pillar in a single strike. He was thinking about his plan, but when he looked down at his hand, he realized he had just used a regular sword. Gray muttered in disbelief. "Is there some mistake?" Then he narrowed his eyes and looked straight ahead. He unleashed another slash and easily cut through the steel pillar in front of him. The slash was extremely clean, but Gray didn't stop. He continued swinging his sword to unleash another strike, and this time it easily pierced through the steel pillar as well. 2 fragments fell straight to the ground. Gray himself, completely exhausted, slumped down. His eyes glazed over as he stared straight ahead. Then he gave a silly laugh. "Ha, it's easier than I thought. Instead of just focusing on the feeling, I just need to repeat it continuously until I can swing the sword without thinking." Thinking that, Gray stood up and reminded himself, "But the job isn't done yet. I need to practice sword chi more so it becomes a basic skill, rather than a finishing move used only when necessary. With this effort, I'll definitely do it," he declared with absolute confidence. Behind him, the remaining 2 students saw Gray so enthusiastic and looked at each other suspiciously. His slash looked a little different from how the teacher does it, didn't it? I find it a bit strange too, but Gray doesn't seem to realize it. They recalled the moment the male protagonist unleashed his final slash. Time flew by until evening. At this point, the dining table was laid out with countless delicious-looking dishes, and the male protagonist ate like a starving demon, not caring whether the food tasted good or not, just stuffing it into his stomach first. His eating posture startled everyone around him. It was unbelievable. Was his recovery speed really that efficient? Why did he eat so much? On the other side, Leon nodded approvingly. Amazing. He had completely mastered the art of channeling chi into his sword. Hearing that, a friend next to him curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Leon explained, "That technique consumes a lot of stamina and requires extreme concentration. The fact that he eats this much is proof that he has activated his sword chi countless times already." As soon as he finished speaking, A cheerful cheer from a female student rang out nearby. Does that mean if he uses those demonic swords a lot, no matter how much he eats, he won't get fat? When she said this, her eyes sparkled like stars, while Leon just replied, slightly confused, yeah, basically. But training with sword chi is much more tiring than regular physical conditioning. At the same time, just as Gray finished eating, an announcement suddenly rang out. An announcement from Professor Ariel. First-year swordsmanship student Gray Lee. Please report to Professor Ariel's office. Being called so suddenly made the male protagonist feel a bit strange. It's rare for anyone to call me through the school's PA system like this. What happened? Without thinking much, he hurried over to Professor Ariel's office. Without thinking much, he hurried over to Professor Ariel's office. She called him because of an extremely urgent matter. It concerned this year's training program. Finishing her words, she tossed a notice to the male protagonist. Written on it was, Fastest swordsmanship student, Gray Lee, you have been selected to participate in the prestigious book reader special selection training. Schedule and detailed information will be announced 42 hours before the start. Stay ready and prepared for combat at any time. Wishing you survival and self-transcendence. Anonymous Professor, the book reader. After reading it, Gray wasn't worried at all. He even excitedly asked, Prepared for combat at any time means this training is no different from actual combat? If so, before he could finish speaking, the professor barked, It's only training in name. Before he could finish speaking, the professor barked, It's only training in name. She spoke with a slightly dissatisfied tone, then continued. There have been cases where they used teleportation magic to throw participants right into a criminal gang's den and didn't pick them back up, causing those students to lose their lives. Hearing that, Gray panicked slightly. Thrown into a criminal den, wouldn't students lose their lives then? Ariel shrugged and answered casually, For sure. In fact, fewer than half of the students who take this training survive and return. There was even a year where no one survived. It's just that the pressure from it reached the higher-ups, so this training was suspended for the past 10 years. However, I didn't expect you to become the target of this training. Contrary to her, Gray started to feel worried. Fewer than half survive, and they still call it training. He asked curiously. Ariel slammed her hand on the desk to show her dissatisfaction. I refuse to call this training either, so I have a proposal. Let's refuse right now. Normally, once chosen, you can't refuse. But with an exceptional Divine Eye student, I can use my authority to stop it. He took a breath, taking time to think very carefully. I know this is dangerous training, but if a program this dangerous still exists, isn't it because it actually delivers results? Thinking that, he looked straight at Ariel and replied, If I get through it, can I become stronger? Ariel shook her head, advising him to give up. It's best you don't try. Gray continued, Do you think I can't survive? If you think I'll lose my life in this training, I'll give up. Hearing him say that, a look of sadness appeared in Ariel's eyes. It's not that I think you can't survive the training. It's not just because I realize that. A freshman with your strength has almost never existed in the past. But even so, you could say there were times in the past when all predictions were wrong. In previous training sessions, elite students have lost their lives. Gray was startled. Is that so? What happened? Ariel explained to him. Some time ago, probably about 400 years ago, there were 2 outstanding Divine Eye special students chosen to participate in this training. They were in the same swordsmanship department as you, and were both students far superior to regular admissions. Just hearing this, Gray's eyes widened. He thought in terror, 400 years ago. How old on earth is this woman? Unaware of his thoughts, Ariel's voice continued with sadness. I thought they would be fine and sent them into this training without any worry, but the outcome was extremely tragic. One lost his life, and his body couldn't even be recovered. The other miraculously survived, but back then we were helpless to do anything about his missing arm. Hearing that, Gray also felt pity for the other person. Losing an arm naturally ruins a swordsman's future. My arm used to be non-functional during a match. I can't imagine what life would be like living like that. On this side, Ariel continued, Normally that's true, but he was very different. Have you ever heard of the one-armed swordsman Wajiro Duran? Hearing this name, Gray felt he had heard of it before. Wajiro Duran, He is a wildly famous swordsman from the past, right? Ariel nodded and continued. That's right. Back then, he was one of the strongest people in the world, and he was the survivor of that time. I wonder how strong he would be if he still had both arms. Do you realize how dangerous this training is now? I don't want that to happen to you. I can't let your talent go to waste. When she said this, her eyes could not hide her worry for her student. After a few seconds of silence, Gray finally replied, I understand this training is very dangerous. I didn't intend to participate at first either. However, there's one thing bothering me. According to the legends I know, rumors say Durand became extremely strong after losing his arm. Is the real reason he became so strong actually thanks to this special training? Gray Lee stared intently, his red eyes revealing clear determination when mentioning becoming stronger. The red-haired woman broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Gray's current strength likely originated from that very special training. She secretly regretted letting slip that Durand was the only survivor of the training. Gray calmly replied, as if he had predicted everything, making the woman even more anxious. She warned Gray that Professor Starseer was a notorious monster who had driven countless students to their deaths. She emphasized that joining his training was no different than putting oneself on Professor Varian's body modification operating table. Images of the past flashed back with gruesome human experiments in a damp, dark room. Gray thoughtfully remembered Bella Albright, who used to be the strongest wizard in the world before he turned back time. Bella appeared splendidly amid giant magic circles, a testament to the ultimate power brought by Varian surgery. Gray thought to himself that it would be nice if there were a safer way, but if he had to gamble his life in exchange for overwhelming power, he wouldn't hesitate. He clenched his fists, believing this wasn't such a bad deal. A slight smile formed on his lips as Gray told himself he would find every way to survive and return. The red-haired woman looked at Gray with hesitation, as if she still wanted to stop him. The sound of a door opening interrupted their conversation, and a messenger appeared with a letter from Central Command. The letter, with a formal red wax seal, was handed directly to the woman. Gray questioned the origin of the letter, and she explained that it was an order from the most powerful figures running this academy. She confessed that she hadn't even seen the faces of those at the top, and wasn't even sure if they were still human. Her eyes sharpened as she opened the letter, its contents directly mentioning Gray's special selection training. The letter stated clearly that they knew she would try to cancel the training, so they sent this extra appendix. The letter classified 2 types of training, one safe but only yielding average results, the other 8 parts deadly, but the survivor would be stronger than all combined. Starseer chose the most brutal option and elevated it to a special directive from command. With this order, even her independent management authority could not interfere or prevent Gray from participating. The letter expressed expectations for Gray's growth for the sake of the world's future. At the end of the letter was the signature of an anonymous professor, Starseer. The red-haired woman was shocked, unable to believe that Command would issue a special directive for just a single freshman. She frowned, trying to figure out what on earth was going on. It was unprecedented for a freshman to receive a direct order from the highest level. She wondered why Starseer would go to such lengths just to force Gray into that training. Seeing her expression change, Gray spoke up to check on her. With an apologetic look, she announced that the only way to avoid this trap was for him to drop out immediately. Gray took the letter, silently reading through every line of the order. The woman gripped her sleeve tightly, admitting that this was the world's best academy if judged solely by its output results. The majestic academy building appeared in the night, a place that forged but also crushed countless talents. She wondered if putting Gray on the special list from the very beginning had been a wrong decision. With Gray's talent, she believed he could still succeed outside the academy, and promised to use her connections to find him a great teacher. Looking straight into her eyes, Gray firmly stated that he would not drop out. He declared that if he couldn't survive this training, he wouldn't stand a chance of surviving in that brutal future world anyway. Seeing Gray so determined, the woman gave up and decided to reveal some good news to reassure him. Although dangerous, the truth was that most of the strongest individuals from previous generations were survivors of this training. Gray smiled relaxedly, telling her she should have said that from the beginning. The woman sighed, admitting she genuinely wanted to stop him because she knew he would plunge into danger without a second thought. Now she was helpless against Gray's determination, while the young man could only laugh it off. The red-haired woman lowered her head, her heart heavy with nameless thoughts. She looked up at Gray Lee, her gaze filled with worry mixed with expectation as she told him he must survive and return. Gray Lee clenched his fist with confidence, affirming that surviving was already part of his plan. The list of trainees for the special training was announced, gathering the most outstanding names from the first to third years. In the meeting room, the 4 selected trainees stood together, each exuding a distinct genius aura. Starseer's messenger stood before them, coldly declaring that he was only conveying orders on behalf of the professor. He began going into the main content of the mission briefing. This wasn't a simulation exercise, but an actual assault on the human trafficking base of the criminal organization Blooddrinker. Since other units had disrupted supply lines, the current situation at this base was quite specific. The base currently had no victims being held captive, so they could strike without fear of harming civilians. Leon and Pons showed tension as they felt the gravity of this mission. The messenger emphasized that the enemy would fight frantically for their lives, and their sole objective was to wipe out every single one of them. After finishing the briefing, he asked if anyone had any questions about the campaign. Leon spoke up cautiously, noting that this felt more like a real military campaign than a practical exercise. The messenger didn't deny it, admitting this mission could inherently be assigned to professional soldiers. However, the opportunity to directly combat and strike down enemies was an extremely valuable experience for trainees. Pons timidly asked whether any professors would accompany them to ensure their safety. The answer was no. Facing death in an environment without protection was the core objective of the training. He even strictly forbade Pons from using the defensive magic necklace worn around her neck. The messenger advised not to rely too much on professors, because sometimes the combat prowess of third-year students even surpassed theirs. Graylee was slightly surprised to hear about this unexpected power gap. Luenel explained further that many professors were only good at research, and given Gray's strength, taking down one of them was entirely possible. A brutal vision flashed through Gray Lee's mind, and he silently conceded that Luenel's words had merit. All 4 fell silent before the messenger's cold demeanor. He smirked under his mysterious mask bearing a glowing gold star symbol. The preparation time was only 2 short hours before everyone was teleported straight to the battlefield. Luenel and Leon pondered deeply, understanding they needed to prepare thoroughly for every step. Gray's eyes burned with a bright red hue, and killing intent began to spread as he prepared to step into a life-or-death game. A stack of documents was placed on the table, preparing for the crucial tactical meeting. The purple-haired senior picked up the paper, introducing it as information about the group's destination. He exclaimed that they were all about to charge straight into the enemy's heartland. Gray Lee wondered, if this was a criminal lair, wouldn't they have anti-teleportation barriers? He carefully examined the file dossier, while the mysterious hooded woman quietly observed from behind. The woman explained that the place was originally sealed off by an extremely powerful anti-teleportation force field. But this time the Academy had found a loophole and destroyed it from afar. A barrier of that level would take at least 10 hours to re-establish. That meant the group had to take advantage of this short window to wipe out their base. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, and the atmosphere in the room turned extremely serious. The purple-haired senior double-checked, asking if the criminals would realize this raid was coming. The hooded woman confirmed with certainty that they would. Destroying the barrier was no different than a direct declaration of war. She gave a meaningful smile, figuring this would be a proper training session for the trainees. A long scar along the woman's face stood out under the light as she smirked. The purple-haired senior began to sweat, looking slightly worried as he re-examined the reports closely. He leaned down over the table, suggesting the group review their tactics to increase their survival rate for this mission. Leon adjusted his collar, suggesting that everyone should verify each other's abilities first. He said that because they had sparred before, they knew each other's strengths quite well, but the senior remained an unknown variable. But the senior brushed it off, claiming that a glance was enough for him to know all their abilities. His nonchalant answer left Leon stunned, wondering where he got such massive confidence. The senior firmly asserted that he was the strongest person here. He added that it might take two Lunals teaming up to beat him. As for Leon and Gray Lee, he remarked they were only on par with Lunal at best. He even drew a comparison chart in his head, figuring Lunal was only slightly ahead of the other two in a one-on-one matchup. Leon's face burned with anger, his pride flaring up at the senior's blatant condescension. Gray Lee, standing nearby, could only stay speechless, thinking the senior was overly arrogant. Seeing the juniors looking unconvinced, the senior drew his sword defiantly, saying he didn't need safety measures and the group could rush him anytime. The necklace dropped onto the table, signaling the start of a true contest. Leon gritted his teeth. If the opponent was that confident, he didn't need to hold back either. He stamped his foot hard to gain momentum, dashing toward the leisurely standing senior. "Then take this," Leon shouted loudly, swinging his sword in a powerful downward slash. Facing the ferocious attack, the purple-haired senior maintained an eerily calm gaze. A piercing clang echoed as the two blades collided, but the situation turned completely one-sided. Leon was shocked to find that the opponent's sword felt unbelievably light despite the direct collision. The senior gracefully sidestepped, muttering that the strength of these second years only amounted to that. With a single flashing counterattack, he tossed Leon away and slammed him straight onto the wooden floor, creating a loud bang and swirling dust. Leon lay flat on the floor, panting in pain while clutching his chest after the excessively powerful impact that cracked the floorboards. The mysterious woman, watching from afar, burst into amused laughter, seemingly having predicted the outcome. The purple-haired senior sheathed his sword, coldly declaring that even the weakest third year like him would never lose to second years. Gray Lee was startled. Could someone this terrifyingly strong really claim to be the weakest third year? He broke out in a cold sweat, wondering just how massive the gap between second and third years at this academy truly was. The senior began spinning a pencil in his hand, explaining further that what he just said only applied to standard life force swordsmanship. He stared hard at Gray and admitted that if Gray unleashed his true power, even he might be taken down in a single blow. Gray Lee remained silent, his expression tightening with caution. He realized this guy seemed to know about his secret power. The senior tapped his pencil against his head, recalling Gray's feat of ending the freshman's 36-game losing streak. "Kid, do you think people forget things that easily?" Images of Gray Lee with blood-stained hands flashed back, bearing witness to his terrifying yet risky power. Gray thought to himself, he hadn't expected rumors of that battle to spread to other grades so quickly. The purple-haired senior continued to look at him with a probing gaze. He said he had heard about the terrifying side effects whenever Gray used his full power, so the group shouldn't rely on it too much. Gray Lee lowered his head thoughtfully, acknowledging that if he used his full strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep fighting right after. The purple-haired senior nodded, advising him not to use it unless absolutely necessary. If they met a stronger enemy while Gray was exhausted, the whole group would be in big trouble. "I understand," Gray briefly replied, accepting his senior's warning. The group began to move, preparing for the final steps before the raid officially commenced. On the table were maps crisscrossed with red circles marking targets. Only 30 minutes remained until teleportation time. The purple-haired senior leaned down to review, affirming that the group had grasped the enemy's positions roughly. He pointed to the most crowded area on the map and decided to take charge of that attack route himself. The red lines on the map laid out a complex assault plan into the criminal syndicate's lair. Lionel observed the map and suggested whether the remaining three should choose their attack routes randomly. But the senior dismissed it immediately. He would assign tasks based on each person's distinct combat style. His finger pointed to a spot on the map, assigning Lionel to handle this side's area. Next, he pointed in another direction and ordered Leon to cleanly deal with the target there. Despite still aching, Leon nodded in agreement, stating that as long as it was the senior's will, he would obey absolutely. However, Lionel, with his sharp eyes, still felt something was off about this arrangement. He pointed at the remaining path, realizing Gray had been pushed into a completely isolated and dangerous route. Lionel stared at the senior with icy blue eyes, pressing for the real reason behind sending Gray there. The purple-haired senior casually explained that the terrain there best suited Gray's style, but then he suddenly hesitated. A brief silence hung in the air as he seemed to consider whether he should tell the whole truth. That's because those criminals are exceptionally dangerous. The senior's reply left Lionel frozen. He revealed that in that area there were extremely formidable criminals, some even having trained at the academy. Gray was being sent straight to where they were most likely to appear. The senior sighed, seemingly knowing he couldn't hide it any longer before Lionel's acuity. He admitted to Lionel that within this training sector, there was indeed a criminal listed under a special high-risk blacklist. The senior looked away, asserting that if that were true, even if he, Leon, and Lionel teamed up, they wouldn't have a single chance of winning. Lionel looked at the senior with deep worry upon hearing of the terrifying strength of the enemy lurking in the shadows. The only one who can face them is Gray. The senior spoke with heavy weight. Gray stood silently with glowing red eyes, ready to face the life-or-death challenge waiting ahead. Gray pondered over the phrase, specially designated criminal. He recalled that monsters in human form exist in this world, individuals capable of slaughtering thousands of ordinary soldiers single-handedly. And when that kind of power is used for evil, they get classified as specially designated criminals. Pawn explained that even among these special criminals, the gap in power varies wildly. Even so, most of them are still way stronger than the professors supervising the first and second years. Gray could hardly believe that even those professors couldn't handle that kind of enemy, realizing that if they faced such foes head-on, they never stood a chance from the start. Pawn mentioned that he had never heard of any special selection training in history being easy, warning Gray that this wasn't something you could just coast through while hiding your strength. Leonard stated his opposition to the plan, arguing that if a specially designated criminal was genuinely involved, splitting the party was a terrible idea. He reasoned that when facing someone stronger, the most basic rule is to keep as many allies by your side as possible. Paul sighed and told him to rethink it, asking what they could possibly do if they watched Gray fight a special criminal. They would just get in the way and die for nothing. He explained that when the power gap is that massive, numbers lose all meaning. Monsters should fight monsters, while humans should focus on fighting humans. Leon Hart countered that Gray's power comes with severe backlash, meaning even if Gray defeats the enemy, he will be completely incapacitated afterward. If Gray handles the special criminal alone, the rest can at least protect him once the fight is over. Paul stressed that they were vastly underestimating Blood Drinker, noting the organization has countless members while they only have 4. If they stayed together, they would be surrounded and overwhelmed in the blink of an eye, leaving them no choice but to split up to avoid being picked off one by one through predictable movements. Ruinal suggested that moving alone makes it easy to get blindsided from behind, so while he agreed to split up, he proposed dividing into groups of 2. Pawn apologized before bluntly stating that he wasn't asking for anyone's opinion. He reminded everyone that they had seen the difference in ability with their own eyes. The gap formed by just 1 year of experience affects not only combat capability, but also planning and strategy. Those words instantly silenced the group, and Paul confirmed they would follow his plan. Deep down, Gray still didn't believe this was a good plan, wondering if Paul had some hidden motive for being so insistent. The cloaked woman announced that the teleportation spell would activate in 10 minutes and that they would be transported directly from the room, advising everyone to double-check their equipment and review the plan one last time. Gray realized there was no time left to argue, knowing that bickering right before a mission is the worst possible move. At this point, he accepted that they had no choice left but to follow the plan. Ruinal said that if Gray was fine with it, he wouldn't object, but Leon Hart remained silent. Night fell quickly, and Leon Hart asked Gray if he was truly sure about this. Gray replied that they didn't have many options. Gray then asked if the sector assigned to Leon Hart included the medical storage, to which Leon Hart asked why. Gray asked him to grab a few recovery potions if he saw them, needing a way to keep fighting after using his power. Leon Hart answered that Gray could trust him on that. He swore he would bring the potions back even if it cost him his life. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a couple of men were scrubbing a blood-stained floor. One guy bitched about how terrible the job was, and though the other told him to shut up, he kept complaining that hall duty was miserable enough. Even so, He heard that working in the product storage area was far more horrifying. He moaned that they should just let the slaves clean it since no shipments had arrived recently, pointing out that there were still a few items left in stock. The other guy replied that all remaining inventory had already been turned into test subjects or magic materials, adding that maintaining the warehouse costs a fortune in food and other expenses. On top of that, keeping those products alive was a huge pain since they constantly looked for ways to escape. The other guy laughed loudly, saying that catching them and beating them into shape was the fun part. Normally, you only get to use a whip, but if they try to run, you can skin their backs or pluck out their eyeballs. And honestly, that was the exact reason he worked here, which the other guy couldn't deny as they both burst into raucous laughter. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the hallway. One guy asked if the other heard a weird sound too, and the other replied that he did. Before the two could even finish wondering, one of their heads flew up into midair. The remaining guy stood frozen stiff, staring blankly at the headless corpse. Before he could react, Leon Hart cut him down right then and there. Leon Hart muttered that Blood Drinker was every bit as vile as rumors claim. Ruinal replied, "Good. That means we don't need to hold back when wiping them out." Hall concluded from the conversation that there were no civilians here, subsequently ordering everyone to slaughter any Blood Drinker members they encountered. He drove his blade into the stomach of the headless corpse while reminding everyone to follow the plan precisely as he had instructed before entering. Luenel answered that he understood. Gray responded similarly, and Leonard simply gazed silently at Paul. And with that, the operation began as they split up and headed toward their assigned sectors. Gray sprinted toward his designated area until he sensed something strange. A crowd was waiting for him, and one of them shouted that they had found the intruder. Seeing that Gray had come alone, one guy laughed and said he must have a death wish. Another guy stopped the others and told them to let him handle it. He muttered that he had built up a lot of stress lately since he hadn't had a chance to kill anyone in a while. Suddenly, a sword pierced straight through the center of his eyes, splitting his head cleanly in half. The remaining guys were terrified, having no clue what had just happened. None of them had even seen the blade move. Deep down, Gray thought they were so weak it was almost disappointing, wondering if this was a trap meant to make him lower his guard. Suddenly, a voice rang out asking where the intruder was. Another group swarmed in, led by a red-haired guy. Spotting Gray advancing, one of them laughed upon realizing there was only a single person. The guy from the previous group pointed at Gray and said he was the intruder, but before he could finish, his head went flying. The head bounced across the floor, while the headless body collapsed backward. Recognizing Gray's academy uniform, the red-haired guy immediately turned cautious. Gray kept cutting down the men, standing his path, as blood sprayed all over the hallway. More men rushed in, but the red-haired guy ordered them to stop. He warned that if they rush him one by one, Gray would slaughter them all instantly. A guy wrapped in a turban asked what was going on. The captain tried to answer, but an impatient thug lunged straight at Gray, screaming at him to go to hell. Gray shoved his sword right into the man's wide-open mouth, the blade punching out through the back of his neck as the captain finally realized Gray was a student from the World Alliance Academy. The turban guy retorted that it didn't matter how strong Gray was because he was still just a swordsman, and moreover, he only had one blade. If they surrounded him, sheer numbers alone would be enough to beat him to death, a sentiment another guy agreed with. He said there was no way an ordinary swordsman could overcome such a massive numerical disadvantage, prompting the whole mob to rush forward together to kill the bastard. Gray parried their attacks. At that moment, a mage ordered everyone to clear the way before firing off a barrage of condensed ether bullets. Gray skillfully dodged the rounds, instantly realizing this type of magic differed from super-compressed ether. It made him wonder if he, Bella, and Professor Ariel were the only ones who truly understood magic theory. He slashed down another man, thinking they were still too weak to even bother discussing. Even so, he could tell they weren't holding back. Looking into their eyes, Gray realized they were entirely resolved to kill him. The turban guy attacked Gray, and he noticed not a shred of hesitation to kill in any of their strikes. The way they moved showed these were people accustomed to taking lives. He estimated that each of them had likely killed at least 10 people, which only confused him further as to why they were still so weak. He leisurely sliced the turban guy's head off. Just then, he sensed something behind his back. More men were charging in, And in that exact instant, Gray realized something. Every academy student had passed an insanely brutal entrance exam. So comparing ordinary criminals to academy students had been a mistake from the get-go. He realized that even the weakest academy students could easily wipe out trash like this without breaking a sweat. Outnumbered or not, he could clear out this entire sector all by himself. But the real problem remained the specially designated criminal. Gray finally approached the group's captain. The guy immediately pitched an offer. Gray didn't care about anything he had to say, figuring it was bound to be pure nonsense. Even so, he thought he might be able to extract information about the special criminal from it. The captain insisted this wasn't a bad deal and told Gray to trust him, claiming that with Gray's talent, he could easily become one of Blooddrinker's elite enforcers and promising to put in a good word for him. Gray replied that he had never heard of elite enforcers and asked if it was a good position. The captain immediately answered that it was the greatest job ever, affirming that anyone in Blooddrinker would agree it's the best spot in the organization. Most of the time, elite enforcers don't have to do anything except deal with intruders like Gray, stepping in to eliminate them whenever someone too strong for regular members shows up. Aside from that, they have no other responsibilities, and he added that elite enforcers are treated even better than stronghold commanders. Judging by Gray's strength, the captain guessed he must be a second-year student, saying a second-year academy student could easily become an elite enforcer at a small stronghold. According to him, Gray would be able to drink booze and play with women to his heart's content, making life here far better than staying at the academy. He guessed the academy must have forced Gray through countless dangerous training regimens. But in his view, Gray was already strong enough, advising him to ditch that place and join Blooddrinker. He said life here is amazing, offering thrills and experiences the outside world could never provide. Gray asked what would happen if he refused. The captain replied that while killing everyone here might be easy for Gray, Gray would die right along with them. He explained that the elite enforcer stationed at this base was stronger than him because that guy used to be a third-year student at the World Alliance Academy. According to the captain, back then that elite enforcer was already stronger than most professors. Before asking Gray what his choice would be, will he choose the luxury Blooddrinker offers or kill him and die at the hands of the elite enforcer? Gray answered that it was an easy choice, and he chose to kill the captain. After that, he would kill the elite enforcer too. The captain hurriedly told Gray to wait, but Gray sliced his head right off. Before the guy could even finish his sentence, his head was rolling across the ground. Gray checked the path ahead, realizing that a specially designated criminal was indeed hiding out within the base. Judging from the captain's words, Gray deduced that this person was operating alone. In other words, there was only a single special criminal. This was useful info, but it also made him more certain that splitting up had been a mistake. If there was only one strong enemy, he could probably handle it himself. But if someone attacked him after he suffered backlash from his power, it would spell serious trouble, making him realize he needed to find a way to regroup with the others. Meanwhile, a man was being choked. Paul was interrogating him, tightening his grip as he asked if the guy wanted to talk. Desperate, the man promised to cooperate if Paul spared his life. Paul asked for the name of the special criminal hiding in the base, and the guy revealed it was Medley Bradley. Paul instantly recognized the name, confirming it was Professor Bradley's daughter, as the man explained that Medley herself had once claimed to be the daughter of an academy professor. Paul asked if there was anyone else, and the guy swore Medley was the only one before begging Paul to spare his pathetic life. Paul figured the guy was probably telling the truth, and at this point, the man had lost all utility. The guy frantically protested, reminding Paul that this wasn't the original deal, but Paul drove a blade straight through his heart. He confirmed that there was ultimately just one special criminal, exactly as he had predicted. That meant splitting up was the right call, because the deadliest mistake in group combat is carrying dead weight. According to military theory, protecting an incapacitated ally consumes the equivalent combat power of two people. So if Gray became helpless after fighting Medley, over half their force would get tied up protecting him. And that calculation assumed Gray even survived. If someone killed him after he dealt with the target, they only lost one fighter, whereas if he still retained combat capability after defeating the special criminal, he would return as a fully functioning asset. Either way, the outcome favored Paul, leaving only the question of whether Medley Bradley would actually show up in Gray's sector. After studying the base layout, even Paul found it hard to guess where the enemy would place their strongest forces. Soudainement sans signe danger, pour l'instant libre de Bakwa. An explosion erupted right where he had been standing, stabilizing his stance. The person who launched the attack sounded disappointed that he had dodged it. Slightly surprised, Paul immediately recognized the woman standing before him as Mita Bradley. She remarked that he shouldn't have known she was here. Taking a deep breath, she asked if someone had leaked the secret, adding that if so, she might have to kill them. Paul replied that he already had. Midu sounded disappointed, prompting Paul to ask why she was here when every route leading to crucial sectors required passing through District D15. Realizing even their internal maps had leaked, she confirmed that her assigned post was indeed District D15. Still, she had a hunch someone was tracking their movements, so she decided doing something unexpected would be wiser, concluding for Paul's reaction that her choice was right. Paul muttered a silent curse under his breath, recalling that Midu was a modified human created by Professor Bradley himself. She was said to be one of the strongest third-year students in the magic department. Therefore, against someone ranked at the bottom of his shadow rankings, this fight could turn out to be a headache. Midu remarked that he didn't look very strong, so for the time being, she wanted him to die for her, releasing a dark orb breathed in a gloomy aura. Paul just stood still watching it fly toward him, swinging his sword right before it touched him. The blade met the oncoming spell, and the moment they collided, the orb vanished into thin air. Midu noted that he had materialized his life force and channeled it through his sword to nullify her magic, asking how that differed from magic itself. Paul pointed out that since she used to study at the academy, she should already know the answer. He revealed that once you cross a certain threshold, swordsmanship is virtually indistinguishable from magic. He then lunged at her, prompting Midu to remark that it was a rather provocative statement. From her perspective, magic was vastly superior to swordsmanship. She pulled out a small vial and scattered its contents into the air, the liquid instantly transforming into purple flames. Paul tried to block them, but the purple flames suddenly twisted into dozens of hands. Paul's eyes widened as Midu declared that magic is far more beautiful. Shocked, Paul tried to slash through the fire, but more and more hands formed and grabbed hold of him. One hand wrapped around his head, and Paul screamed as the purple flames swallowed his body whole. Just a moment later, he was completely burned to ashes by the fire. Midu sighed, regretting that she had to waste such precious materials. Even so, she didn't dwell on it for long since she could always make another one out of him anyway. Too bad for Paul. The plan to turn our protagonist into a sacrificial pawn had completely backfired.